Be right back. Give me a second. Sec. All right, man. All right. If it was a mile away, ear. Oh, people done came in and out, man. They just can't wait for a couple. It's like, all right, all right. The explanation of benefits is now available. Is now available. Let me see something real quick. Turn it around. Let me see something. I said I like camera action. Sorry, Miss Jackson. That'd have been sweet. No more stylish. Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. sweet. That was sweet. That was sweet. That was sweet. Sheesh. That was cold. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. Come in, hit them likes and shares real quick. We can get this topic on started. We can get these topics started. Let me see. gotta make it like that then. That shares out. Them shares and the likes, the likes. Let me see. I gotta start early today because I gotta chill with the fam later. Chill with the famo later. Heck, uh, well. Who else? I give it to him. Nah. Be right back. My boy jumped in and came back out. Said, "Be right back." Nice. Shoot, all right. I had to smash that real quick before I get it started. That's my junior meal before later. It's only with a couple few people up in here. Let me go ahead and get some more of these shares up. Today we gonna talk about beliefs and religion, man. See all these people. Get all these going. Get these likes up. See, backups can save the day. Backups can save the day. Get off this thing about 5. I get off at 5. I know I'm supposed to be there at 5, but I ain't gotta be there all early, extra early and stuff. Get off. Oops. I gotta get this thing. Oops. I'm about to report myself. Alright, let me messed it up. What up? What up, Brandon? What's the deal, my brother? Hold up. Oh, something I was just looking at. Try to give me a little mini session in before I gotta go chill with the fam later. Second a little bit. Shoot. I was about to start my live too. Or what you about to get on? What you about to do, man? Get these lights up so I can hit that for you real quick. That FYP page. What?
Here, look.
Oh, nah, man. What
Big
you about to
screen
do now?
topic.
What is that?
That's my topic. Make me the big screen so you can see it.
Or dang, the words I would
It says, do black women think black men dislike them, or is it the black man's distaste for their obsession with their aesthetics? And then it says, or, damn, I can't, hold on, how do I figure out how to do
You
that?
gotta swipe. I think you
Yeah.
gotta swipe left.
And then it says, or, do we as black men have a problem with keeping our standards for black women so high?
Mm. So you just always gotta take the little sharp tool and just twist it, huh? That's what you do, huh? That's what you do around here.
Something like that.
It said something like that. He said he got a twist. What you wouldn't have cause I was at a funeral and stuff yesterday. I tried to catch your live. But what y'all was talking about yesterday? How'd that go?
It went
That was
well.
that live you was telling me about too, right? I think.
Yeah, it went well.
I heard everybody was saying compliments and stuff, so I'm pretty.
It was
Sound
a
like it
lot of
didn't go
compliments.
left in there that
It
bad.
was a lot of compliments, but it was a lot of dudes that was like agreeing, and then certain parts they disagreed, and then certain parts they was agreeing. It was a lot of back and forth. It was a teeter totter conversation,
No, wow.
but it's just how TikTok be, you know.
Yeah, you already know. There's nothing new in this situation. I had to make my words. I guess I had to make it smart. I don't know. This junk be picking and choosing when they want to cover my words.
Yeah, that's TikTok.
Junk be annoying. I'm like, dog, I'm doing the same length. Today I'm gonna make it big now.
Yeah.
And you be up early. What the heck? Well, what time? I don't know. I know you said yesterday
7:42.
you got to. Huh?
It's 7:42.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you be up early. What the heck?
I don't ever wake up late. Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's 10 where I'm at.
When I have my son up
Oh,
at 6 every day.
oh, that makes
So
sense.
I would be up. And then, like, I'm used to going to work early, so I would be up. And then, so it's a lot of shit. But,
Like a clock, your body clock.
yeah, absolutely. It's like a clock. Like, my body just is normalized to it now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything is routine. Routine, man.
And my stuff about to be all through up because I'm about to be working for a good minute. So I got a little layoff and stuff, so I said I'm about to relax. I needed to anyways. Been doing all them hours. So I
Collect
guess I
them
just chill for a
unemployment
little bit.
for a little bit.
Huh?
Collect them unemployment checks for a little bit.
Yeah, for a little bit, yup. I already got a lot of money stored up anyway, so I'm about to relax for real.
Makes sense. I would be doing the
I'm probably
same
gonna
shit.
focus on this, get my face up out here a little bit more, get these some more of these topics going, grab me some more new people and stuff so I can build up this situation. So, cause I really want to get to YouTube. That's gonna be so slow to build on there.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody going to fucking YouTube or
Yeah, I don't
or
blame
uh, or IG.
them. All right, Z, how that? Can you do backgrounds and stuff on there?
No, you go live, but you post your topic on your page, and then people come in and they be talking about that shit. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a little bit more active. Yeah, I got about like 5 pages for TikTok. Yeah, 5 pages altogether. That's why I be posting all my content on all of them. Just whatever pop off first is it.
Shit, my son, he going to Disney in Paris, and this ain't my year for him for
Bless
Christmas. Appreciate you. This ain't my year to have him for Christmas, so I'm cooking me a prime rib roast
you. Uh-oh.
and some, mashed potatoes and gravy, homemade gravy. And then I'm making the what's it called? The broccoli, like like little broccoli, like they call it broccolini or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making some of those. And then that's gonna be my little dinner. And then whatever I don't eat of the prime rib, I'm gonna just carve it up nice and thin and use it for like sandwiches.
All right. All right. Make sure none of it go to waste.
Oh, hey,
And
shit.
that hard money, I ain't wasting nothing.
Some shit around here.
I fell asleep on my peoples again last night. I be getting tired. I be trying to stretch it, but I don't be wanting to stop their conversations and stuff. 'Cause I don't want to mess them up. They be talking about some stuff. My baby right next to me, right over there. All I gotta do is walk over there. Nighty night.
Shit.
Trying to think what else I can get to make my background bang. I like this though already. I like my little Superman, and I got the Hulk over there. They're my two favorites.
What
Two
program
favorites. Is
to
that
make
what?
to make your backgrounds? What program you be using?
You talking about like this thing? I use CapCut.
CapCut?
I use CapCut. I screenshot it, and then like since most of my background black, I just the part that be having like the words and stuff like when the parts on the phone that don't supposed to be shown on the phone, then I black it out.
Ah, okay.
Because everybody screenshot, that's how they be getting their backgrounds and stuff. But I don't be wanting that stuff to show, so I act like it's a regular screen.
Shit, I'll be You ever heard of Canva?
Nope.
It's
I
free.
think that sounds familiar.
That's what I make
Is
my
that?
background on.
Mm-hmm. Right. I about to say I do a little different though. You had a way you had a little face in the corner and all that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I use that. It's got the background remover for my pictures and shit. So
Oh,
I get a little bit extra creative. And then it's got
everyone's so creative.
everyone is so creative. What the fuck? And then this is a girl I met out here.
Mhm.
And she slid by yesterday and knocked on my door. That's why I ended the live yesterday. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Picture me at 546 in the, you know what I'm saying? But and so she slid by yesterday and she was like, what you doing? I was like, nothing. I'm just chilling. She's like, well, you want to go shopping with me for? I want you to come with me because I want some company during Christmas shopping. I'm late. I'm procrastinating. Blah blah blah. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Hop in the shower and get ready and whatever. And then she's like, we out there shopping, whatever. You know, I'm helping her with a lot of things. Like, you know, she's like, what should I get? You know, those type of things. And I'm like, what's the point of you coming to get me? Like for real. Like out of all the people in the world, you want to come and get me? You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, I be lost, bro. Cause it's hard right now when you don't trust a lot of people. So I'm like, okay, well we had conversations on the phone. You know, she came over here. She brought me dinner. We went on dates before, but we ain't talking like 4 months. So
I need you to rewind that part. You said she brought you dinner.
yeah, she
What?
used to come over here, bring me dinner, like all the time, like. And I was like, what the hell? Like, I'm like trying to think to
Black,
myself.
welcome
So,
to the live too. I don't want to be all rude and stuff. Welcome to the live.
Oh, hello. Can I say something? Young man, please be careful. I'm a woman. It's so much stuff going on. It's a reason why you have not seen her in 4 months.
Mm.
And all of a sudden,
no.
sir,
I'm gonna tell you why I stopped. I'm gonna tell you why I stopped talking.
It did
Right?
sound scary though, the way. It did.
Like, I stopped talking to her because, like, okay, so it's the type of woman I like, you know, natural hair. She don't really, excuse me, do too much makeup. You know, she respects how I feel about her dressing, but she cooks. We real cool. Like we was real cool at first, but I had to stop talking to her because I felt like, you know, that video I have on my page, Kev, and it'd be like talking to girls in 2023. What you doing? Nothing.
Oh,
You got any plans today? Nothing. You sound mad. What's wrong? Nothing. And then the dude come into the room and he be like, hey, bro, let me borrow your charger. And then she snap and she be like, see, why you always want to be on the phone with me when you going to be talking to somebody else in the conversation? Right? And then the dude leave, whatever. He was like, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore you, but you got any plans today? Nothing. And he get up and he hang up the phone. Like she just seemed like back then she seemed like she was just too like closed off to have conversations. And that was a red flag to me. So
yeah.
like the
Might have been
only
shy.
times we would be interacting in a conversation is if we was like face to face. And
I got you.
and then, so she just popped up and I'm like, so I'm thinking like the whole time I'm out there, I'm like, yeah, I'll go shopping with you. All right. So I go out there, right? I help her ring her stuff up, right? And then I move my ass so far away from that credit card swiper machine, dog. I was like, with my head up in the air, like I ain't paying for this shit. So then she was like, "Oh, don't worry. I know I'm not. You're not paying. I don't want you to pay for anything." And then I'm like, "Huh?" So then she take me to lunch, or not? Like, yeah, it's like lunchtime. So then she took me to lunch, paid for the lunch. I'm like, so really, what's the issue? What's going on? Like, why is you coming to pick me up? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm asking her the questions.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, it's just when you stopped talking to me, it made me realize that it was some internal issue with me and that I was having problems. And that's why I wanted to take you out today to show I was grateful and stuff like that. And I'm like, huh, that's it? She's like, yeah. And I was like, so what are you trying to say? Like, what do you want? Shit, allergies. So then, I'm like, what are you trying to say? Like, what do you want? I want to start talking again. I thought that was clear. I'm like, well, you don't have to show me a little consistency. Because the moment you start acting the way you acted before, that's when people gonna pull out again. So it's crazy to me, bro.
And I
It's
say,
crazy.
you have to
Go
be
ahead.
careful. Us as women, a lot of us don't have the guidance that we need. This is even before you guys' generation. You guys seem to be younger. I'm in my 40s. A lot of us did not have that guidance. We don't,
I'm 38.
a lot of us didn't have that father. So people don't understand. We're not understanding each other. But if you are feeling some kind of way with this person not being consistent with you, follow your guts intuition. You have to protect yourself. I have 4 sons, and I have to tell my sons the same thing. Because people are always saying, well, it's the man, it's the man. No, a lot of us have issues too. Now, that was nice that she wanted to take you out to eat, and she should have said whatever she had to say. I don't know what her motive is, but you don't have time to be trying to figure out what she has going on if she's not talking to you, because communication is a big thing, not only with the younger generation but with older ones as well. We have not showed you guys any type of foundation, period, on why you should be in a relationship. If you look online, and you have a lot of 40, 60 year olds that have 16-year-old mentality, men and women, and you just like, what's going on? Well, I'm gonna tell you what happened. A lot of us went through the crack era, and a lot of people are still stuck in their trauma. So they don't have the answers for themselves, so they can't give you any answers. Now, I want to get to one of those topics. If someone believes something other than yours and it's not hurting them, how does it affect you? Okay. I don't know if you guys been seeing on TikTok this Yanni bar, Yanni Steam, that's been, all these women are like, oh, he wanted to go hang out with his boys, but he went down on me and he changed his mind. This stuff is destroying us.
Wait, wait, wait,
It's,
wait, wait. Pause. You said he went what?
women are bragging about what this soap does for their JJ.
Oh.
You guys have seen it. It's like this
Oh.
pink bar, and I'm talking about women. I'm talking about they got like millions of views. First of all, and I'm not trying to be religious. I'm not trying to bring spirituality, but I have to, because you guys have to understand that being black men, you was a threat as soon as you were born. You have to go on YouTube and look and see the video of why are blacks such a threat. Your physique, everything about you is a threat. You're dominant. If you were to get with a white woman, and I'm not being racist, Your genes are more dominant and her genes will be suppressed. So why they have all these black people coming against each other online is to break up the genetics of the of the color black, to lighten it up. There were black Asians, there were black Chinese. All of these people come from the black woman. And so you're a threat. I have to stop it. I minister to so many young men and say, it's not you. It's the color of your skin. Don't take it personal. It's not you. So a lot of our kids don't know, and you don't have a lot of parents that are willing to sit down and explain this stuff to them. And we're just going with the flow, and you young men are coming up in this thing lost. Then you have older black men that won't talk to you. And one of the reasons why they won't talk to you is because you young men are a threat to the older generation. You're a threat because now they can't do certain things that you can do. And instead of passing the mantle, they take, just like dead preachers, they took it to the grave instead of making disciples. So this Johnny Bar, Johnny Steen, they sit over, women sit over, back to this, women sit over this steam, and they are saying that, I think it tightens the vajayjay or something. You're having demons to worship. They're coming into your bodies. So when that man, and this is in the Book of Solomon, when the Book of Solomon is it's a black man on YouTube, they'll show you a white man. Solomon was a black man. He was a king. He was wise. He had all the wisdom in the land, and he allowed strange women to take him away from God. So these women worship this stuff that they have. That's a Hindu god. So these women are sitting over this steam and it's going into their vaginas, into their bodies. And when you men have sex with them, the enemy does not care about you being satisfied. He does not, that's his weapon against us. So that man turns over, go to New Breed Global. It's a video. He has it up. He talks about this too. This man backfires on this woman. She goes into the restroom. He don't want to be away from her. He tears down her whole door like a wolf. And then he starts howling. You can hear the demon in him. So a lot of women are saying, why are these black men doing this? And why are these black men doing that? A lot of women, stay away from women who got a nickname for their vagina. Stay away from them.
Oh
They're
my.
calling demons to their vagina. It's a real bad attack, spiritually and naturally, against all black men. I'm a woman. I stand 10 toes down on it. I support my black brothers. I have been hurt by black men, but I need you to know that they are using this soap. You can go on TikTok now on every video. He wanted to go down on me, and he said it tastes so good. It tastes like drinking water. This stuff is demonic. Keep your mouth off of that. Put food in your mouth. The food is dangerous enough. Keep your mouth off of that.
Wait a second. He said
We
it
are
tastes like
over
what?
sexualized.
He said what? He said what? It tastes like what?
Keep
Drinking water.
the women are saying that the men said it tastes like drinking water. The men don't want to hang out with their boys because they're under a spell. This Johnny soap is not what people think it is. You think the enemy gonna come and tell you deliberately, oh, it's me and I'm coming to destroy your life? No. And then later on, this spirit will come across their kids. We're dealing with kids that have STDs from 13 to 21 in America. 13 to 21. What are we calling them? Hoes? So we have to understand everything is against you. We are living in a time to where there's a high level of women setting our black men up. There's the America is pushing the agenda for our black men and all men pretty much to be a alphabet in the alphabet family. I can't say because I won't want your channel banned at all. But it's just as much of a spiritual world as it is a natural. Everything about you is hated. By the time a black boy hits the third grade, they determine by the level of his reading skills if he's going to be in prison. They have prisons that sue the cities if they do not put enough people in the prisons. Everything is a business. It's a corporation. Everything is a lie. Everything is against the black man. Please hear me. I have a love for all people. Please, that young lady, I need you to ask God, if that young lady is not for you, don't let her keep popping up. Quit making yourself available. I don't care if you didn't have to pay for stuff. We are slick by nature. Women are conniving. This is biblical. Be careful. If this not somebody you want to entertain or anything like that, she don't know how to be, because that's not your problem. You don't have time to raise her. She's a grown woman. We know what we want. And if you a nice looking young man, she just wants somebody to say she just wanted to be able to say she was with you. I played all the games. I
Mm.
played all the games. And I had to come clean to my children. They said, Mama, they said, why are you teaching us this? Because I told my son, don't you move in with a woman. I said, don't move in with a woman. We crazy. I said, don't move in with, I said, because we overthinkers. I said, you'll come home one day and all your stuff will be going down the road in the water and you don't know why. And if you're going to ask her, well, somebody told me that you was messing with, you don't have time for that. Yes, it's a lot of women that's being unalived by black men, but there's a lot of black women that's dismembering a lot of black men too. I know 4 black women, not personally, that has dismembered black men. You have to be careful. Be careful of the people that you allow in your house. Be careful of the people that you're entertaining. People don't have to have your voodoo. People don't have to have your hurt anymore. They don't have to have anything of it. Social media is tearing us up. It's tearing us up. Young man, hear me. If you don't hear anything else I say, I know you don't know me. Do not entertain that if she cannot be consistent. You are not someone that a person can put on a shelf and come back and use you, and you don't know what the hell is going on until they need you again.
Right.
You got more time on your hand. Get into books. It's different things that you can learn about a woman. Go to Miles Monroe. He breaks all of this stuff down. He's deceased. I believe he was unalived by somebody. And Stephen Darby would tell you, because what you guys don't know is when you have sex with a woman, your sperm is blood. It goes to her brain. That's why we schizophrenic and bipolar. Because every man that a woman sleep with, she carries his history forever. She carries his whole history. The things that he don't like about himself, even back in his childhood trauma, she done picked all that stuff up. So that's why when you talking to us, we don't make sense. She has to have some type of standard. And I'm not saying that all black women are like this. That's not what I'm saying. It's just in particular ones that you have to be able to, you know what I'm saying, ask the Lord, if this person is not real, move them. Because you're going to be wasting time. Don't waste time like I did. 46 years old, just got married, almost hit the wall. You don't have time for any woman to waste your time. Your time just as valuable as a woman's time. We need our black men. We need you guys. And for every woman that has hurt you in the past, I apologize. Because she didn't know what she had and who she was. And that's
I
real.
like that.
You have to make up in your mind, am I gonna invest in this today? Because remember this, that's time you can't get back.
True.
That's time you can't get. Your time is just as valuable as her time.
Mm.
I have to tell young men, be careful of the women that you are laying with. Because it's a lot of men that are on child support. They are in prison they're in prison for being broke. They're in prison for being broke. If you are on child support and you are in the chats and you're a black man, please go and get you a Habitat built. You can go to Habitat. I think it's Habitat for Humanity and you put down your county and tell them that you want to get your kids. They're not in the best place with their mothers. And they will help you. That way, because there's a lot of women that's giving their kids to their daddies now, but nobody's talking about it. They're leaving their kids in the cars to go to Sexy Red concerts. So we need our black men because you guys, what's coming? What's coming? They're gonna wish they had a man in the household to protect. Right now, there's a war on a black man and a black woman. There's two black women. I'm gonna get off the line. There's one black woman. She in Texas, I believe. She just shot a 14-year-old because he was trying to climb through her 8-year-old bedroom window. She had already called the police once. They came out. They didn't see anything. She seen him at the window. She shot, and now she's being evicted. And they're gonna take the case to grand jury. There's another black woman. She had a miscarriage. I think she left the fetus inside the toilet. They're giving her a felony charge for it. So we need our black men because it's just as much of a target against us as it is you guys. And the worst thing that you could do to a black man is take his woman away from him. And that's why women are out here like sluts, because social media society has pushed it to be like that. So take care of yourself. Use your time wisely. Don't use your time on just anybody. I don't care what she needs. If she can't be consistent with you, push on. Keep moving. You guys have a great day. Thank you for sharing your
Oh yeah,
platform.
Can I ask
appreciate
you?
you.
Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Sure.
I appreciate. Well, it's
I
not even
got one
really a
too.
question. It's more of a statement, right? I appreciate you and your passion for protecting black men, right? Do you think that black men need to be more careful with all black women? Or is it that we need to spend more time vetting more black women?
You need to spend more time praying for the right woman so you won't spend all your time bouncing from this chick to that chick to this chick. Because that's, like I said, that's time you can't get back. The representation is always wonderful. She's always going to show you the beautiful side, and that's that. That goes both ways with man and woman when you first meet them. But it's to a point to where it's so many women that don't have a father figure. She'll make you her father, and she'll feel like you need to be responsible. To help her with her feelings, with things that she didn't get as a child. That's not your responsibility. A lot of us need to go to therapy, real talk. So no, I think that you need to spend more time. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
38.
You 38? You 28?
38.
You 38. You need to spend more time writing down what you want in a woman. Just like you said that she was doing all that kind of stuff and then she went ghost. That's because she thought she found somebody better than you, and that didn't work out. So she came back. I'm giving out a girl code. I don't care who get bad. Y'all need to know this. She thought she found somebody better, and when that didn't work out, then she come back and pop up to you, and she knew that wasn't gonna rock with you for you to have to pay for stuff. So she did it trying to impress you because it's all over the place that the woman wants the man to pay for everything. So that's just a slick notion of, I'm gonna do it this time, but so it's not all women, but you just have to be careful. You have to know what you want because you're 38. Time is not going backwards for you. You have to be careful. It's not in every situation, but I've been around the block a couple of times. I've seen a lot of things. So I'm not saying, that's what her intentions are, but I guarantee you, she wasted time trying to figure out, trying to either an ex came back or she found somebody else, and after that time span had gone by, then she thought about you and just popped up and quit allowing people to just pop up at your home. Tell people they need to call you before they come. Don't just let
So
people
Black, I
come
got a
to
question
you.
for you.
Go ahead.
All right, because I heard you, and I do, like I said, I do appreciate that you do, that you are trying to protect especially from what I'm hearing, which is kind of rare, man. Protecting black men and well, men in I guess it's focused on black men, but it's good like that because a lot of people need to hear that, and I do. I can tell you just look. It's a lot of just like you said, I can hear the passion and the beliefs and all this other things, right? But I had heard you say about your time don't get back or come back or something like that. And that kind of ties into my last the bonus actually. So do you believe believe in mistakes?
Oh, definitely. You
Mm,
can make mistakes, but you can also learn from them. Don't beat
mm,
yourself up. We dealing with a lot of black men who, even as a child, the minute you hurt yourself is get up and stop crying like a girl. So you grow up with this mentality of, well, it falls into the same guidelines of, I got to do everything right because I'm a man. No, you're gonna make mistakes. You're human. You're not superhuman to the point to where you're gonna do everything perfect. So no, yes, people, everybody, I've learned from the mistakes that I made. I'm married now. I've never seen my mom married. I've seen her married, but I've seen her in domestic abuse relationships. When I got married, I make sure that I massage my husband's back. He's standing right here, as a matter of fact. I make sure when he comes home from work, I make sure that he's okay. I make sure that I have the food ready for him. I make sure that I let him know he leads. I got my children and let them know he's the man of the house. If that conversation, especially if that woman has children, she has to make she has to make that known to the children. This is the man of the house, and we're going to listen to him because we are responsible for who we choose to lead us. When he make a mistake, we sit down and we talk about it and we pray about it, because I'm a praying woman. And I speak it to his life, and I let him know, oh, we're gonna come back from this. We just transitioned. I think we transitioned for like 6 months, and he felt like a failure. He's the best man I've ever had. We have our ups and downs, but I never find anybody else like him. Um, but I had to let him know, because the woman is to help me. She's not to hurt me. She's to help
mm,
me.
mm. Okay.
She's to help me. So
Here's
she's the
where I
person
get
that's
it, right?
supposed to speak into your life.
Mm,
Here's where I get it, right? A lot of I feel like a lot of women do have a mindset to hurt because their feelings outweigh everyone else's. I do agree with that part. I do agree that a lot of people should call before they pop up. So it was a surprise to me, right? I'll give you that. Um, but it's just so much that just transpires in a black man's mind, and we process it. Like the things that you said, right? Write down what you want in a woman. I've been telling people this for a long time because I do it, right? Write down the qualities in yourself as a man. I've been telling people this because I do it. Journal. I've been telling people this because I do it, right? So at the end of the day, right? Just because this woman popped up on my place doesn't mean that I necessarily welcomed her back with open arms. She got grilled when when she showed up, but at the end of the day, you know, I feel like I be too harsh sometimes as a man, and I don't want to be that guy. Oh yes, Ebony. Somebody popped up at my place. Somebody popped up at the place.
You don't want to be harsh. I heard you say that you have trust issues. That's why you have to ask for the spirit of discernment. I'm gonna tell you something. I met my husband one time. My husband lives in Virginia Beach. I'm here
what is
now.
trust issues?
Trust issues is especially when certain people that you really trusted hurt you. The people that you put the most trust in. A lot of men deal with it, especially after. I hear a lot of men. I do talk to men that are in the LGBTQ community, because they're still human, they still have a soul, And a lot of these men say it would be so many women that turn them down, so that's why they turn bisexual and things like that. And y'all also have to understand that this is the way that the society pushed it, because after World War II, before World War II, the women needed their husband. The grandparents, your great grandparents, were teenagers probably, and went and got married, and she could not work, so she depended solely on the husband. Well, after World War II, and I have to say this on all the platforms, after World War II, she was working, and she did so much, need him as much as she did when before World War II. So society shifted, and then it went into the feminist movement where the woman tore her family up from the inside out because she put the man last and said she didn't need him. So when a woman shows disrespect to the husband, the children follow because they're looking, for example, they're looking at the situation at hand. So now all the way to 2023, it's giving the black man a place to where he can't say anything about his woman, because that's what the feminist movement was all about. But it was a trick, because the black woman could not do what the white woman could do, just like our little black boys cannot do what the little white boys can do. So with our black men, you guys are dealing with a lot, and if you do not, you need to find someone that love God and love God for real, and not out here for play. My name is Black Redeemed Truths. I will give you, the encouragement that you need. I have 4 boys. My son just called me the other day. His situation was about to go left, and I had to tell him. I said, if those dudes, y'all been friends since y'all was in junior high school, and now they're taking a trip to Houston, and it seemed like they don't want you to go back up. But Mama, I want to say this, and he got in his feelings. I said, no, sir, I'm not losing my son to the prison system because you got in your feelings. If they get on Snapchat and say something, they don't put your name on it, don't assume that it's you. Sit down. You a man. You're going to lose everything you have to go into a small hole, and everybody else is going to be living their life. He listened to me, and I thank God he did. So your trust issues, you have to write that stuff down. Like you giving people advice, you have to follow your own for you. Your heart matters. Your life matters. Lord, if these people are not for me, please don't let them come around. I had to do this so many times, and sometimes it'll be people that you thought was in your corner. I don't like this and I don't like that, but when you're sleeping around, you're still gonna be picking up demons. It's deeper than sexually transmitted diseases. It's sexually transmitted demons. So we don't even know who our authentic selves are until we go to God and make that peace with ourselves. You sound like an intelligent young man. Don't waste no more time. When you're 38 now, tomorrow you'll be 46 before you know it.
So let me put my input then. Let me bring a little light to this, man. Uh, I'm gonna actually do the mistake one day real quick on my point of view. Everybody gonna have their point of views on mistakes, but me myself, I think the more I start doing a lot of healing, a lot of observation and stuff, and understanding myself, with me, I don't believe in mistakes, and I think everything in our life, and I always live with this all the time, even when things work in my life or fail in my life. I always said that whatever is meant is meant. Everything happened for a reason, and it's another one though. But them the main 2 things. So I'm a firm believer in that, because like I always thought about this main thing where we can also say, and I think I was mentioning this last night. We can also say that we probably was a mistake or something like that, because a lot of people ain't playing their child. Some of the times, it might have been the oops baby or whatever. People just was having fun. You one of them, I just had fun babies and stuff. And then, oh, then you pregnant? I didn't know you was pregnant type stuff. So I don't think that, I think everything, even though it don't we're not doing things perfectly how it should be, or who knows or whatever. But I don't think even when we get into a messed up relationships, when we lose jobs and all that stuff, yeah, I think all this stuff, it has got us to the place we at right now. That's why we think a certain way. That's why we look up different things to try to change our personal lives, and then try to, pass on the little messages that we get towards everybody. So I don't, like I said, I don't believe all of us meant to think the same way. It's the reason why I got this topic the way it is and stuff, because I'm looking like if it ain't affecting. Basically, if your religion or your belief ain't, if their beliefs ain't affecting them, then why do we be so worried about certain situations? Because it's like they doing what's best for their lifestyle, and it's helping them and their family to go get somewhere. And I believe that everything is playing the way it's supposed to play out. Because if it didn't, it wouldn't have happened anyways. So I can't look at because somebody dang, they didn't got tricked and all that stuff. Because, like, you can also say that the person, and I always use this all the time, is the person that done ate the poison or fell off the cliff because they didn't pay attention. First, the person that touched the electric line because they didn't know they can get shocked by it. You can be like, oh, man, that was by mistake or something like that. No, I don't think that, because, I think we are all we are all different examples of how to live life, and we are here to learn from one another in a way, right? And we serve our time and we go. So I do believe every last person has their purpose, even though we be wanting people to live a little longer, just like we wanted that little baby to, not pass away when we was young. But I mean, everything is here to impact us in some type of way. And like I said, so overall, I just don't believe in no mistakes. We could say it or not, but we could just say that for the most part, it's either for us to learn from, grow from, or adapt with. That's what all the situation is. And we just gonna be here on this earth until whatever time, it could be a short time or a long time, whatever, how you want to look at it. But we not gonna be here. That's one thing we are promised, is to hit that grave probably all the same exact way. It was under that ground or whatever. We just gonna be on this earth, and the body is just the body. So,
You're right. Okay, so I want to go back into mistakes. A lot of us were taught wrong. I've had to the
but
education
being taught right though? You can
the
say that, but what's being taught right?
the education system is jacked up. So my
Rage,
son,
man, what's the deal, man? Dang, I was just asking about you a couple of days ago, man. Is you good? What the heck? I was just literally like, dog, I'm over here. I was worried and stuff about the inbox you. Oh, you go ahead, Black.
no, so the education system is jacked up. So we've been spanking our kids because some idiots got together, put some stuff in the book, and we would whoop our kids because they didn't pass a test. Now everything is unfolding, and I had to apologize to my kids because I'm like, I grew up thinking, hey, they didn't tell us that Rockefeller just wanted workers and not thinkers. So we're all in this classroom and we're learning stuff that now we know is no good. My son, I got a call from the principal's office, and she was telling me that my son had been in a fight. And I am a mother that disciplined her child, but something, it was the Lord that kept telling me, do not whoop him. But before the Lord said that to me, I did something that I regret. I said, those white folks not lying on you. I said that to my baby. He was like 8, 9. And we got to the school. I said, go to the principal office and find her. So he went and found her. She came back to me, guys, and buried her head in my chest and started to cry. She called the wrong parent on the wrong child. Now, what if I would have spanked him before I found out the truth? That's a mistake. That would have been a horrible mistake. That would have been something that he probably wouldn't have ever forgiven me for if I hadn't got to the bottom. So that's why I say mistake. A lot of us was taught certain things. We all come from different walks of life. Everybody family taught this and that. Some folks is normal, some folks is not. And I had to tell my kids, well, I didn't know. I just did
Do
it
you
based
believe in
on,
God?
oh, very deeply.
Right. So I don't. That's the reason why I don't believe, and that's more of a reason why I don't believe in mistakes. I think everything is meant to play out. So you could say, like, I know our human minds would say, like, dang, that would have been a mistake or something like that. But like I said, if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't gonna happen anyways. If you would have did it, it was meant to happen that way too. Like I said, I don't know if you missed the part where I was saying that, and this I'm a firm believer in this. I think everything in life is meant for us to do it because a lot of people take things and supposed to saturate in it. That's why they can't get over the past. That's why they keep, dang man, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe this. What if this? What if that? We be spending a whole time focus on the what ifs and we're not focusing on what's going on right now. I mean, it is what it is. The past is the past. History is history. Matter of fact, what happened yesterday, no, it don't got nothing to do with today. What the heck I just say? With today. I gotta remix my own situation. But so my thing is like this really the three things we supposed to do to get out of to move forward, right? Is remember this. We supposed to either learn from it, just like it sounds like you learned from your situation. That's why you didn't make that decision, right? And it could have been a close call, but if it would have happened, would have happened. We learn from it. We're gonna either adapt with it, and I say adapt with it. Like if you would have lost your arm on a job or something like that, you gotta adapt with it because that otherwise, if you keep crying about I used to have two arms, we got to move forward in life. So that's just what it is. We could say it's a mistake or not, but if it evidently still was a learning lesson, and you got to do what you can do with what you get with what you got now, and then or to grow from, or grow or overcome. You know what I'm saying? Some situations it's gonna seem like it's really hard times and dang, I can't believe this is happening, but some stuff you got to fight through, and that way you learn to appreciate life for what it is, and you still being here. There's so many people that have lost their lives and stuff. Who to say that theirs was a mistake? You know what I'm saying? It's for us to either learn from it. I'm also a firm believer that our life ain't only just meant for us. We only be thinking about us for the most part, but I believe that everything. It is what it is. People that passed away for us, our ancestors and stuff, they served their purpose. The people that we wanted to have a big life, we be wanting so much for other humans, but if you believe in God, right, this is what he got set for us. So what humans want and think ain't got nothing to do with what his plan is. It's gonna happen no matter what. So I don't believe God made no mistakes. I don't think we are here by mistake. I don't think we are gone by mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like all this stuff is gonna happen. God allowed you to do your situations, and he gonna allow you to either learn from it or soak in your situations so you can whatever. Like whenever you overcome it, it's gonna be whenever you overcome it and stuff. So you can live it, so you can tell the story. Some people go to their grave with that situation, but it was meant for them to go to the grave with that situation. But it's just our human minds that we look at it like, dang, that would have been that was a mistake or something like that. So like I said, I don't know. I think I'm more built this way because I built myself to have more of an optimistic mentality. I don't try to fear nothing, fear man, fear all these other religions, or they gonna do the buka buka on me and all this stuff. I really can care less. I believe my God is way stronger than all this other situation is. If I'm meant to go through these, getting pent up like you was talking about the voodoo doll. If I was meant to go through that, it is what it is. But God got my back no matter what. That's one thing I'm a firm believer in, that if we want to call him God or the creator, that person, this I ain't gonna say it's a person, is way beyond that. It got my back no matter whatever the situation is. So I have no worries in life. I just really don't. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm trying my best what I'm doing now because God has let me survive so many things, bad relationships or bad jobs. Could have got probably jumped at one time. I'm still in Detroit, and you've been hearing so much stuff that go down in Detroit. I could have been in gang stuff, whatever. I could have been any of these people that didn't get a chance, but they served their purpose. They did what they had to do. It's gonna be people that's gonna it's gonna be ropes in obstacles that you got to go through or whatever. Everything is just meant to be how it is. It is what it is, and that's how. And I look at it that God gonna allow every last thing to be how it is. You know what I'm saying? This is part of His plan, and I'm a firm believer on that. It's part of the plan because, so I can't really say who to say what's a mistake. Who's supposed to say this is the truth? Like we can only give out what we experience and what we learn and just try to spread love the best way we can. And it's another thing, just because somebody don't spread love the same way as you, that don't mean it's still not love. It's just we come at different angles with it to get to the same exact thing. That's just what that is, man. So I give everybody, that's why one thing I try to do, and this with this whole project, not even project, this whole title, is just basically give grace to one another. Because at the end of the day, who said your situation is any better than anybody else? You know what I'm saying? As long as it's better than them, and we give out the word, and even if we want to go with the Bible, it says to give out their word. And then if they don't want to take it away, walk away. You know what I'm saying? You did your job. they gonna get what they get out of it, and it is what it is. And it ain't no demonizing somebody like you should have listened to the truth. No, people gonna listen to what they listen to. God gave them the mentality to be receptive of it or not. You know what I'm saying? He got full control of all this stuff. As much as we want to help, he got full control of all of it. So if we want to look at if we got to have faith in God and believe he way more powerful than what we think it is. You know what I'm saying? If we don't got it, he got it. Or she, it, whatever you want to call it. They got them. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing for us to keep worrying about somebody else's life so much. As long as we got to focus on us first. You know what I'm saying? And then we give out the extra that we get. So that's how I look at it.
Well, you sound very strong-minded. You know, a lot of people are not like that. You know, I meet a lot of people all of the time. You know, and just like someone just said in the chat, what work for one, may not work for the other.
Right.
So people, like I said, and I stand on it with this Johnny Bar and it's gonna come out sooner than later because everything that happens in the dark will come to the light. Just be careful if you're out here having sex. It's a real thing. It's real, and we must keep. If you're a follower of Jesus Christ, if you know the Lord, then hey, then you're covered. But once you step out of that and you step on the turf of the enemy, then we can't blame God for that. But thank you for sharing your platform and everything. I appreciate. I appreciate that topic. You guys have a
Mm-hmm.
good day.
I appreciate you. What's up, Mike? What you got? What you got for us? I see you. I see you loving everything she said. What you got, man?
See,
What you got on the topic, or what you got on your mind, man?
I mean, actually, I didn't even know I had came up in the box. I was getting my daughter together, and then when I came back to my phone, I was in the box. I'm like, dang. But
It's meant
she
for you to
was
be in the box. Ain't no mistake. So,
so look, she was kicking some real knowledge though. Like what she was saying, like I believe this is just my belief. I believe that it got a lot of truth to it, like what she was saying, and like like you say, I believe like if you do something one time, it could be a mistake, but if you do something more than one time, it's not a mistake. It's a pattern. It's a habit. You know what I mean? So it's just like I look at stuff like this right here. Like if something like you said, if something's gonna be, it's gonna be. Ain't no changing it. Ain't no way around it. But at the same time, I do believe you can make a mistake, long as it's just one time. Anything over one time is not a mistake. It's a habit, or you know what I'm saying. It's something that you know that you're doing, and you just don't care about it, the consequences or whatever. But like she had some real good points, and my man King Brandon, he had some good points and stuff. You know what I'm saying. Even you know what I'm saying. So it wasn't no right or wrong answers. I believe everybody had valid points, and you know what I'm saying. Everybody was talking good stuff, but you know what I mean. Like we all got to come together as one and be more of a community, because like we can get up here and talk all we want, but if we ain't reaching nobody or ain't nobody receiving the message, it's for nothing really. Because you know what I'm saying, like we gotta be able to get people on the same page, because if we not all on the same page, everything that our people fought for back in the day to get us to where we at now, I feel like it was for nothing. Because if we not trying to honor their legacy, and you know what I'm saying, carry on the torch, then what was it for? You know what I mean? It's just like we spitting in their face, smacking them in their face. We ain't showing grace for what they did to get us to where we at, because if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be no movement or nothing that like right now. So that's just my outlook and take on it.
Hmm. So I want to ask this then. What is what what do you think are, you said the ancestors, right? What do you think the ancestors want out of us? So they don't
to
be disappointed.
to carry. Like, let's say if you had ancestors that created like pretty much everything that was created came from us. So let's say if you had one of your ancestors created the phone or whatever, and if you're not doing nothing to keep that legacy where they started alive, then I feel like they looking down like, dang, I did all this and they failed me. You know what I'm saying? So I just believe that our ancestors want us to carry on what they set out and to do
Do you
better.
believe in the God?
I believe in the Most High. I don't
Okay,
believe.
Most High. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
I like that. So I'm gonna ask you this: so, do you think your ultimate goal is to please your ancestor or please your Most High?
to please. I'm gonna say both, really, because nah, for real, I say both because like if you pleasing the Most High, then you're like let's say if you pleasing the Most High, then if you pleasing Him, then your ancestors gonna be pleased with it. So that's why I say both. You know what I mean? So if you do one and pleasing it, it's gonna reflect, and they gonna be looking like, yeah, I'm proud of my grandson. I'm proud of my son, or you know what I mean? I just
So, do you believe our ancestors was angels or perfect?
no. I don't
Okay,
believe no one perfect. It's not
okay,
no perfect person.
okay. Then I'm gonna also say this: do you feel like we should follow after them or learn from them?
It depends. Like if they had a good message or was if they had a purpose or then if it was something good that they was doing, then yeah, you could follow that. But if they didn't have no purpose or have a message for you to take and carry on, then no.
Mm-mm. Okay, I feel you on that. All right. So man, the purpose may not be the same.
Come on,
But
I'm
yeah, I was
here.
just about to say something like that. What? So how about this, right? Because we gonna be ancestors one day, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how long we on Earth gonna be around. I don't know. So we don't know. We don't know what tomorrow got promised for us. But um, I always more me myself. I'm just say me then. I never wanted to live my life trying to I guess through history. I mean, I learned what I learned, and I think that's what history is for, to learn from it, to do something to make better out that situation. Just like us, right? We gonna make our mistakes. We go. Oh, I said that word. There we go. We gonna make our mistakes or whatever, if we want to call it that. We gonna live our life, but I think it's meant for us to learn from it. Like them, we should learn from our ancestors. I think a lot of time we dig so deep, we try to follow this culture and lifestyles and let's connect because that's the way they said to do it and stuff. But um, I look at it that if we want to please our ancestors, or if it was ancestors that say, "Wait, I just need you to follow the culture," and if it's God, oh, I can say God, higher being that want us to focus on being a better I mean, it's a better be a family individual or something like that, right? I think I would rather choose that then because I just look at it that everybody had flaws back then. Everybody had man, I don't know how to put this though. But basically, I just me myself. Okay, I just don't focus on history so much, man. In general, like I said, I learned what I learned. It's been talked about since I was a kid and stuff, and I look at it. It's just we got so deep in it that we be disregarding everybody else and stuff. Be like, well, forget y'all. Y'all ain't on the same plan. And I believe that overall that our Creator want us all to basically get along. I don't think He want us to divide and hate one another or something like that. Because if that's the case, He wouldn't have created all these people. 'Cause
I agree.
he made everything in this earth to not to be like, well, you should hate these people, stay away from these people. Okay, I look at it that I do understand unequally yoke and all that other stuff, but that's within your own family too. You know what I'm saying? There's certain people in your family you got to stay away from. It's certain people that some people got to connect with. So that's just with everything. I just think a little bit kind of, if they not getting with the program of trying to unite or better lifestyles. Because there's some people that just got to be left on the boat because they got their own mindset. They got their own selfishness and stuff. I believe as all of us as humans, we all bad people trying to be good. That's just what it is. I be feeling like once we learn a little information and better our life, we be feeling like we better than everybody else. But no, we just we just got a different angle of how we trying to live our life or whatever, and and do our best with it. But it's just, me myself, like I said, I just don't focus so much on that. I'm trying to make new history. And I'm not worrying about, I can want my upcomings to say that, they please, but the way they can please me is just live y'all the best life y'all can. You don't have to follow what I do. You don't have to follow my culture or whatever we want to call it and stuff, or stick with your own kind and all this other stuff or whatever. I can care less about it. As long as you making a better living in life and loving one another, that's all I really care about. And that's what I think all cultures should do. That all ancestors should have that mentality. I think it's just a selfish type mentality. If any of our ancestors is like, well, no, I need y'all to stick with this and all that, because I can't see our higher being saying doing that. I just can't see that. Because like I said, why would he create all these things to stay away from them? Like, you know what? Nah, you don't have to, they not thinking the same way as you, so get on, you know what I'm saying? I think he want us to, or she, it, whatever, want us to love all one another. I think that's the ultimate goal, because I do believe we were all made out of love. That's my beliefs, right?
Yeah.
I do believe it.
Hey, Kev, I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you on what you were saying, but I also believe that our ancestors and like, all right, let's say our parents and their parents. The reason I think that they was misled because of the teachings that they was taught, or the beliefs that they was following, like the everything that they came up on, like a lot of stuff was a lie, like the school system and the stuff that they teaching the kids and they taught us. A lot of that stuff was lies. You know what I'm saying? So I really can't really blame my ancestors or my people that did messed up stuff or whatever, because they was misled. They wasn't taught right. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't really hold it against them, but I try to correct what I can, and what I can't, I just go with the flow. You know what I mean?
Mm. I think I get it though, because I believe, okay, I get it though. So, because I do believe some people are meant on this earth to follow, and some people are meant on this earth to lead. I think the reason why I think a little different is because I do feel like I want to lead my own lifestyle, and I want to create something new of just a better people, man. Because I got a whole different angle. I think even our ancestors, it would have to been a leader to have this type different mentalities because they do what they feel was right for them, right? And that's when they create, and then the following be like, okay, we're gonna probably connect with this to try to see if this is gonna work. So me myself, I was like, you know what? I look at all their mistakes and I look at people's mistakes on earth, and I'm coming from a different angle. So I would rather lead and start something different, because if it was up to me, I would want everybody, no matter what the skin color is, no matter what your beliefs is, I want to find a way for all of us to connect in some type of way. Because me myself, I develop a love for just humans in general, because I just look at it that I could, and I've always been that type since I was a little kid, that I could have been any of these people, that, especially the people we be talking against and all that stuff. I could have been any of them. I mean, my spirit could have went in any of them. I don't think just selfishness all the time. I know a lot of us do that. Well, we gotta just, and I'm not like that, and it couldn't be me and whatever, but it could have been you. You know what I'm saying? Just like it could have been us with the people that, and that's what's more stuff that opened my mind. I've been seeing people that just be across the seas that be losing their lives, or earthquakes and all this stuff. I could have been any of them. I be thinking about stuff like that. I could have been the people that passed away during the 2019 and stuff. I could have been. It was a rock And that was one of the biggest things. I was like, wow, it just show you that you could be gone in 2 seconds. It was this people that was in this boat or whatever, and they was in the middle of the water and stuff, and this little mountain rock thing, out of all the spots it can fall, it fell right on them and unalived a bunch of them. And I'm like, man, what is the chances? So it's like, I be looking at stuff like that. I could have been one of them. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like that. It was meant to happen because it's like that was so rare for something like that to happen, especially in the middle of the water and a freaking rock from across. I don't know what it was. This big old giant rock crushed all them. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it made me open my mind. Like, I gotta. I gotta create something new. Just in general, I'm just or think. That's what I was getting to. I just always try to think in fairness. That's how I am because I don't think just being just me and me trying to please this or whatever. I'm trying to make a new connection. Like I said, if I gotta be a person that can make a new culture or a new belief system or something like that to get everybody to connect, because that's how I look at it. Because I do believe everybody got a heart. Not everybody, but I don't know. But I just believe that a lot of us is just we all want the same thing, but we just coming in different angles of it. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? I could have been one of them people across the seas that's like celebrating, that's worshiping stones and all that stuff, but that's all I knew. You know what I'm saying? Who to tell them that they wrong? That's all they grew up off of. You know what I'm saying? I just think of stuff like that. I think our creator is going to have a big enough heart to realize that they trying their hardest. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he'd be like, oh, dang, you celebrating somebody else, but then, well, why create them that way? You see what I'm saying? So it's like I do have like I said, I think about just more than me then. So if I can create something new, I'd rather be that new ancestor that can make something new that have everybody come together. No matter, like I said, your skin, your belief, or whoever your ancestors will. Forget what they talking about. If they not talking about love, I ain't with it.
Yeah, but see, hey, love. See, a lot of people go with, all right, you can show all the love to people and the same, all the love that you show to people, but the love that you showing, you're not receiving or they not giving back.
I
So
don't
you
care
can,
though. That's what I'm saying. Mine's genuine though. That's why I said. That's why That's why I'm trying to change everybody's minds. We be thinking about uh tit for tat. Like if you don't do it, I'm not gonna do it. But if I'm a natural kind person, I can care less if you show it back. I did my job. You know what I'm saying? Why worry about what somebody else doing? That you come out there, you do what you naturally doing. If you feel like that's the only way you can give love is if you receive it back, then you got some more work to do within yourself. That's just all it is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff's supposed to be naturally inside of us. We shouldn't have to be waiting for somebody to say hi first or this or you ain't text me back and all that stuff. No, it is what it is. If you naturally a loving person or you built yourself that way, why not say hi to somebody else because somebody ain't say hi to you? You see what I'm saying? So I can
yeah,
care less if they receive it,
I agree
if they
with
give
that.
it back or not. I did my job.
I agree with that, but this is the thing. I don't mind being used, but just don't misuse me or try to overuse me. Like you can have the goodest heart that you want. I don't do the tick for tat stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you, like you said, you can show all the love you want to. You did your part. Just because you do your part, don't mean that you know what I'm saying. It's gonna change the outcome of the situation. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you can use me and I can give you all the love that just because I could be a messed up person, don't mean that you have to be a messed up person. But at the same time, I don't mind a person I don't mind a person using me, just don't misuse me or overuse me or abuse me. You know what I'm saying?
Now you can only get used if you allow it though. That's you, but that depends on how
but
much
but
you
if,
can
but
take
if
though.
you always showing love to a person and you always showing love and they not showing the love back, you're getting misused. You're not.
That's
It's
subjective then. That's you. That would you be you feeling like that. I wouldn't. I just feel like I'm me. I'm genuine with my love. I can care less if they give it back. So I can't
just
get
like
used
you
if that's what
said.
I do.
Just like you said, that's me. That's you. So just because I say
Exactly.
it, so you know what I'm saying. So just because what I'm saying don't make it right, and what you saying don't make it right or wrong. You know what I'm saying. That's the only thing that
The
I'm saying.
difference is mine is more genuine. Yours is saying I need something in return, or if I don't get a return, I'm getting used. That's the difference.
Of course,
But that's your, I get it. That's more of your lifestyle because you feel like that you have to get something back. That's you, but that's right. You right on your end because you need something to receive back. I'm right on my end because like I believe love should be genuine and it don't have to be returned back. And if I can't get used for what I already am, you know what I'm saying. But I'm smart enough to know if
But I
who to be
feel like a
around or
lot of
not.
people don't understand that because at the end of the day, this is what happens. Men invest time in certain situations and scenarios and become these theoretical placeholders in someone's life that doesn't have any value or see value in them. And I think that as a man, especially, you need to be more conscious to the decisions that you make with who you're making them with, because some people will see that and see that you're just easy to manipulate and that I'm going to take advantage of it and overuse it. And some people are going to see that as this is his authentic self and he does need to be worth more than just a placeholder. And a lot of people keep us in their lives as placeholders. A lot of people keep us in their lives as convenience. A lot of people keep us in their lives because they're codependent. And a lot of people will use and manipulate us because they think that's what we want. And part of the truth is that we allow them to do so. Because if we keep doing and doing, but you expect something in return, that's where you're going to set your downfall because your expectations are too high for that person. Your personal standards needs to be higher. And I feel like as men, if we don't have our standards high and we don't know when it's an adequate time to walk away from a person, individual, or a particular situation, we will be our own demise.
I agree, 100%.
I'll say one of the things that I heard that were very pivotal. Kev said, being naturally, you know, it's amazing the conversations I hear, and I don't know if Kev probably heard me say this before. It's amazing how apple trees don't ever have an identity problem. They just grow apples.
Right.
Whether somebody pick an apple or not is no concern of the tree. They just produce apples.
Yep.
And if you decide to come along and pick the apple and get the nourishment and the enjoyment of the apple, then you've got a benefit. But the apple tree is neither more or less than because you got an apple. So when we dealing with these any type of relationships, you know what I'm saying? We just don't have to talk about romantic relationships, but any relationships.
Right.
There's give and take, and you allow, the gentleman that was just speaking said that it's all about what you allow.
Right.
So you determine. People don't get to they don't get to manipulate and misuse you because you determine whether they're in your life or not. They
Right.
can't make you stay connected to them, you know. So we look at different situations, and especially in relationships that's personal. I can say, hey, Kale, my brother, I love Kale, but Kale can't get $20 from me again because I gave Kale $20 and he didn't give it back. You know what I'm saying? But I'll go to a
Exactly.
job and
That
I'll
don't
go
make
to
you
a
stop
job.
loving me though. You see what I'm saying?
Nope. But I can go
Exactly.
to a
That's my
job. But
point.
check this out though, Kel. Those $20, I feel like I can say, man, Kel used me. He just came and borrowed my money and then give it back to me. But then I'll go to a job and make $15 an hour when the job nets $40 profit off me. But I don't feel like I'm being used.
Well, good. Yeah.
So it's all in perspective, but we have to understand that the way we live, and I'm 51 years old, and I'm just basing my life off the 51 years of knowledge that I've attained since birth until now. My 51 years in the tens of thousands of years that people have been on the earth pales. It is nothing compared to that. You feel what I'm saying? And what I'm getting at by saying that, there's a whole way that life existed. I only got this existence from 1972 up until now. I don't know what it was. I don't know what my natural state was. But because this is the new natural for me. And
Right.
I've been fortunate enough to live long enough to see how technology and time changes the way people perceive and see things. There used to be a time where if it used to be a time where I could call you and your line was busy. I couldn't get through to you if you were talking to someone else. We didn't have cell phones. If you weren't at home, guess what I had to do? I had to wait till you get home before I could talk to you if I didn't see you physically. Now, bring in the intervention of cell phones and texting, and people feel like that you're supposed to be at their beck and call. And every time I call you or every time I text you, you should reply. And look at what that's done in relationships. So if you don't reply to my text in the timely manner that I think you should, or answer my phone calls when I think you should, then you're not a good partner. You're not a good mate, because I can't have that unbridled access to you, unbridled access to you the way that I want to. And then I look at that and make that a bad characteristic in a person, when it was a point in time that didn't even exist.
Right.
You know, so you could go so deeply in the conversation with so many different levels, but it's still all based about how the individual sees where they are and the individuals that they're involved in. And we have to realize this: through nature, everything is symbiotic. Trees exist to give us oxygen, and in turn, naturally, we give the trees carbon dioxide. It is a symbiotic relationship that depends on one another. But if I don't go stand next to a tree and just talk to it, trees ain't falling down dead. They don't just wither away. So, like Kev said, some of these things we're out of our alignment with nature. So these things become very, very, very subjective in how we see things. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I do believe, I do understand though. It's everybody different though, so I do believe that. So like I said, I don't like, me myself. I don't want to say what's right or wrong or not. I think just with me and my passion, I'm more of I try to motivate people and uplift people until let people know that we are better than what we think we are. Um, I know a lot of us probably might think low of ourselves and went through a lot of things and stuff, but it's like, hey, at the end of the day, we still here. We still here, and we still got a chance to do something better. Every day we wake up, we got a chance to try better in our life, or overcome these problems that we had in our past and stuff. Like I said, the ultimate thing is, like so I say, every time somebody asks me how I'm feeling today, I say blessed. It's a blessing every day to get to retry again. I don't. A lot of these worries and stuff we be having and stuff. It's just like I be looking at, like, if I can't control it or do anything about it, it's like, why? I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm not about to worry about it or nothing. I'm gonna let life gonna happen no matter what. So that's why I'm big on, like, I'm gonna move. I got to move forward with what I got. I was I was given certain things. I was presented certain things in life. So it's like, what can I do with it and move forward with it? And how can I help the next person with it if I can help? You know what I'm saying? In the best way I can from what I know. And that's how I look at it. It's no different from, like, when we research so much stuff and say how smart we is. We get all these degrees and wasted. I ain't gonna say wasted, but so many years. I done got that. I went to school for this, and I knew all this book. Did you know this book and all this stuff? Like, I look at it, I'm like way beyond that. I don't look at all this history stuff and all that just to brag about it or tell somebody how smart they not because they didn't read it. You need to do your research and all that. Hey, whatever. If it was meant for them to do that research, they'll do it. We ain't really gotta force everybody, because especially if they live in a wonderful life and a healthy family and all that stuff. What's the point? They don't have to do too much. Keep continue doing what you doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know we heard that saying before. So it's like I said, I think our whole goal is to really try to live the best way we can or healthily we can, you know what I'm saying, and then try to set up for the next future, for our next gen, you know what I'm saying, until whatever how long Earth's supposed to be here. So it's just like I just don't spend my whole time on that. I learn from what I learn from whatever they teach me, and I try to make with the information I got, and try to spread it the best way I can, and instead of just getting all this stuff to get smart just to go to the grave with it, and then worms just suck on me, and I ain't did nothing to spread any type of information or try to make any type of change with what I get, because I'll never just get that. We get all this information just to brag about it. You know, sweet, that's cool. I know this and you don't know that. Like, who cares? Like, when we gonna start making action with what we know? You know what I'm saying? Good looks, Rebel, and she ain't good looks. But when we gonna start doing it?
Thank you, thank you.
Appreciate that, Jen.
But yeah, but
But
if y'all want to start
I
on the
say this
topic, then we can do that though.
I always tell when I did homeschool. We did a homeschool collective for a few years, and I used to tell the children
Hmm?
that this terminology, this is stuff that people made up. You know, so if for me, intelligence is in your capability to learn,
Mhm.
because I can go and get a PhD in engineering. That don't mean I know anything about dealing with a medical body.
Right.
You know, so when we take these things as information accumulated that we supposed to use and try to take that and determine levels of people's intelligence, because once we learn the same information, then we know the same thing.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? So your capabilities to learn, and then that gets even more complex because everybody's learning style is different. You might
Mhm.
be a visual learner. I might be a mechanical learner. We might have an audio learner. You know, so I know people who can see it in the book and give it back to you verbatim, but when it comes time to put it together through a blueprint with their hand, they can't do it.
Each one
So
Right.
does that make each one teach one? But does that make them smarter than the individual who can look at something, take it a loose, and put it back together just by looking at it and taking it a loose? Because
nope.
you got a degree from a group of people that gave themselves an accreditation and that charge you to get this information. So in a lot of that sometimes keeps us devised, because you
Right.
got people that say, "Well, I won't listen to them because they don't have the amount of schooling that I have, or they ain't read the
Exactly.
amount of books I have."
Blocking their own blessings. Right. So, all right, we're gonna ahead and hit this topic up now. Oh, we can go ahead and start with conscious. This is my favorite guy I want to do this one with. You know, I'm about to love this one right here because I'll be hearing his talking points. I love it. You perfect person to come up here for this one, though.
What you
Because I'll
want,
be asking you this
Kev?
question so many times.
What's happening? What we
So,
got?
what's the deal, man? So the topic, true religion. It's like an exclamation and a question mark. So everybody be like, my stuff is more truer than yours. I'll be hearing people do that a lot. So, all right. What makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in this world?
Not a damn thing. Besides my ego.
Okay. I like how you did that. That was good. That was good. That was Gucci. Should I go down the line or get everybody? Okay, I'm gonna go down the line then. Let's go down the line just to have everybody to talk. And Antonio, what makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in this world?
My beliefs ain't better than nobody's beliefs. They
Hmm?
just mine.
Hey? Okay. I like how you emphasize that too, though. I like that. Mike?
I'm gonna have to agree with Antonio because, like, I feel you can't say that your beliefs are better than the next person, because how can I say that my beliefs are better than yours when you may think that your beliefs are better than mine? So I can't. It's no is no right or wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I just, yeah, it ain't no right or wrong.
Feel you on that. Uh, Brandon, what's the deal, man? What makes your beliefs better than everyone else's?
I'm sorry, man. Honestly, I've been zoning out because I've been thinking shit. I've been thinking about my own decisions. And listen, when that lady came up here, she put a lot of perspective on me.
I told you.
I'm still thinking about what the fuck she was saying to me. Like, honestly, like, here's the thing, man. And what she said to me was really, really eye-opening too. Like, I feel like us as men, our biggest downfall is letting the wrong people in at the wrong times all the time. Shit, some of that can come from inside of your own household.
Facts.
I didn't even learn that I probably got more family that's friends, and we don't even share the same blood. So, if we were talking about realizing our decisions, and we talk about realizing our decisions, I think it's time to become a little bit more hardened with our choices.
Right.
I feel like as men, we get put through the most tests, the most trials, the most tribulations, the most scrutiny, the most frustration, the most turmoil, whatever the fuck you want to say, we get put through it. And I think that, actually, I know that going into 2024, I'm finna start playing a little bit more different in the game. You gotta earn me. I don't need to earn you. Because I done showed time and time again that I was willing to earn someone's trust, loyalty, love, and affection. Nah. 2024 all year round is you gotta earn me. You gotta prove to me. Because I already done proved to myself the man that I am.
True.
So the way that it becomes about beliefs to me, we need to start believing in ourselves instead of putting too much false belief in everyone else. If someone believes something other than you and it's not hurting them, how does it affect you? It doesn't hurt me. But I know I got to make that conscious decision to stay the fuck away from someone who has an idea and a mindset that's harmful to others. You got to make a better decision as a man. If that's not the light you walk in, why are you walking with them?
Every time I look around, hood bearing a G.
Why do I give a damn about how somebody else feels? I don't. Because your beliefs is your beliefs, my beliefs is mine. If they don't align, you wouldn't be in my circle. And that's why my circle is so small. Because not a lot of people gonna align with me. People just
Kachi, you about to say something though? You got that music plastic.
Like a lot of people kicking with a lot of people, right?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Think about this. Let's go back to high school days. We all had the one friend that was, always had the jokes. We all had the one friend that may have had a little bit of money. We all had the one friend that was funny as hell, always wanting to roast everybody when he was the ugliest one in the group. We all had the friend that brought the girls around. We all had friends. And they didn't really make a cohesive unit because most of us was boxing with one another. Soon as you said something, it was a scrap session, but we were still friends though. I feel like if you want to be seen as a serious person and a serious character and you believe in the shit that you say, you should align with people who think the same way. If I don't believe in jumping from woman to woman, why would I hang out with brothers that's jumping from woman to woman? If I don't believe in chasing women at the club I'm not finna be hanging out with dudes that's chasing women at the club. If I don't believe in men that say body count matters, I'm not finna hang out with men who say body count matters. If I don't believe in men that want to have a stable life and a stable income and be on their morals and take care of their priorities and shit, why would I want to be hanging out with bums? Someone's belief system and someone's actions are two different things. But if you want to align yourself with like-minded people, that's where success truly lies. Or not even just like-minded people. Maybe somebody who's a little bit further than you in life, has a little bit more success in life, so you can learn from what they're doing, see the examples of what they're setting. Because a lot of us growing up didn't really see that much guidance anyway. Most of the guidance we saw was about the dudes on the street corner selling a little bit of jazz and everything. You know what I'm saying? Claiming to be your brother, saying we gonna ride for you, but when something go down, they ain't never there. That was the guidance a lot of us seen as black men. And the moment that we start to see knowledge, wisdom, why do we have to choose the same people that was there in the downfall anyway? How many educational conversations can you have someone off of a 10-10-3-2-1 call in prison? I mean, you know, not me. What you gonna tell me about how to make an ice pick? No. I want to have conversations with men who know about 401ks and stocks and bonds and investments and how to build generational wealth. Someone's ideas does not affect you unless you choosing the wrong person's ideas to benefit from. And when you see your similarities in what you think with other people, you align. When you don't see similarities with other people, you sit here. You stay stagnant. You don't move. And then you wonder why everything feels so blah. Because you just sitting there listening to a bunch of shit that doesn't make sense. But because you're a yes man, you're going to agree. When are men going to stop being yes men? And when are men going to start being leaders instead of followers?
I got a quick question, and I know that term to me is kind of cliche. So if every man is leading, who's following?
No man is leading. I'm going to tell you right now. Name another man that's a leader. What are you out there doing? What are you on here saying to effectively change men's mindsets? Hear what I said, men's. We can't
Yeah,
change
yeah.
one.
So
Hold on,
what?
hear me out.
For,
We
for,
can't change a
hold on.
woman's
I just want
mindset.
to ask you a quick question. What's your definition of leader?
Someone who's competent. He says what he means and he walks on that. A man of action, a man of character, a man of standard, a man who is not afraid to speak and say, look, you can do this way. But if you don't want to take my advice, that's you. Someone who's willing to get his toes stepped on for the betterment of the community. Because as you know, as black men, everything falls onto us anyway. We're the reason the community is the way it is. We're the reason the women are the way they are. We're the reason for the white supremacy. We're the reason for the patriarchy, blah, 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 blah. So the moment that we start to take ownership and walk in lights, not everybody's gonna understand or care to listen or even comprehend. Only thing we can do is better ourselves, show that we are walking the same way and be consistent in it. A. And B, not jeopardizing who we are to appease no man or woman. And C, instilling all those same values, principles, morals, virtues, standards into our children. So our children know how to work and walk in the same lights that we do. That's how you become a leader, by
So do
leading
you
by
feel that
example.
that doesn't exist in our community at all?
I feel like there's a lot of lackluster people who lack accountability. Hold on. Excuse me.
Bless you,
I feel
brother.
like there's a lot of people that lack accountability, knowledge, comprehension, appropriate education, consideration, standards, principles, morals, and virtue. And a lot of people say that those people are lost. But no, those people need guidance. So who's really giving them the guidance? That's
Let me
what our
ask y'all.
community lacks.
Let me ask y'all a question. What is the greatest key to being a great leader? Like, what's the main key to being a great leader? What do that leader must know how to do?
I'm about
Influence.
to end this whole thing. It's subjective, man. Leader is subjective, man. Just depends.
I
Everybody
say
got their own.
to be a good to be a great leader, that leader must know how to follow.
That's an oxymoron.
Not because who taught that leader how to be a leader
I
if you
feel
never
you though,
followed the
but
leader?
yeah, I feel you though. I get you saying. I mean, but I get that you have to be a follower first before you become a leader. But I'm just saying, if you was like to combine it together, that'd be an oxymoron. You can't be a leading follower. That just sounds
That
funny
just
to me.
like see like that just like the teacher. Who taught the teacher? Who taught the first
Yeah,
teacher?
most definitely. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Though.
So nobody is a leader. We all lead ourselves, but we all lead as one in the pack. You get what I'm saying? We all have the same
I
power
think
as
we
the
all
next
lead
man.
and follow to a certain extent. That's why I said it's subjective.
Facts.
It depend on where where and when and the areas you at. You know what I'm saying? Your
Right.
kids look at you as a leader. I mean, depending on it just depends. That's all that's subjective. Everybody got the ability to be some type of form of leader. Some people just more followers. Majority of us are more
Oh
followers than
yeah.
leaders, though. But
Oh yes, sir.
yeah, so I don't know. It's very subjective. We
I
can't
can
call
agree with
somebody
that.
like you're not a leader because they not
Yeah.
following you and stuff. So we can't have. Yeah.
But see, a
Hey, I
leader,
just wanted,
I
I
think
just
that
wanted to see what
people to
perspective
follow him.
he
I
was coming
think
from
if they
with the
follow him,
question.
he would want that to be like their own choice, but like he wouldn't want them to follow him. Like he wouldn't require them to follow him. If you follow, you follow. But I ain't about to make nobody follow. You get what I'm saying?
Nah. What you was saying, Antonio?
Então,
I don't know what happened, but I guess we go ahead, Mike. I think we on number 2 now. Go ahead, do number 2. If someone believes something other than yours and it's not hurting them, how does it affect you? Rashida, I see you down there.
if someone believes something other than you need to add Christians that if
Why do
someone
you
believes
always go for one group?
because don't be the main one be
Christians
like
must have
you need
hurt
to
your
follow
feelings, man.
Jesus. You need to follow Jesus. And leave me alone. If I'm not bothering y'all, don't come bother me. Let's
So
see.
no other religion
That
has
same,
talked to you like
hey,
that.
I bet you
It
don't
don't
keep that
affect me.
same energy for Jehovah's Witnesses.
Right, that's all I'm saying. You got
Well,
this
look,
100 things. You picking one.
that's that's a whole cult, but Jehovah's Witness is a denomination of Christianity, so Christians as a whole. If 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 anyone can tell me you're going to hell, you're a Christian. Leave me alone.
I mean, but what make you any different though? You go for one thing, you go from that, but you want people to believe in what you believe in too. That's
That's
just
how I
their
know.
perspective. If you don't feel like you're going to hell, it's good. It is what it is.
Shit, I know one thing about how my mind works. People
Well, I
can't
can
even
tell
see my point of
they
view
start talking to
sometimes,
you. You
so
had a
I know they
big
can't
problem with
believe.
Christianity.
No,
They
I
must
ain't
have
got a big
damaged
problem
your
with it.
life.
Nuh-uh, no, it just
I think so. Even
I
your
don't got a
concept
problem
just
with them
go
at
against
all.
Christian. I'm like, no,
It
you spend
just
your whole life. to the great Christianity.
Nah,
There's so many.
hey, actually, that was just a few months in the summertime because I was bored. But actually, because Christianity is just a big old. The fact that it's all false, like it's all false. Now, Jesus Christ, he was real, but he actually came from the true Creator God and was sent down to tell the people following the Abrahamic religion that their God name is really Yahweh and that it's a false God. That's why they crucified him and got him out the way.
Wow.
Let
Where
me
you get
ask
your
this question.
information
Let
from?
me ask this question.
We
What
not
does it matter if it's false or
nice
not?
right now. I'm not gonna do that.
That's
I'm not gonna do that.
Because Yahweh, he's the devil, pretty much.
where the
Okay.
heck do you be getting your information from?
But this is my question.
Research.
Like,
Is everyone? I know I'm a little old. Does everybody remember Aesop fables?
you got me on that one.
It was these things we learned in grade school. Was like the ant and the grasshopper, the little boy who cried wolf. Do y'all remember those stories? Do anybody remember those stories?
Yeah.
So they were all made up stories, but they were to teach you a point. So like the ant and the grasshopper, when summer was in, the ant was working, he was building, getting things prepared for winter, and the grasshopper sang and played all summer. And when winter came, the ant had his provisions and the grasshopper didn't. So the grasshopper perished. That's a fake story that teaches us about accountability and responsibility for what you need to prepare for what you need to have. Now,
Or maybe they, hold
because
on.
that story is fake,
I think that
can I
was
not take the
or
lesson out of it?
or they was only telling that story from the end point of view and not from the grasshopper because they still had grasshoppers after the fact.
But I'm saying though, there's a message in the story, and because the story is a fictional story that's made up, can we not get the message out of the story?
Yeah, it's a message, but it's a message to every story though.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from a dummy as well. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I got a few questions I want to ask Conscious because I love this. We talking about the
It's
right
like
topic for
I
this one,
don't
though.
like let me clarify this. Like I don't really have a problem with religion as a whole. It's mostly the Bible.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that. Now you just went straight for what I wanted you to go for. So my thing is, right, because I think that's probably what I got over you, though. I noticed, though, is, and I ain't even trying to be like this, though, is open-mindedness, right? So I do believe every last religion has some type of truth into it, and I realize, and just talking to you for the little time, for the good time I knew you for a good amount. I noticed you focus a lot on Christianity and it's literally 100 religions you can focus on though. But you look up anything you can find to go against it though, which is probably I could tell something because you said you used to be that, and so something must have hurt you in your life to why you got to look up everything to go against the Bible or whatever, right? I don't know. I never knew who spend that much time to go against a certain religion unless they got it affected by some type of way. So I always looked at it this way because I used to be like, I had to ask myself, like, what is so bad about the Bible for me to not want to, I guess follow it, right? Because I do want to know, like, do you think the world would be worse if we was to actually follow what's being said in the Bible? Or did you even read the whole entire Bible or enough of it?
Yeah, I read
Because you pick out the
King
weirdest
James
parts to be
version.
like, well, they did that.
Because there should be contradictions. But I read the King James Bible 3 times, the Jehovah's Witness Bible once,
Sure.
and the Catholic translated Bible twice. 'cause I went to Catholic school.
Oh.
So like, so what your question is?
I'm saying, do you think the world would be worse if we was to actually follow what the Bible?
I mean, I don't know how we could actually like follow the Bible because it don't really like deal.
Because I'm pretty. Every religion has certain rules or beliefs that that should be followed to get to a certain higher being. That's what I notice that's what the similarities is in a lot of everybody's beliefs and books.
James, let's just use the 10 Commandments as an example for the
That's
King
what I was
James.
about to literally get to too. So I'm gonna use that then, right? Do you think the world will be destroyed if we was to follow the 10 Commandments?
the fact that human beings can have the feeling of envy, that's breaking a commandment right there.
I didn't ask you that question. As I said, you about to deflect again. I'm just saying, the
Oh,
viewers, if
I
they
mean,
was to follow,
all right. So if it was to follow, I mean, do you think there would be? Let me think about this for a second. There'll be no wars.
don't help. I'm just talking to conscious right now.
I think the problem is with most people.
Hold up real quick. Hold up. Let me talk to conscious real quick. I don't need no assistance with him right now. I just want him to.
I'm trying to run through every commandment in my head and say. So
okay, I'll pull them up for you then, so we can make it harder. You ain't gotta. We can go to Google. You use research on that, so we can research it right here for you. Sis.
Yeah, my other phone dead, so you better put my other phone dead. Thou shalt not bear false witness against their neighbor, thy neighbor. What is the other one? That's 3 right there.
So there'll be no gossip, no wars. Put them up for me so I can, so what, that was 3 of them right there? Which ones those was?
Thou shalt not kill.
All right, so one of them is
not witness against thy neighbor. Thou should not covet his wife.
Yo, Mike going crazy. What the heck?
Right.
I got you. I'm gonna do it though, because your stuff was messing all up. Okay. You shall not have other gods before me. Okay, that's 1. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images. Thou shalt not take thy name, Lord thy God, in vain. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. Thou shalt not unalive. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. So how you feel about that?
Why I like the first 5 is like pertaining to like not talking about God bad. So those right there, I etched them out. But the last 5, honoring mother and father, okay, yeah, it'll teach people discipline. Thou shalt not covet neighbor's wife. That means you should not want, so you can't envy, can't be jealous. Okay. Thou shalt not kill, so there'll be no wars. I think that'll be peace. It'll be peace. Because people would have like, and the fact that thou should not have no other God but me. I think everybody would be under the same religion. So like nobody would be having arguments or like conversations about the different religions. Whenever at the end of the day, most of the major religions all fall under the Abrahamic God, if I'm correct.
I think so too, though. So that's okay, and that's how I look at it, right? And all of it is just a belief or not. Even like if we be calling things facts and stuff, but it's still a belief, because at the end of the day, we wasn't in the lab with that doctor when they created it and make this say that it's a fact. We wasn't at the beginning of the time to say what is true or not and stuff. So that's why, like I say, my open mindedness has got that far to like, even if the Bible, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm 100% in it. I believe in it, but I'm not going to say it's fact. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't here at the beginning of time. I'd be lying to myself. And then what I notice, a lot of us, what we do is that we tie our experiences towards whatever we believe in and say that is true. But I believe everybody has some type of truth or some connection to whatever. At the end of the day, I look at it that it ain't no such thing as the truth or whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. That's just me. Because it ain't no proven fact until the truth comes to our face or whatever. Because like I said, we the names we even call higher being, because that's one thing I know, it got to be some type of creator to create all this anyway. So that's dang near a fact, because I don't think nothing just pop up out of nowhere for no reason. So that's one thing that we know for sure that's a fact. That's the only thing that everybody can probably believe in. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, it's like these different names, right? We God, Yahweh, Buddhist, Muhammad, and all that stuff. They can all be the same exact person. That's how I look at it. That's the whole point of me asking the similarities or about that, because I do believe it's all in one. You know what I'm saying? It's just different routes to get to the same situation and stuff, and it's something to keep us to follow some type of order. Because that's what's needed. Because in our human nature, without researching none of this stuff, or without some type of commandments or some type of rules or something like that, when I tell you we most definitely evil people, or we horrible people for real. Ain't nobody's born good. Even in, for example, we have to tell a baby no as soon as they come out. Like if they was people saying this is naturally we supposed to be good and bad. We know right and wrong from this. That is not true. That's the biggest lie somebody can ever say. We don't know right from wrong. Somebody had to literally teach us that from birth. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise we'll go off a straight up impulse, and whatever we feel like it's gonna be justified, and it is what it is. Because this is how I felt. You took something away from me. I'm angry, and I'm going to knock your head off, and I'm not going to feel like I'm wrong because this is how I felt. It's humans. It's grown people to this day that still feel that way. They don't feel like it's wrong. Like I said, right or wrong is kind of taught. But if we off our regular human nature, we evil. we evil people. That's just what it is. It had to be something to get us together. You say you are very. I mean, it takes time. It's just being observant of life. I don't spend my whole time trying to look at history and stuff. I just look at life. That's all it is. That's really all it is, though. But
like, I don't really look at us as evil. It's just like if we was to just follow our instincts, it'd be self-preservation and like survival of the fittest, king of the jungle. Who go survive? The weak or the strong? You know.
Yeah, like, that's the case. A lot of us wouldn't be born though, so that's the reason why we need. Exactly. Do you believe we need any type of control in life? We should or no?
Any control? No, not.
Or should we be free?
I can't. Well, see, like this is the thing. I can't really say because I never experienced the other side of it, so I can't really say how it would be, and I don't want to make an assumption of it, you know. And I have no way of even trying to picture it of how it would be, because it'd be based off of how I want it to be, kind of based off bias of my mind and not actually how it might be. So I can't really say that.
Okay, I got you. But we one thing we can do is look at reality and how the world going is now. So just imagine that. That's how I picture it in, and then look at just how the past went, looking at how just how we are. You know what I'm saying? Just even us, right? What would we do if we get pissed off? You see what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people will be hurt, right? It take law to put us in check, right? Because otherwise, like, a lot of people probably be unalive if we had the chance that we can get away free with it, or if there was such thing as a purge.
Look,
imagine
this,
that.
out of every species on Earth, we the loudest ones. If we go back like that, we'll be quiet because we'll think twice about saying something to the next person, knowing that we don't know how really strong that person is. We don't know what they know, or none of that. But we the only.
You believe that?
Actually, yeah.
Wow, how you know that? That's you being smart, but humans have to. What the heck? I don't think humans just came out smart. Like, you know what? I don't know if I want to mess with them. Some people have to be made an example out of first, though, before they even learn something.
That's what I'm saying. So whoever is I don't want to say king of the jungle, but whoever is like I don't want to say alpha, but the alpha human at the time or whatever, they, it's power. So you go think twice about saying something. Like think about somebody with a pum. You go think twice about talking loud to him before you talk loud to this dude who ain't got nothing.
True, but me seeing other humans that don't care, that still go in police's face, that we want to talk about, I can talk about that now. They still running to me. Pop me then. Do what you gonna do. They don't care. It's people that just don't care. You know what I'm saying?
If we go
people not smart, or I can't say that.
And think about it, they're not smart, and they wouldn't be alive long either.
Yeah, I feel you though, and that's what I'm getting to. So just like even if it's an alpha, whoever we want to call it, right? Some people gonna be like, let's jump him because we don't want nobody over us. You know what I'm saying? It can go many ways, but based off a human, how we are or how our emotions work, man, it literally shows, and that's how I'm going off of it. It just showed that if we had no type of control, because a lot of us can't even control ourselves now. You know what I'm saying? Some people scared of the word control. You know what I'm saying? Who are you and all this stuff, and people. You see how people talking right now. So I just can't see it. And that's what made me go to, like, I feel like if we ain't get taught a lot of these things or learn, a lot of us just wouldn't be here. We literally will be done for. It's no such thing as no, in my book, right? It's no good human. It's not good. It's us trying to be good, but we not good. We not. We had to learn how to be good. That's just what it is.
Right. See, like, and like this one thing that
I feel like,
I'm gonna say, I do know 99.9% of the way. Religion took religion took humans out of nature. I can't say that.
Right, because we naturally need that, right, and it showed that it's needed though. Because if we just
Right,
go off nature, like I said, we wouldn't be here. A lot of us wouldn't be here. Our
right,
own
and
families would take it. You thought, oh, if we want to go to the Bible, we see what happened with Cain and Abel. They was brothers. They didn't care. They felt like what they did was right. You know what I'm saying? I don't like you, but bye. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Stuff
and
like
then
that.
Cain got banished and found the wife, but who was his wife? That's the first question that I always have. And you
Yeah,
see,
but like I said,
if
yeah,
they,
I feel you.
but look,
I feel you.
but like
You ask,
if
but I
they
look at it if you don't want to believe
if
something,
they
you want to
do
believe
say
something.
that they
But
had no, but look, if they do say that they had people outside the Garden of Eden, then the Garden of Eden has no more special aspect to it because they already had humans outside the garden. So
most
what was
definitely.
the garden even for? You know?
Yeah, I feel you though. But I guess that's what made you, because you didn't get enough information because the book wasn't big enough to tell the rest of the story. You like, I'm
Made
gonna
it
make
big
a reason
enough.
why.
They the ones who handpicked the books to go in there. Made it big
Imagine how
enough.
big the book would be if we had every last detail. I look at it, and this is how I look at stuff. With all information, right? It's
Hmm.
gonna give us the main points we should learn. I don't think we meant to know everything on Earth. Cause like we be want to know everything like we a god ourselves. That's impossible. To this day, we won't learn it. No matter how much research we do, we will never know anything, and that's just reality. And then there's more new stuff that's happening every day. It would never happen. You know what I'm saying?
It's a reason you
We
learn
think
math
too
and
deep for
levels.
no reason, huh?
It's a reason you learn math and levels. You don't learn your numbers and then go straight to trig.
Good looks,
Wait,
double.
wait, say that again.
I say you don't learn your numbers, then go straight into trig or algebra or geometry. It's learned in levels. You can't learn everything. Like I said, you can't learn it all. We can feel like we know everything about a certain subject, but you don't. You can't learn it all. And we have to understand these things are tools.
For yourself, bro.
Tools are
I
needed.
went straight to trigonometry.
Hey, look, the other day I was in a live and this little chick had asked, "How do we know math is real?" And it made me think about something. How do we know math is real or math is true?
A lot of
Besides
stuff
just
is just constructed, man. A lot of stuff is constructed. Time, I don't even believe time is real. You know what I'm saying? We go off of sun up, sun
hell
down,
no
but
time.
what is time when we go
Hell
to
no.
space?
Time is just humans trying to
Some
keep track
order.
of a pattern.
We need order in life. That's just, and that show right there is just order. We move off order to make things function and move forward. If we don't
I
have
think
order,
time
and that
is meant to
shows,
slow
right?
us
If we don't
down.
have order or some type of religion, some type of rules, we'll be done. We just will be done for. We'll be lost and just, well,
Because we can get into the semantics of everything. Who's to say that the color we call blue is blue?
Ooh, we can go
right. I'm
into
about to
that
say
now.
You
that's what
know
I'm
what I'm
meaning by
saying?
That's my
We
topic
can
right there.
open
Time for the
minded,
topic
we can
talk.
right?
we can get into the semantics of it, but at the end of the day, does the semantics really matter? You know
Do
Yes.
it
what I'm saying?
matter?
We have to
Thank you. I'm
understand
glad you said
a
that.
tool, a
Everything matters
hammer
too.
is a hammer. Hold on, wait a minute, conscious. A
All
hammer
right.
is a hammer. A hammer's neither good nor bad. I could use it in a good or a bad way. I could build something with it, or I could injure someone with it. That doesn't make the hammer bad. It makes the
Thank you.
use of the hammer. So
Yeah.
back in the aspect of what Kev was saying, things are in different perspective that could be the same thing. Imagine going to Mexico and telling them I want some water, and then they come to you and say, "Here's your agua," and you sit there for 15 minutes and argue, "I don't want agua, I want water." You will look insane.
To the hammer thing. If I take that hammer and now unalive somebody with it, is it still a hammer or is it a weapon then?
It's a hammer. You just use it as a weapon.
Just
Nah, but it's a hammer though. At the end of the day, it's a hammer.
it's still a
It's
hammer
a hammer.
used
It's a hammer.
as a weapon.
It's about the
It doesn't change because you used it as a weapon. It's still a hammer.
It only
Exactly.
changes in the court of law based off of what's written. That's it. Not
Okay,
based
okay.
off of the
And I'm
person.
glad you said that. So now I'm about to circle back to you, conscious, with about the Bible, right?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad he just said that though, right? So just then that's why I be meaning about that because you said that the way it, what you say? But basically, you were saying it's a bad thing about the Bible, but the way it's being used, that's all that matter. That's the
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing we get into about it. So if people
I know
is using
people
the
use
Bible
the
and it's
Bible
helping them build
to
a whole
justify
good
their wrong.
family that ain't affecting nobody else in them, and they love everywhere. It is what it is. I mean, it's a good thing, right? But if some people use it to demonize and all that stuff, that's when they got to get called out. So it's the way we use things. That's why I don't have nothing against
Facts.
nobody's religion because I had a bad time with it or something like that, or I got affected by it. It's the way you use it. It's not the religion. It's not the hammer. It's not the churches. It's the way
But
we
see,
use these things. So we can't
Kev,
just put one thing in one box because we had a bad experience with it and say this
like,
is what's all over because this is how everybody else is getting affected. We don't know everybody else.
but see, I know what the Holy Bible was used for to take
Yeah,
over a
but
lot
is
of
it getting
land.
used like that now? That's just like this one dude was like, "Oh, Christmas." He was in
Justify wrongs?
another
Hell
live
yeah.
talking about Christmas was it
People
had
will do
kids
things
getting
that they use
touched
the
and all
Bible
this
to
stuff.
justify that
We're not
wrong.
using we're not using Christmas for kids getting touched. It might have got originated like that, but we are using it now to bring families together, to build a bond with one another, to celebrate what we believe in. You know what I'm saying? But it's not hurting
Yeah.
nobody.
No, like the people who use it good, like I don't have a problem with it, do your thing, but it got a lot of
Right.
people
So
who
we
use
can't
it to justify
demonize
their
one
wrongs.
section. We can't do that.
I don't demonize it though. I just discredit
For
it. That's
facts
it.
though, we using that's using feelings over facts. You gotta go with the facts. You gotta facts is gonna be facts. When you put your feelings in front of the when you use your feelings to address something instead of going with the facts over the matter, it's always gonna be, you know what I'm saying? You gotta go with the facts. You can't put your feelings in it, or when you think what you saying is right and then what he's saying is right. It's not facts, that's feelings. You gotta take your feelings out of the equation and put the facts in and go off the facts. The facts is gonna always outweigh the feelings.
True.
What you mean by that?
But
Hold on, what you
whenever
mean
I
by that? I'm trying to get what he was getting to about that. What you mean? So what's the feeling and the fact part of what's being said?
Because what he said, you said that people are using Christmas and all that to bring families together.
Right.
But Christmas and Thanksgiving and all those are pagan holidays. Those are holidays that was demonized. No matter what people are using them for today, it still don't change the fact of it being a fact that it was demonized. It was used to really script us and not uplift us. But people want to take and use they feelings and put it over the fact of the matter. You can't put your feelings in front of the facts.
Okay. So you saying it? So since you said it, because the origination is facts, right? So it's not a fact that people are. So you okay? So that's why I say we gotta listen to what we saying then. So you saying just because I'm not saying that's not a fact that it could be true. It could be true, but that's somebody told us. But you wasn't there and wrote it. You only heard somebody tell you this stuff. So we don't know. You know what I'm saying? You going off of how you feel or believe that it could be true. It might be written and it might be a fact, right? But right now, who is using these pagan holidays for that? That's what I'm trying to see. What's the fact about that?
What's the
or
fact?
Is it a feeling? I feel like these families are coming together and giving gifts and showing love to one another. Or is it a feeling?
Hell, the same way that you are telling me that what you asking me is a fact is the same way that you are like what you saying is your feelings. It's not a fact. Because
I just told you I see families coming together off of Christmas. What you talking about?
Just because you see it,
how's that not true?
Just because you see it, does it make it a fact?
Of course. What? That don't make sense.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it. All right. You got it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I gotta side with Kev on that one.
You right, I'm wrong. You right, I'm wrong.
I don't get what he talking about. I said it's a fact that I see families coming together. It's 100% a fact.
But
So
just
right
because
now,
they're coming
if you
together
see something,
doesn't.
you go gaslight yourself. You go gaslight what you see of what you observed in your own reality from your own perspective.
You asking who? Me or him?
You, Mike.
You asking me what?
So you go question what you see through your own eyesight and your own reality through your own perspective. You are the one who observed it, and you about to question it.
You all right? Have you ever heard this saying right here? Believe half of what you hear and none of what you see. So what does that mean? Tell me that.
I thought it was none of what you hear and half of what you see.
You got the point. You want to be
Okay.
like let's get to it. You understood what I was saying, but you want to be politically right. So
I
it
mean,
ain't
that's
no
two different things you said, though. I mean, I'm just saying it's two different things.
That's conscious, man. Just gotta remember, he just like that. He gonna get you some.
no like I'm
Just because I understood, somebody listening might not understand, so I gotta just.
okay, and you cleared it up, but you was trying to clear it up to be sarcastic. I caught it.
No,
They might
not really. I was trying to clear it up because if I think about it how you think about it, to me it don't make no sense because we only get everything that we know from mostly our
But-
eyes.
because you that's a feeling. That's not a fact. It's you still you still putting feelings in it instead of
That's
the
a
fact.
fact. That's a fact. All right, look, cover your eyes for the rest of your life and tell me if you can still move around good. I'd rather have my vision than my hearing.
All right, on you, KF, on you. My point is invalid. It ain't gonna make sense to nobody. So next person.
No,
You
the
never
thing
said
is,
your
I get
point.
you though. I'm just trying to get you to understand the other way too. But it is what it is. I'm not saying. I never said it could be not. I never said it wasn't true or not. My whole point is just that a lot of stuff has changed. So it's just like we could say Mother's Day, right? Mother's Day, it originated from slavery, and you hurt yourself and do this, whatever. But people are not using Mother's Day now for that. A lot of people is using it to uplift for the better, the mothers that's worth it. Even okay. Now this was not a fact when they use Father's Day and then mothers celebrate Father's Day. Now that's what it ain't supposed to be used for. Even though they're using it for that, but that day wasn't meant for that. That's the difference, though. But the overall thing is like it might have been originated a certain way, but people change originations and have it's just all about being observant. That's all it is.
That's a fact.
T-shirt telling the building what's the deal.
People change, like you said. People change a lot of stuff. That's why I don't believe in it. I don't celebrate it. I don't do none of that. I don't celebrate Christmas, Valentine's, Thanksgiving, none of those holidays, none of them. Because if you know the truth, then you wouldn't. How can you know something is
But who
true?
actually knows the truth, though? That's what I'm trying to get to. How do you know, or do you just know what another man wrote down in a book and decided to believe in it?
Boom.
How
So
do you
that's just
know?
like the Bible. That's just like the Bible. Y'all believe the Bible.
Exactly. I said the exact same. You're not about to get me. I even said that about the Bible too, right?
I don't
But I
believe
choose
in the
to
Bible.
believe in it. That's the difference. I can't say nothing is a fact.
Yeah. Me and Kev just had this conversation a couple of times. And Kev
You're not about to let me change. You're not about to make me change that. I'm really open-minded on certain situations. So if a man wrote it down, I either choose to believe it or not. Just like you choosing to believe it or not and want to call it a fact. But you don't know. You wasn't with that person next to them with the pen and saying that, well, Black history was like this or something like that. Just because it's making you feel good and say that, oh, then it's got to be right because it's that.
You can say that with everything, Kev.
Exactly. And that's how I am.
Everything is man-made.
And I believe everything was a lie.
Everything man-made.
I believe everything that was taught is a lie. Even from
True.
I believe it all is a lie. That's why half the stuff that people say, I don't believe. I don't believe half the stuff people say.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So just because I'm saying it, I don't want you to believe it or whatever. You take what you take. What you don't, you don't.
Exactly. Right.
It's like a bunch of Wayne Brady's up here. Shut up.
Shut your ass up, Brandon. Somebody touched you so earlier. Now you
Said
want
no
to
more birthdays. Right. I can't
What's up,
celebrate my
B?
birthday, but I know at the end of the day, I know my reason why I choose what I choose because this is what's better in my life or it's what's helping us get together. It's not no evil intentions behind it, even if that's why I look at things. If it started off with evil intentions, it's about being simply being observant and looking at how the world going now or whatever the situation is. You can be able to tell what's evil intentions or not. That's just how it is. Even if whatever originated from. Well, okay, the this history stuff or the whatever was meant for people to this or that. But if they not keeping up with it in that way, or they learn it in a different style and it's helping them better their life, why not? Let them continue to believe in what they believe in, because at the end of the day, we don't know the truth. We just don't know. And I would never, take because somebody said that I know, you know what I'm saying? You another human. I'm not about to believe you either, because you not a God. Or some people believe they're gods, it is what it is, but you're going to go to the grave the same exact way as me. So how godly are you? You know what I'm saying? It's just so funny to me.
No lie. I can say like a few years ago, I did have feelings toward religion that was, I really didn't like religion. But I had to think about it. What me disliking them, like how is that even bettering me? So it really got to the point where I really don't give a I don't give a fuck no more about it, because it really me sitting here disliking it is I gotta give energy to dislike something. And
Right. Like how you said that.
once I realized that, it's like, okay, it's not affecting me.
So,
It's not really
Conscious,
bothering me. So
can I ask you
I
a
just let it be.
question? Ask you a
Yes,
question.
yes, sir. You
So,
know
so
that.
would you say you giving a lot of energy to dislike the Christian religion?
No, I say I used to, but now it's more of it's not like affecting me in my life. So really, I don't really think about it.
I'm glad you.
That's
Okay, so at least I know. As long as you ain't waste your whole energy on something, just
oh
waste
hell
it.
no.
Not well. I don't like saying the word waste either, but I mean, you already on the right path with that, though. I mean, everybody gonna have their beliefs about certain things, but like in my overall thing, the reason why I'm saying what I was saying is just like, and this what this whole project. I keep calling it a project. This what this whole topic is about. It's like
Shit,
if
it's a
let people
project. It's
believe in
building
what they believe
blocks.
in, as long as it's helping their life. It might not work in our life, you know what I'm saying? I might can't be a Muslim or something like that for me to be better, but as long as they a Muslim and they're better in their life, I might not be a Buddhist, but whatever, how they got to serve to become a better person or better, better group or better family, hey, it's all good. As long as there's love coming out of it, it ain't hurting them or affecting them. Okay, now if they got religion talking about, let's be a kamikaze or something, should I say that? But let's do this or whatever. I can't, I'm gonna try my best because it's in my heart because I want better. I'm like, I don't think you should do that. That's the only time because it's hurting you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a
Right.
religion that's hurting people or straying people to, you know, I wouldn't,
That makes
that's the only
sense.
time I got pushback against certain beliefs or something like that because I just feel it in me that we should all try to help one another to the best way we can. But as long if they believe in something that's helping them and it's bettering them and it's not really affecting them, let them believe what they gonna believe. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
But see,
It
I
is what it
believe
is.
a
And
lot of
because I
things,
believe
man.
something, it don't make me no smarter than the next person. It don't make me no better. It don't make me go to whatever, heaven any quicker than anybody else. It just it is what it is, man. All of us our goal should be to be the best person we can be. Had a
But see, I believe a
great.
lot of things, right? I
Yeah.
believe that Kev looked like Shawty Low, right? But that don't make it correct.
You
I
feel
Down,
me?
believe
down, down,
I,
down.
I believe Kev need to get up, go to Walmart right now, and get a box of that Cocoa Bean Brown and cover up that Rasheed Wallace patch. But it ain't true, right?
Oh man.
So like, I'm just trying to make the conversation a little bit lighter. Here
Hey,
we
but look,
go.
hey, but look,
May
Kev,
I
you know me,
answer the
like,
topics?
yeah, hold on. Let me just say this one last thing real quick, and then we can move on. Like, Kev, you know me, I can always look at both sides of the, spectrum on everything. But see, like, this is the one good thing that I can say about religion, spirituality, whatever. Just the fact of believing in something.
Yeah,
What if we didn't have it?
exactly.
Like, look, what if we didn't have it? Everybody would be probably wandering around, wondering something, wondering what if, where we came from, just wondering like how the hell all of this got here. But the fact that
Hmm.
people do have something to just believe in, to just okay, they got something, and what we
Yeah,
all say, something is better than nothing. So that's
nothing.
the one good
Exactly.
thing that I can say with it,
That
just to be
that's
fair.
perfectly said. Right. Exactly. Something is better than nothing. Something that can get you to, move forward in life. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly how I look at it. And I'm glad you ended with that and said that for sure.
You know me, man, come in clutch.
Go ahead, create.
Sex creative genetics. I sell
Yeah, try to.
cannabis seeds, mushroom spores. It's related to the sex of the plants. Completely legal to say.
I don't know about TikTok, but yeah, I feel you on that.
Well, they wouldn't give me an account with the name, right?
I don't know. I can't trust TikTok.
No, straight. I don't trust any social media platforms. We just have fun, right?
Mm.
May I answer the topics? Do you want all
Yeah,
the
what you
questions
got? What you
answered,
got
or
for
do
us?
you want just
Go
one of
ahead.
them
I
answered?
think we did 1 and 2, so you could do 1 and 2, and then I'm gonna start rotating everybody to doing the other ones, the number 3.
Okay. What makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in this world? I don't believe anything makes our beliefs better, because as humans, we should coincide to learn from each other, because we're all going
Okay.
to the same place at the end of the day. And we all
I
came
like
from the
that.
same place at the end of the day.
I like that.
If someone believes something other than yours and it's not hurting them, how does it affect you? This one's a little tricky for me because I own businesses, and the rules for business are completely different because we're able to utilize religion for marketing. So being that that's said, I believe that it hurts people on a whole nother different level, because we've got to promote certain things through certain companies as if they are true. And a lot of people that aren't educated into that religion or resource don't know that it's true, and therefore they're being pushed an agenda, whether it be Christian, Muslim, it don't matter. It could be any agenda, and they're unrealizing it. So I believe at that level, once we educate ourselves, it becomes our responsibility to not hurt others. But that's a really hard issue. Growing up, I worked for big companies like Apple and Microsoft, and it definitely is a problem because they utilize their beliefs in order to sell you certain products, because otherwise that they wouldn't believe in the product they were selling to you. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of like a double-edged sword.
Okay, you went a whole nother angle from that. I wasn't thinking about it that way. But I feel you. I don't think. Why would you hire somebody? That's something you got to do to protect yourself anyway. That got to do with you though. But I mean, of course,
Well,
that's
in a
your
way,
business.
but
So
like
yeah, that's a
if
whole
you
nother thing.
in a way, yeah, but if you're like supporting, we'll just say, because I see Superman behind your thing, Marvel, but Marvel's a part of Disney, but you don't believe in Disney's agenda because of Disney's religion, you have a whole thing there. And then we're going back to pulling out, oh, well, if I just use Mickey Mouse as this, he's not a programmer. When in reality, the master of it is programming all the way down to the bottom. And that's where I wonder, because I was taught about duality. Or in marketing, it's about duality, black and white. You've got to serve both sides. They don't teach us to serve all sides. They teach us to split it in black and white. So with that, you have to serve both. So it doesn't matter what your belief or religion is, right? It matters that I create a product or sell a product that everybody can use, regardless if they use it for religion, their kids, or their personal health. It doesn't matter. It's still a product. A product is something that is created from natural sources into something to where you can actually own it, put a patent on it, etc., through the business world. So that's kind of where I feel with that.
Okay, and then you can do. I guess you start number 3. Then I got 2 other people that do that. Moni, what's the deal? So, do you see any similarities with your belief and others?
Yeah, I believe similarities in different ways, depending not necessarily on specifics of like what God do you serve, things like that, but more of in the actions of what we do to get to that peace. I believe we're all searching for a peace so that we can continue to live harmoniously. And when we don't find that peace, we become animalistic, not harmonious. And in a way of that, I believe that's the way we were naturally, because I look at the Garden of Eden as like education. I feel like once we're introduced to the Bible, that becomes education. The Bible's education. It's a piece, a tool, not what we were born into, because we didn't know how to read when we were born. We only foraged the lands. We hunted. Those were all natural instincts. So I believe that all of these religions are tools to help manage our instincts so that we can create a cohesive society of what we're trying
So,
to do.
okay, I get you. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Nice. That kind of movie was kind of mentioned earlier, though. So, conscious. Do you see the similarities with your beliefs and others? Hello. Anybody home?
Was you talking to me?
No, I already know you did the. You already did that, but I was talking to
Because I'm
Constance. I
about
don't
to
know.
say I ain't answering no more motherfucking questions without my turn.
Conscious, your mic messed up, brother. Something up.
Yo, hey, mic
Oh,
check,
there,
mic check, mic check.
there
All
you
right, there
go.
we
You
go.
good now? We back. We back. We got you back.
Do I see any similarities with your belief in? Excuse me, I'm eating a burger right now. Uh, yeah. That's the main similarity that we all can say that something created this. There is a creator. There is a divine. Um, and that we all realize that either you call it soul, spirit, whatever, but it is
Mm-hmm.
something in us that's more like the fact that we can even put a definition to soul, like it, like kind of makes it clear that it's something more than what we know. The fact that we
Mm-hmm.
all say we have a soul and all that, but we can't even put a definition to what a soul is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay. All right. And Mike, do you see any similarities with your beliefs and others? You there, Mike?
Mike Jones.
Yo,
Who?
There you go. There you go.
yeah, nah, my daughter was asking me something. What's up?
Okay. Oh, no, I'm about to say with number 3, do you see any similarities with your beliefs and others?
I thought I had answered it already.
You did? You did number 3? Oh, okay. Okay. I think I had to make sure I got everybody. All right, so I guess the big question now. Let's go. Let's start off with we
I
gonna
want to
do
go
a
first.
king.
Hell no, I
King.
don't. Hell no, I don't believe in mistakes. Why? Because I'm always right. Why? Because I got a big old ego. Nah, I'm playing. Do I believe in mistakes?
What? What?
Wait, what did he say? I don't know. I was trying to see too, but I was gonna let it slide. I was like, wait, what did he
I
say?
said, hell no, I don't.
You had to
Look,
repeat that shit. You on candid camera.
look. I said, hell no, I don't make mistakes because I'm always right because I got a big ego. Then I said,
Oh my god.
Because I was like, I'm gonna just go ahead and let that. I don't know what he said. He had to confirm it. I'm like, what did he say?
I had to rehear it.
I'm like, bro, it's all dudes up here
I
for
had
the
to
most
be
part.
ignorant for
Chill.
a second, man. I had to be ignorant for a second, man. Gosh, I had to show my color, man. I had to show my color real quick, man. Gosh, oh my
No, that
gosh.
just hurt my head. That
I'm
was
sorry,
so funny.
guys. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Oh my gosh.
Right
Forgive
here,
me.
right? I'm gonna tell you like this, right? I was
What
on
up, B?
one of the friends' lives, and I broke down last night. I had to get off the app. I was so upset, right? Because, like, you know, when we was in the other live, I believe it was what, Lower's live, and we was all talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And me and you both had different perspectives.
Right.
This question is really like in touch to that.
I remember
Because
that. I was the.
both our perspectives were completely different, and I felt like, you know, when someone doesn't like what you say, they disagree.
Yeah.
Someone doesn't like the stance you take, they disagree. I believe that that's the problem. Like, why can't we just reflect on our fuck ups? Mistakes happen, but I feel like mistakes are more of a learning curve, right? How do you learn if you don't make mistakes?
Mm-hmm.
Like we said, people ain't walking this earth knowing everything at all. And you fuck up. Sometimes you fuck up with women. Sometimes you fuck up with friends. Sometimes you fuck up with decisions. Sometimes you fuck up with jobs, life choices. And I think the difference between hurting yourself from your mistakes is also humbling yourself from them as well. Like it's so many dudes that say that can honestly say they, you know, messed up with somebody. No, I'm not playing music. I'm watching Smallville. I'm watching
It
Smallville.
do seem like your stuff more intense than stuff. And
For
I had to
real.
let you know.
I ain't want to say it though.
Let me finish. I could be poetic from time to time. You know what I'm saying? You want me to drop a couple lines? I'll drop a couple gems. You know, they wasn't
I
with
thought
me
I
when
seen the
I
They ain't
was.
even
glowing
gonna
light
They
lie.
behind
wasn't
him.
with me when I was shooting in the gym. You feel me? No, but respectfully, it comes down to the level of maturity in the man. If you realize that you messed up, yeah, you made a mistake. Shit, I make a mistake damn near every day I walk out the door. Right? No, that conscious. That's the song from Smallville. But I
Oh,
make a mistake
somebody
almost
save
every day.
me. Okay, right there, right.
Every time I walk out the door, right? Shit. I make a mistake when I look in my freezer. Sometimes you feel me. I make mistakes, and I've hurt people, and people hurt me. Right? Sometimes you got to realize that when you make these mistakes, you have to learn from them.
Mm.
And that's why I said earlier, a lot of people stay stagnant in their issues. Like they just be like, oh well, motherfuckers got to get over it. That's just how it is. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But when you sit and reflect, you start to think, well, damn, was I being selfish in my mistakes? Was I being heartless? And then we claim to be religious at the same sense. Religions don't teach you how to beat, bash, and shame people, how to target people, how to hop on live and talk shit about every single person, how to host a live and bash women, how to treat women like they're not deserving of respect, how to not treat men like they're deserving of respect. And whether it's a mistake or a lesson, the two are synonymous to each other. And that's just where I'm going to leave it.
Nice.
What if we were to replace mistakes with choice? What if no matter what choice we made, there's going to be mistakes regardless, but we still ultimately made the choice? Whether it was a comfortable choice, okay, but you still made the choice and that choice resulted in a mistake.
But see, here's the thing. I respect that because it's everybody's choice to find a job. It's everybody's choice to pay the bills. It's everybody's choice to pick a partner. It's everybody's choice to lead someone on. It's everybody's choice to do right by somebody. It's everybody's choices are limitless. Right? But I feel like mistakes can be controlled. Do you see the difference?
No, because the choices can be controlled before the mistake is made.
Let me bounce off both of y'all real quick. Just saying one thing. A choice is a chance for a lesson. A mistake is a chance for a lesson. The fact that every experience that we have is a chance for a lesson if you know how to look at it.
That's what I was about to. I'm glad you said it before me. I look at it. They are. That's why I would say I'd rather switch the word up and instead of calling mistakes. I think y'all heard me earlier. I don't believe in mistakes. I believe they are, and they are choices though, and it's like lessons. I call them lessons, and it can be lessons and blessings, or lessons or blessings, or something like that. It just depends on it, because I think, like I said, all these things is either meant for us to grow, learn, or adapt with. That's just with everything, because like if it was such thing as a mistake, it wouldn't have happened. That's how I look at it. I think to us it's a mistake. To our higher being, it was already predestined. That's what I call it. You know what I'm saying? If we believe in a higher being, because I don't believe that something was going to be allowed to happen if it wasn't meant to happen.
Do you believe God created us as creators? Based off of your biblical belief, do you believe that we are, lack of better words, I would say mini gods, but in a way
I
of,
believe it's one God. But yeah, you said
yeah, one God. Well, there's one God, right? Trinity, Jesus Christ, the way the Christian perspective we're talking about. Um, do you believe that, because of certain verses, like, if we had enough faith, we could move mountains, things like that, they're
possible.
actually,
It's
we
possible.
put into action makes us creators, because whatever we
Most
speak comes
definitely.
into existence,
I feel you. Yeah,
things
I
like
feel
that.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or even if we don't, yeah, I feel like we create in some type of way. Even the people that wasn't born, we still create some type of energy behind it or something like that.
Because like
So
the
we
way
gonna
I look
create
at
something.
the
Huh?
way I look at like the mistakes and the choices deal is like we create society. So like let's just say we say, well, I didn't choose to be born in the United States. Okay, fair choice, fair. You didn't choose, your parents made the choice, or whoever brought you into there. But you can choose how you want to live. So if you're in a place like the States where we claim open religion, right? Everybody can have their own beliefs and kumbaya together. That's our deal. Then you take that risk and you make that choice yourself for whatever comes into that. If you have bad choices that cause mistakes later, that all becomes a choice and a learning lesson. Like you have to grow with that. But you do have a choice to leave the country. It may not be comfortable, it may not be easy, but
Exactly.
you have a choice.
We got choices. I behave when I hear people saying, "I had no choice." You got choices. You just don't like the other choices. But people, everybody, as long as you're a human, you have choices.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. If I believe I believe in, right, is that a belief?
What?
I
Yeah.
forget.
What the
I'm gonna need to
freak?
stop smoking
In
If
weed.
I
not
believe
believing,
whatever.
is that a belief
I'm gonna need
or
you to
is it
stop
not a
smoking
belief?
weed, right?
Is not
Listen,
believing a
listen.
belief. I think it's
Can
a
I ask you a
rejection,
question? Then, if
right?
that's the case, I believe that you don't
Oh,
swim.
good
You just
looks on a
walking in water.
reindeer.
I don't believe that you don't swim. You just walking in water. How about that?
I mean,
I believe
hey,
you don't swim, you just walk on water. That's possible
you
because swimming becomes the choice, right? You
I
choose how
believe
you want to
facts are
walk
not
on that
facts.
water. You choose to swim.
walking horizontal.
Okay,
Think
I can
about it.
feel that. That's deep, but I can feel that.
What happened? What'd you say?
He said about walking on
Horizontal
water,
whenever we
and I said
swim.
I can
No,
see it as a choice, to swimming as a choice and walking on water be originally like what we all do. He was just
it's
saying,
possible.
yeah,
This how deep it is. I be looking at that anything is possible. That's why I said that it's such thing. It could be such thing as aliens. Not. It could be such thing as anything because life itself. And the more I be thinking about it, it's a mystery. It's literally a mystery. Like why us? You know what I'm saying? Why did we have to take this form? What is really our purpose? Just overall purpose. Like even if we like why we here? I be just thinking about
At the
so
end of the
much
day,
stuff, but it's like and then it's like we got created. Why nothing else that could be possibly created? Like it's a mystery. Like that's why I'm like anything is possible. All these big old galaxies that's out here, 100 galaxies and universes. It could be life out there and we don't know. We might got somebody that's like us but a whole nother form doing it. It's just it's wild, man. That's why I'm just
look,
so freaking open minded because like I said, life itself is a mystery for real. It is
you want
overall.
to know what's
beautiful.
really crazy? What if everybody, every individual, because you know how they say we are a collective consciousness, right? What if that collective consciousness is just one brain sitting in a dark room that imagined all of this, and we don't even exist? We are just thoughts of a brain that was just left in
Well,
darkness.
that would be astral projection, correct? Which we already
Possible.
have
I don't know,
CIA documents that they released on that pre-COVID through for CA. Just look it up, very simple. But
but
astral projection. So if they're doing astral projection within, we'll just say the United States, okay? If they're doing that, then that means we're allowed to live several different lives and religions all at once, which technically we're doing because they're projecting the different lifestyles from around the worlds, the planets, the galaxies, whatever you want to call it, the heavens, hell, whatever. But the projections are coming to us and we're not realizing that we're also projecting ourselves
no. But
into
look,
those realities.
this is what I was like. This what I was saying though. All of this, even all of that you have just said, if we are a collective consciousness, it all comes from one brain sitting in the dark that decided it
True.
didn't want to be bored. 'Cause think about it. We don't really understand the brain, and the brain named itself. So the brain is one smart, organism or whatever you want to call it, organ. But we might just be one brain that decided, you know what, I don't want to be bored no more. I'm about to make an image inside of me.
Hey, you know what made me also think of this, right? Or something else too. I had thought about this too. Like, cause that's why I be saying how we be thinking we just everybody's so smart and all this or whatever. I know we be believing that or whatever. And I do believe what my man said down there. We all dummies for real, like real talk. Putting the ego to the side, that's real. That's just real talk. But I look at this, right? Cause that's why I know it's a higher being. Cause I was looking at this. I thought about this. When a person get like dementia or Alzheimer's, right, and they forget all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It just show that the stuff that we remember can just get erased. And it's like, no, what do we really know? What do we really know? And it's like, we be saying our brain is so powerful, but is it really? You know what I'm saying? Or is it whatever our higher being gave us or allowed us to store in what, or if we storing it to our spirit or something like that? But it's just like,
brain.
huh?
So hold on, wait a second. Since we talking about astral projection, right? How come we only astral project when we are asleep? That's what a dream is an astral projection. So are we asleep when we're awake? And are
That's the argument.
Sleep?
That's the main argument is amongst a lot of the people when you read about that is, are we really asleep? Are we in a dream state when we think we're awake? And once we go to sleep, is that when we're projecting into other realities unconsciously?
Or what if this is the astral projection right here, and actually sleep is our natural state?
Exactly. But my question is
That's
the
what I
astral
just said.
projection does the astral projection allow us to create physical bodies to where that we can hop through and project through the bodies? Or does the astral projection just allow us to project out of what we already are in? And again, the question lies is what we are in, where did that come from?
Well, the reason why I know that's not, that whatever we call it when we go to sleep, it's not solid. You know what I'm saying? It ain't as solid as the world we living in now. When we woke, because like dreams change, visions change, or whatever we want to call it, all that stuff. It's never constant. Maybe some people can go back to the same exact thing, but it's one day I was getting attacked by a bear. Another day I was over here, had powers and stuff. Another day, all that stuff kind of changed. So it's like, who's to say?
Have you realized
And look
that
up.
your
Let's
dreams
go back to
are
what you said
more
about
like an awake?
time.
Hold on, conscious. Damn
I didn't know
it.
you was talking, man. My bad.
This is why me and you go box, man.
I don't want to do it.
Pause. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No, so what I'm saying is, right, like, think about it this way. If it comes down to it, in a certain sense, wouldn't it be logical to say that our dreams are more awakening than our experiences in life? Like, have you ever had a dream that you had to really wake up from just to regain, like, so-called consciousness? Like, I've been pew-pewed at in my dreams. I've been in Final Destination situations in my dreams, and I had to wake up. Wake up.
It's feeling right here, like as you, it's like you can feel your spirit, consciousness, awareness, like going back to your body.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then the reality is our body's the one that dies. So our consciousness, like King is saying, is what's out there fighting the other wars, running away from bears.
That's why they say you ain't never supposed to, suddenly wake nobody up, like go because you don't know where they at, and it might not be them coming back.
Like,
Man, I got unalived so many times, man. Who said that's real?
or like when you have that dream that's
But
so
have you ever
real,
gone back to the dream
like,
you
hold
went
on,
unalive to?
hold
Maybe
on,
that's
hold
the
on, hold
Nah, I
question.
haven't did that.
There you go. You're dead from that
Possible.
reality.
Hold on,
You
wait.
died. You
Keep this
lost.
though.
Game over.
Keep this
Yeah, but
though.
look, the body
Keep
is
it
going to wake up.
like those dreams that you have, right? And you wake up. Have you ever had a dream that you woke up screaming from?
Yes. It was this big, ugly looking germ thing that was floating towards me. And I was like, what is it? And I was like, I woke up and I was like, looking at it. And that joint was weird. I don't know what it was. So you trying to say that dream I had with Freddy Krueger that one time, that wasn't just from the movie? That's real life?
Not Kevin up here with the gerbophobia. Like that's crazy.
No, it was a germ. Well, that do something. It was like this. You know how that the cartoons be having the germs with the little lines around it and stuff, and they got the little black spots around it and stuff. So it was like an oversized version of that, and it was just floating in 2D. It was like in
That
2D. It
man
wasn't
had
in
the
3D
bull
with me. It
run
was in
I
from
2D
think the
floating
SpongeBob
towards
worst.
me. That
chasing
joke was
after him.
scary.
I think the
That
worst
man
dream
had the
I
bull
had
run
most
from
recently,
SpongeBob
right?
chasing after him.
Hold on, hear this out. Hear this out. The worst dream I had most recently, right? I was driving my truck and I was at work. And in Vegas, there's a lot of homeless people, right? And I was driving my truck and I was at work and I hit a homeless person. Like they like ran out in front of the truck. And I was screaming in my dream, and I woke up and I was screaming at the top of my fucking lungs. And my neighbor came and knocked on my door, and my neighbor was like, "Are you okay? Is everything okay in there?" I was like, "I had a really bad dream," and they thought I was like, they was like, "Yo, like, what was it about?"
Say,
Yeah,
Brandon, I
I
swear we
said,
don't care. No, I'm fucking with you, bro.
"Fuck off, asshole." But it really felt so realistic, bro. And then the crazy part is when I woke up, I still felt guilty from hitting the homeless person.
Why you hit that man, bro? That man wasn't doing nothing but minding his own business, and you come out the damn blue swinging your truck and want to hit him.
My truck, god dang it.
How you think he feel, man? He probably ain't feeling nothing now,
He
though.
didn't feel. What the fuck? At that point, like you run in front of a semi truck.
Hey, but look, what if he was asleep at the same time, and he actually jumped in front of a truck in his dream?
Bro, stop doing that. I'm not trying to think that technically right now.
I'm sorry, that's what I do, though. Shit, it just come out, just pop out. Like that man popped out, and you hit him. Shit, my bad. Hey, say me, bro. You know I love
That
you,
was
dog.
funny.
I hope I start having dreams of women making sandwiches. That's the only thing I want to dream about now. Like, I'm not dreaming about shit else but
Why
food.
not burgers?
Listen, bro, I done
He
had a
trying to be
dream
healthy, man.
I had a dream that I had to jump out of an airplane because there was terrorists on board. Imagine the fall on the way down. So I had to
I
wake
thought you bro
myself up
man
at 4.
from the 5th floor when he eat
Uh-oh.
sandwiches.
Made me a sandwich. Let me
Okay, how do you
borrow.
guys feel like bioelectricity, that the body runs off of electricity? Because I learned in school, and of course this has changed. I went to private school, believe it or not. And what's changed is that they taught us the heart was a pump. And nowadays, the books show that the heart is not a pump. Your chest is the pump, and your heart is a valve, the main valve. So if you pay attention to, for instance, vitamins and minerals that you purchase at the store are merely metals, iron, magnesium. Your entire body is made up of these metals that we call vitamins and minerals, which don't technically come from food, but come from the earth and are grown into the food. So my question would be, like, how do you feel about, because he mentioned frequency, and frequency is electricity. And it determines different sectors of your body, whether we utilize it for electronics or we utilize it to feel better
You
in
wondering what it do?
prayer.
You wondering what the metals do?
It's not that I know what the metals do, because I grow cannabis, I grow my own food, and I grow mushrooms of all types, psychedelic and regular. We're in New Mexico, so we're 100% legal out here to do so.
Man, send me some shrooms. But look, like
And we
I
have
know this.
a lot of villages out here where they do, like the peyo, and they go and you guys have spiritual experiences with mushrooms. All of that's legal here.
I
But
ain't
on the
trying to have no
chemical
spiritual
side,
experience with them.
we also have legal ketamine clinics. So you can go get a ketamine drip for $100 up the street with
I get
nothing.
that.
Do you know what I mean?
They trying to see the earth breathe again.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm gonna drop. I ain't trying to get no mushrooms or no ketamine or no
No, but look, hey, hold on, B. Like, I know the metal,
smoking.
copper,
I'm just
that actually helps with the biosynthesis of our melanin in our body, though.
That's what copper do.
Yeah, I agree. That's good to know. I had to be on iron infusions. I had gastric bypass surgery in 2006. I was 450 pounds. And from that, when they took my
Wait, what?
insides, I had lack of nutrients. So I had to continue to get infusions and B12 shots. And I realized that going grounding and creating certain plants, like certain mushrooms, for instance, cordyceps or lion's mane, create an environment in my gut to where it absorbs those precious metals and continues to have a consistent, pretty much pump within my chest and my heart, right? So with that knowledge, the doctors were able to take me completely off of vitamins and nutrients. And now I'm able to be extremely picky as to what I eat. And I'm not talking about product food. Food that's a product is in a box, a package. That means we created it from something else. So I'm specifically speaking of something that I would create in the garden whole and then make. And then alchemy becomes me making that soup, right? Putting the carrots, the chicken, the rice, whatever comes together to help that sore throat, to help that headache. And that becomes the alchemy and the science behind it. But it doesn't, the bioelectricity starts in the beginning. You can hook up any type of devices to the plants, the mushrooms, the nature, and you can hear it sing. It creates music, and which a lot of artists use. They go out into the forest and use natural sounds that aren't recreated.
I'm a tomato.
So what do you guys think about that? And relate
Mushroom.
to everything.
Best, man. Nah, but it made sense though. I was able to keep up with you as you were saying it. It was just a lot.
So the brains be like greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, chicken.
If you ever want to see what I mean by when I be talking about frequencies and vibration, do some mushrooms and watch them. Come back and tell me that. You'd be like, bro, I promise you. You ain't gonna say F religion, but you could be like, nigga, I am one with the earth. I promise you.
And that's cool, because I noticed coming down from products and stuff, my body completely feels different. I'm able to ground myself a whole lot better. I'm able to think clearly more about religion, and really not just religion, but spirituality and taking care of myself. Whereas where I was on so much product, so much macaroni and cheese, so much ravioli in the can, Chef Boyardee, like all of this stuff, the Ritz crackers, everything. And it was just, I felt like I was disconnected from everything spiritually, completely. Once I introduced land,
This alphabet, man. Let me ask you a question. Do you
everything.
know that we share a good percent of our DNA with a mushroom?
No, tell me. I want to know.
I don't know the percentage. It's like 85, 95 is one of them, but we share a good percentage of our DNA with mushrooms. And they got something called what it is, mycelia. But mushrooms have roots that can be longer than trees. Like mushrooms been here before trees, pretty much. Trees ain't nothing but a big ass mushroom.
It's a fungi.
Did you see it in Japan where they use the mushroom to create the entire underground train system? That it actually created, the engineers created the train system, and they had the mycelium do this track, and the mycelium regenerated in other places and made a better system than the actual engineers. There's a huge study on that. And the mycelium showed them the way because it's a neural network, and the neural network can hear, see, smell, and everything from millions of years ago, thousands of years ago, however you want to see it. And they're able to relate the information to us now.
It's the Akashic records.
That's cool. Thank you for that.
But like, do y'all know that wonderful smell whenever we cut grass? Do you know that is the grass giving off a signal that something bad is happening to the grass?
Yes, don't make me sad.
But that's what. God love it. You gotta be cut. But like,
well, did you know grass came into play because we started doing grass because it was a way to show off that we had money as people. So if we had money, we didn't have to tend our own land. We didn't have to grow our own food. So it was an aesthetic for, to show off rather than anything helpful.
I mean, like I'm looking like at like a different perspective way back. How the hell did any of this just imagine none of this here, right? And we like we got mushrooms as trees, that big ass mushroom, and then one day we turn around and we got trees, grass, and we got humans walking around. Like just imagine just imagine the first time you seeing something new. Imagine if we see something new today. How would we even react to it? That's how long things been the same, but that's how small our time frame is on this earth, if you think about it, you know?
Yeah. I hope we learn to react not in a capturistic slave type way, because even in the movies, you watch like the dragon movies, the kids movies, things like that, and they have these big old beautiful beasts and they capture them. And then, oh, if they survive, oh, we're sorry, we'll release you. You have a savior. It's like,
Right.
huh?
Sound like Christianity. Sound like Christian. No, I don't want to go there.
What did she
I'm
say?
just ignorant today.
I just took my earpiece off too. What she say?
No, I was saying something like
I
Christianity.
said, what she say?
I knew you were going to say something. Something about bees. I can't repeat what the hell she said.
No, it's the, so the kids movies, right? Like the ones with the dragons and stuff. What if we, weren't trained to be pretty much holding other things, people, animals, beings into slavery for observation, purposes? What if we were just taught to be harmonious regardless of what they looked like, regardless of how big they were, how much they scared us, or how we reacted? What if how they taught us to react
All right, Mike.
to something not familiar is wrong? Because that's what we do as humans. Like, oh my God, there's the Loch Ness Monster. We have to capture it so that we can see why. Well, why do we have to capture it? Of course, if you try to capture me, I'm going to bite you.
Because the mind is
Mm.
curious. The consciousness is curious to see what's all out there.
Exactly, curious to how far
Well,
into
then be
destruction.
curious and go check out them lions that's out there in the jungle.
Yeah,
How
no,
friendly they are.
that's when self-preservation, and that's when fear kicks in.
You're not gonna
Real
bite
fear,
me. You love
because
me.
self don't want to unalive. But look, y'all want to know a crazy ass theory? What if we gain consciousness? We got consciousness from an alien race, right? Just to terraform this planet. So just one day, whenever we get it, just right and ready, they come hit a button, we all drop, and we just, I don't know, we no longer exist, and they come take over the planet. They just using us as slaves, to terraform the whole planet. Meaning we have no purpose at all.
Yeah, meaning we were just here to play and that was it.
Yeah, pretty much to just terraform the planet. Chop down some forests. Build some roads. Put down the foundation.
I can completely believe that. Like Earth could be like one of the lowest forms of consciousness. Definitely, I could definitely believe that.
Or how about this? What if out the blue we just hear this bam, bam, bam. Earth, you are about to be demolished in 3 minutes. You have been warned about the intergalactic bypass coming through your solar system. Y'all have had chances to put in a petition to get your planet moved or get the bypass moved. The fact that y'all haven't come to Sirius B in over 40 years, in 3 minutes, the tractors will be outside of your planet. And we look up and we see big old planet-sized tractors just right there, like, what the hell can we do? And it just wipe us out of existence for a goddamn highway.
I could see that. Okay. So if that's the case, then that means everything we're doing is a waste of time and we're not all truly happy or at
Oh,
peace.
thank you. That's the whole point right there. Boom.
It was a good point.
Boom. Hell yeah. Boom. The fact that you said, but look, if wait like 5 minutes, I might go 10 minutes. I might go to the store right quick and I'll be right back, but I'm leaving my phone on live. Tev, if you end this live, I'm gonna just find me a new live to go to. I can't do that and shit.
Don't be cheating on my live. I know what you're trying to say. No, I'm talking about. I'm gonna be on at least for like another few hours though.
My dog, I'll be right back.
I don't know if I'm gonna be on later, so because I'm gotta go to this family event.
It's nice to meet you, consciousness.
You said what happened?
and to the
So
food
you fell
ready.
asleep on me last night.
I know.
Me and Jen. You say, oh yeah, good to meet you too. You know what? I'm gonna
You
follow
ain't
you.
supposed to remember that. I
I'm
hope
like,
Jane ain't in here. I was here. I heard the last part. She was the last one talking and stuff. I'm like, nah, dang.
ooh, boy, you pissed us off. But
All right.
yeah, man,
It
you
was
knew I
getting
was about
good
to
too.
go
It sound
dive in
like it.
deep, man.
Because why you in the
What if we are
bottom?
the aliens? Shit, we are the aliens. Where do you think we got the concept of aliens from? Shit.
Co-signed with the Grays, right?
Well, I'm a
Look up a
oh, I
Nico consciousness when you leave in your car. INIKO. She's an
thank
artist
you,
that's
guys.
an upcoming artist that talks about co-signing with the Grays.
Oh, you talking about the one that be singing that one song,
Wait,
Jericho
what?
Walls?
Hey, what
Jericho
do it
Walls,
mean?
yup.
Say, what Nate claim to mean? But you
She
guys
call
have no
herself a they. I
ancestors.
think she a they or something like that. I don't know.
The objective point is that we all live and we all die some goddamn day. That's what it is. Just
Exactly.
mediocre. Oh no,
No,
Nate,
we
you
ain't
don't read no
promised to live.
books.
We're only
No,
promised to die. That's
no.
our
Nate,
only
one of them people,
guarantee.
he believe
That's
everything on
true.
YouTube right now, and he don't read books or do research on his own. So what me and you talking about is real, real simple, but to him it sound crazy. Pretty much, basically what it is. Hi, Nate. I know.
He said he about to cause violence before he go. It's like,
But
look.
Nate, you too goddamn old to have less knowledge than me. I'm gonna leave him right there.
Yep. Yeah, that's what happened when you come in the room and not listening. When you come in half the top, half the. That's why you supposed to listen before you.
I'm gonna mute up because I want to hear what Moni has to say.
Money, 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 money.
Hello, everyone. I put my
What's the
answer
deal?
in the comments.
Nope. We gotta hear that voice. Nope.
I know. All right. So, what makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in this world? Um, no one is better than the other, and that is including in religion and anything else people believe in.
Mm-hmm.
We are literally all the same. Number two, it does not affect me at all. I mean, I hate religious talk anyway, but it does not affect me anyway. What they eat does not make me. Y'all know the rest.
Mm-hmm. We had that topic before you was in here.
Uh-huh. I see a lot of similarities in people's beliefs because I mean, you still believe in a God, right? Muslim, Christianity, all the other stuff. You still believe
Nate,
in a
I
God.
gotta hold on. I wanna say something to this guy, man. Out of all the stuff, man, you must ain't got no family or something. I don't know what's going on. Why you just come in here with you just on tip, my brother? What's going on, man?
He can find him something to
He
do.
came in here just on just negative stuff. Well, y'all not talking about nothing. Then why you in here then? If you ain't getting educated, then why is you in here, my brother,
Or
man? You
get in the box. Let's hear what you got to say.
he ain't got enough followers. That's why he mad down there. I don't know what's going on though. You gotta go spend your time with your family, man. That's all. You
You're
know.
disagreeing
If
with
you
what?
disagree, then nobody's acknowledging that. We don't care. I mean, it is what it is. Whatever. I don't know what you want. What type of answer you want from us? You want
But
us to cry or something?
that's
I don't know
not
what the
really
heck is going on.
disagreeing with, though. Like, he
I
came in.
don't know. He ain't even been in here that long enough to disagree with anything. I don't know.
All
I
right.
guess he got to project something. I guess. I don't know.
I got something
No,
for
you
you.
don't. You came in here. If you wanted to understand, you would come in here and listen. You wouldn't be coming in here just saying that people don't know what they're talking about and all that stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. You ain't making no sense, my brother.
You know what you can do, Nate? Go ahead, tap that screen. We need 15.
Right. Make yourself useful.
We need
It's
15. um, like I said, there's a lot of similarities because it's still a God that they believe in, right? The upper power. Do you believe in mistakes? Why or why not? In the comments, I said I do believe in mistakes, and I feel like everything in life is a life experience. That's what I. So if I make a mistake, I can say, "Oh, I experienced that in my life, and I won't do it no more." And that's also learning, right? So
mm,
I'm learning, and instead of dwelling on it, I'm just gonna say life experience instead of a mistake. That's what I was basically trying to say in the comments.
mhm. Okay. feel you, I feel
I'm
you.
ready for that food though. 4:30 need to hurry up.
So what?
Yes,
Oh, 4:30 you waiting on?
yes, I can eat.
Right, that's what I said. I'm saying that's why I'm over here. That's probably the time I'm leave. Well, I'll probably leave about. It depends on how this live go. If it get deep, might leave at 5 on a dot, or it might leave a little bit before 5.
It seemed like it was deep a little while
Can,
ago.
can we go back as to maybe separating one of your questions into business and not, so that people can understand, the difference between, do you feel like somebody could hurt you if you input your religion into a marketing strategy for a product that you sell and everybody buys the product, but whatever you're doing based off of that religion is what's moving that product, and you're deeming that on other people's lives so that they purchase the product, which is standard practice. Do you feel like that, hurts and affects you based off of a belief, because you're putting your belief into a money system?
Mm,
No.
interesting. So, let me see.
Indoctrination. In any way, shape, or form, good, bad, or not. It's like me growing up Christian. My mom didn't let me listen to secular music. So what did we listen to? The Christian music, where they
Mm-hmm.
changed the lyrics, right? Kept the
Yeah.
same beat. Same type of thing, kind of, I'm asking. Mickey Mouse, just because Mickey Mouse is a pedophile and does these things. And I'm sorry, I don't know if I can use that word. Please.
Right, I'm about to say that.
Yeah, correct me if I use the incorrect term. But things like that, do we still say, hey, it's okay, my kid likes, Minnie Mouse, so we don't use it for that. I didn't teach her that. We just teach her that she likes Minnie Mouse because of this, and that's it. And we leave it as simple based fact, even though I may have, like, let's just say I created Mickey Mouse. I have that agenda behind Mickey Mouse to do something to you, whether you're conscious of it or not. Do you feel like that affects you directly, or because it affects you indirectly, it really doesn't affect you?
Hey Nate, can you make yourself useful and tap the screen for us, man? Maybe you'll learn something. Just give it time, man. And share to some more people that might be, that you might can listen to. They might can come up in the box, That'd be lovely, man. But yeah, what is it?
We do it with different things too, like makeup. We think it's better
Thank
that
you,
we use
Nate.
makeup not
Appreciate you,
tested
brother.
on animals. So as long as we're not part of it, but then you have, oh, but I want to carry that vintage Louis Vuitton bag. Okay. Well, what's on that vintage Louis Vuitton bag? What was the purpose of it? We're not thinking of that now in modern days. We're not thinking of where it was made, how it was made, and why it was made. And those are a lot of the issues that I see, like the newer generation coming into in all shapes or forms, understanding the meaning behind red bottoms, but then understanding the meaning of just making money in society based off of a story, even though there was a truth behind that story, things like that. And that's kind of like my question, because it kind of relates to your second, how does it hurting you? What do you feel like hurts you as a person directly?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I say if you believing in something that's hurting you, then you might have to change your beliefs up, man. That's how I look at it. So that's all about. You got to believe in something that helps move you forward in life. That's how I look at it. So, and some people, a lot of people, I learned that a lot of people want to tie their desires and stuff and saying that it's hurting them because they're not getting their desires, and it be their desires that be hurting them and stuff. So it's not about that. It's really not about that in life. It's about what you need, and sometimes what you need might, you know, it might hurt your feelings, but it's helping you progress in life though. That's people be mixing up. My feelings got to be feeling good so I can be able to move good, and my pleasures and all that. It's not about that. Beans and green beans and all that stuff and broccoli. Yeah, they don't taste good, but it's good for you though. So it ain't about what's pleasing to you. That's what
I could
people be
agree with
mixing it
that.
up in. Huh?
I could agree with that.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. That's how people live in life and stuff. Well, That's why a lot of people go over here getting in messed up relationship where they treated me good. They did all that, but then missing all the red flags. You know, they toxic in the mug and all that. You know, they all this other stuff. They looking right past it because of that temporary feel. But like, how is this gonna affect my future and stuff? Uh, so yeah, people just. But it is what it is. Like I said, with me, I don't believe in mistakes. So people just meant to be like that. Just like people meant to be like this guy in the comments that just seem like he's so angry and stuff. But that's his mindset, you know. But he helped me progress though because he got my comments moving. So let's get it going. You know, you gotta look at the good and the bad sometimes, and that's so that's why I don't really kind of believe in mistakes. I do believe everything happens for a reason, even if it don't work the way we want it to work. But it works in how life's supposed to go. You
I
know, that's
agree.
how I look at it.
I agree. Creator, whoever that may be, gave us
Yeah.
choices, and those
Well, and
choices
he know
are
and it
self
know our choices too. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
might not know it, but it knew. It, he, she, they, whatever we want to call the creator, you know, the creator knew.
you're
It's
smart
just
as
a
hell.
mistake to us, right? But at least it's that something we can acknowledge, so we know we need to fix it though. But it was either meant for some of us to fix it or not, you know what I'm saying? Or for us to go a certain route. So, you know, as long as
Agreed.
we live and we got a chance to correct everything or move forward.
Yeah, I would say move forward because I guess everybody's correction would be different, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what it is. But that's something I had to talk to about myself. That's why I don't believe in that karma stuff. I don't believe in signs. I don't believe in a lot of that stuff. Because it's just that stuff wasn't helping me move forward. It was helping me keep the mindset of I need revenge. I need stuff to go come back the way for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm always thinking about me, but it ain't. I realize life. I might be living this life for me, right? But the life ain't always, it's not about me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be thinking that life is about them. And I have to look beyond that. I know it's bigger than just me. I know that I'm only going to be here on earth for only so long. Why spend my whole time being angry like that one guy in this comment and stuff, sitting here? And I need to go to somewhere that's make me move forward and stuff. Something that's helped me spread positive energy because that's something that's really needed around this whole entire earth. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us just so sad and miserable and making weird comments like that down there and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep using this. But it's just like we gotta. I do believe we all hurt though, so it's just different ways. We gotta find to move forward and tell the next person that hey, give them some uplifting words, help motivate them and all that stuff. Because we literally we need this. We do need it. That's something we most definitely need because like I said, it's a fact that all of us going to get hurt. All of us is going to, we're going to go through things. It's more uh, understandable that a lot of us going to have a pessimistic mentality, because we've been hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's so understandable that it's going to happen like that. But I think the ultimate goal is to shift over more to an optimistic thing. Start talking to ourselves that it's gonna work. I hope the best gonna happen. And just really just most of the time to even have healing within your life or progress in life is just realize that stop making everything about you. Just because somebody had a bad day or treated you bad, it don't mean they treated you bad because of you. They treated you bad because that's how they feeling internally and stuff. You just got to probably stay away from it or whatever. But then, we always think that the reason why stuff happen in our life is because of us. It just don't work like that. We all play some type of part, but it ain't always about me all the time. And we keep thinking that everything is about me. That's when the misery come in. And where did I go wrong? I can't believe I messed up. You know what I'm saying? No, we made our choices. Then we got to move forward with what our choices is. It is what it is. Things just gonna happen in life. Good and bad is gonna happen in our life. It's what we gonna do with it to move forward. That's the one thing. Just like with our inside of our heart. You know what I'm saying? No matter what decision we make or whatever we do, the job for our heart to do, our hearts, our digestive system is going to still continue to work, move forward, and progress in life. Our heart and all that stuff not about to make an excuse like, you know what, you hurt my feelings, so I'm going to stop beating. You know what I'm saying? I'm mad, so the earth should stop talking or stop. You know what I'm saying? It don't work. It's going to continue to move forward. It's going to continue to pump blood as much as it can until it hit the grave. And that's how we all should be. Like, it's like our heart. Keep pumping and putting energy in life and move forward, trying to and keep progressing. Stop sitting back thinking about, dang, I skipped a beat one day, so I got to keep on thinking about me skipping a beat. You know, ain't no heart sit there thinking about, like, no, he about to still try to pump his way through until the day stop pumping. That's just how it is. We gotta be just like our hurt. Let's be like that. You know what I'm saying? But we make excuses and stuff like, dang, I can't believe I got hurt. I can't believe I just lost a toe. I can't believe, whatever. We can cry about that all day, but dang, what we gonna do to move forward? You know what I'm saying? Like, things gonna happen in our life. It's gonna happen. Special than nobody else. Like I said, when I be seeing people with half a body and stuff and pieces of leg and all this stuff and we be laughing at people that's all messed up in chairs and all that stuff, but they still making life. They happier than us. We got 2 legs and all this stuff and still crying about life. I can't have a girlfriend and all this stuff, but they doing what they got to do to make it forward in life while we crying. They more happier than us, but we projecting on them
That's
like, dang, I
why.
couldn't be them. I'll be
You got
miserable.
to
That's you, because you miserable now as a whole full functioning human being. Like, that don't make no sense. How is they more happier than you? That just be crazy.
Because their
That's
ego had to fall
So they don't have to
once
go
they
punch a
got
clock.
hurt,
That's why.
and they couldn't live up to
Okay, what about hold up. Since he just said that, then what about you think a lot of these bums is miserable too? Then they not punching nobody, they still making a living.
Man, them bones is in La La Land full of that yeah.
Yeah, right. And they making it happen though. But they
Hell
not
yeah.
forced to do anything though. Even
Hell
us
no.
punching the clock, nobody forced us to punch the clock, so why be mad at it? We got full
Because
choices in life.
society norms and people like to worry about what other people say about them, and the fact that nobody want to live outside because we got used of living inside, so we got comfortable being how we is, and we don't want to
Yeah.
lose that comfortability.
Yeah, that's what it is. And we get mad, and then who fault is that?
I don't know, but this is all I walked in on. The heart keep pumping, so keep pumping on, and you to me,
Exactly.
this is all I heard. To get over something, you keep fucking. You keep fucking. You fuck. You get over it. What they say, to get over somebody, you get under them. To get under somebody, you get over them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm stupid, bro. Look, don't listen to me.
But that's not. No, but you keep going in life. That's how you get over it. You learn. You don't dwell.
Yes.
You come up with a plan to maybe not make the same mistake. And you live.
Right? If you keep making the same mistake, then that's just the definition of insanity. And for a different outcome.
Yeah. I even look at that like some people is on this earth to make 1,000 mistakes or never learn. You know what I'm saying? But that's they role they play in life. That's just them. Like who is we to say that? Because we done made 1,000 mistakes before we could develop the mentality we got now. So what make us any better than them? You know what I'm saying? I think that everybody do what they do in life, and when they time come, if they have to learn at a later date, you can't be, dang, I wish I would have learned this before. No, it wasn't meant for you to learn it before. It just wasn't meant. You know what I'm saying? So it's about whatever the timing is, that's when it's meant to be. Because you would not be this person you are today if it was any earlier or if it was any later. It is what it is. We all on this earth to play some type of role, even though we don't know the roles. We might not know the ultimate role. We might think we know, but we all here for some type of reason. That's just what it is. So it's just like, I can't, who's to say that I'm any better than somebody else because they learn, oh, dang, you just figured this out. You know what I'm saying? No, they figured it out when they needed to figure it out so it can work in their life. Because if they would have figured it out earlier, they wouldn't have made that kid that happened that's supposed to be here on earth. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us wasn't meant to be smart back at that time. You know what I'm saying? Or make the right decision and all that stuff. Even the wrong decision was still a right decision, and it might not have been the right decision in our book, but that's the reason why, and more reason why I said there was such thing as a mistake. No, they was meant to be, that mistake was meant to happen for us to be here. You know what I'm saying? Or for this store to be created, for this, whatever all this stuff is meant to happen. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Kev, just at me next time. I feel targeted. Gosh.
Let's do it. I don't even think about. I'm just speaking out loud. I don't even think about. I'm trying to think what the heck you said. I don't even know what you said. My bad.
That's a bull. The first day of
my boy Rage in the
brand new
building. I
manic
miss you,
phase.
brother, man. Where you been?
What's up, Big Reg? Thank you for the gifts. What's up, Reg? How you
You
doing,
good?
brother?
I'm straight. I'm chilling. I've
Okay,
been
just
kind
to
of
make
other
sure you
ways,
good.
but
Didn't you
like
say
I'm
you
not
got a
trying to like.
girlfriend and all that?
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Did you say you got like a girlfriend or something or somebody you taking
Yeah.
care of? Okay, cool. Okay, that's what it. Okay, I had to make sure. Though.
Hey,
I'm like, I ain't
not,
seen this dude
I
in a
mean,
while.
hey,
We trying to make
Kev,
sure you all right and
Redskin,
stuff. We literally was
Kev.
asking. I was asking about you
Oh,
yesterday because I'm like, I ain't seen him in a few days. Got to make
Redskin,
sure you good.
Hold on. Let me
Redskin, keep it
explain to
going.
y'all real quick. Yeah, I have a girl or whatever, and we doing our thing. But like, I'm also not trying to like. I know. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second.
Wait, another line for you?
Huh? 1 second.
What's up, yo?
My bad, y'all. Look, what I was saying was, yeah, I got a girl. We doing our thing or whatever. But like, also, I'm not trying to like get overrun by like social media. You feel me? Like, I'm not trying to like go down
True.
that where I get lost in social media and I gotta always be on social media every single day. You feel
My
me?
boy, folks.
And and able for you to like make a change or whatever. So it's like I've been doing that, and like after Christmas, I'll be back. Like I'll be back doing the lives and everything.
Yeah, do your thing though. Do your thing. We just make sure you all right. That's all that really matters. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
Doing Reds, keep on, man. We know what you're
I'm
doing,
straight.
man. You're a young buck and you're bucking.
I'm chilling. I know after Christmas though, I'm gonna have a lot of hard work because this road to 10,000 followers is gonna be crazy.
Got you on one of them followers, you know what I'm saying? I got you on one, that's about it, bro. I only got one page, you know?
Mm.
I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate that.
I'm glad that
Um,
you're okay. That's what we were concerned
Hold
about.
for a second.
but I miss y'all too. You feel me? Like I'm not gonna lie, I miss y'all a lot, bro. I'm not like the only thing is though, the only times where I do go live is when my girl go to work. When my girl go to work and she is busy the entire day, I'm here. But when she's not busy, then I have to be there for like support and everything because life is hard. You know what I'm saying? So
I
I
feel
want to make sure
that.
that I'm there for that moral support.
There's
Hey,
no
everybody,
joy than being
be
present.
like Rage. Priorities is on street. Go ahead, Money. My
Most
bad.
definitely. Most definitely.
No,
Money, I miss you too.
I miss you, but it's okay. Take your break. When I get a man or whoever decides to pop up in my life, y'all won't see me either.
Mm.
No, that's crazy because y'all see me while I'm taking, so it's like that's insane that you just gonna abandon me like that.
Right. I was gonna let that slide, but I'm like, whatever.
That's
You don't see
crazy
Hey,
to
I'll focus.
me.
My girl ain't gonna take me away from trying to help other people though. Shoot, I'm gonna make. I mean, I do believe in prioritizing though, but I know my
Hey, when
mission
she
on here
work,
though. So
when she work,
you're a content creator.
then I'm at work. When when she's not at work, then I have to be there for more support to make
most
sure
definitely
that she is
gotta
okay with
balance it.
going through it, whatever she's going through. Because god damn, life is a bitch sometimes, most of the time. But um, I'm making the best of it. Like I have a lot of people to catch up with and everything. So it's like after Christmas, it's just know it's about to be a lot different. The lives are about to be coming a lot more. Y'all gonna see me a lot more. We gonna have topics out the ass. I'm not working on that right now, but like
Oh,
once
my
we
stuff
get
about to
there,
be crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm
yeah,
because
because
I'm off of work for like
2024.
a couple months, so y'all about to be bored of me.
Listen,
Hey, Rage. It's good that you got a plan coming up, but look, I want you to don't forget to stay focused on the present and the now. All right, my
I
brother?
know, trust me, I know, cause my girl remind me of that every fucking day. Every single time I even mention my future, she's like, "Bro, shut the fuck up, cause you pissed me off with the future shit."
Ooh, you
And
got
focus
you
on
on that.
yours.
Go.
And I
You
be like,
accountable.
"Damn, bro, like I
Well,
can't even say fuck. I wanna have fucking 3 cars in the future, bitch. You better focus on right now." I'm like, "Well,
Live
damn, okay, cool."
now, enjoy.
Check them. Check them.
And I was like, "Okay, cool. I'll do that. Trust me, I'm focused. That's why I'm like taking these breaks and doing what I'm doing right now, cause like if I don't do that, bro." it's gonna be hella hectic, and then I'm gonna end up a sad piece of trash. Okay, and I ain't trying to end up
Right.
like that.
Look, remember who gonna be there when TikTok gone? She is. Hit her first.
That's what I'm saying. You feel me? And it's not even just TikTok. It's like it's Twitch.
Social media.
It's
Social media, period. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Because with
And
one big old zap, all this could be gone. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
Yep.
that's why
Yep.
when y'all was like, "Oh, y'all back," and I was like,
Oh,
"I
it's about to
need
be a
live."
party. My brother Mirror in the
I was like,
building.
"Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back." I had to, you know what I'm saying, be there for her type shit. So, yeah, after Christmas is gonna be a whole different ball game. Going into 2024, we gotta make sure our people straight, make sure everybody, you know what I'm saying, feeling nice the way they supposed to feel, and all of that. You know, I'm still fighting
What's the
for
deal, Mirror?
the self shit. So,
Look who alive, Mirror. Look who alive, my brother.
Mirror, what's
Rage
the
is
deal?
alive, man.
Yes, but
Protect the battery.
before you to it.
Let me tell you about
What's
Mirror
the
last.
deal? What the heck, my cousin in the building? What's the deal, my brother?
But yeah, look,
Hey, is you going to is you going to Kiana stuff later? I'm gonna be on this for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go to Kiana stuff a little later. We got a little Christmas thing we doing.
it's gonna be a hell of a time to be alive. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna make some stuff happen, and with people who like, I know people don't like really give like that unless you like really known for real. But like once we start
Yeah.
doing that and we get that, I'm not.
She told
To be
me about it.
clear, I
Okay.
don't care about getting gifts or anything like that. But like once that stuff does happen, then I have a lot planned. Like I have a lot of fun stuff that's planned for us to do in the lives while that's happening. You feel me? So it's gonna be fun and also a charitable moment at the same time. So it's like everything that we do is gonna be very much fun. So while I'm like, you feel me, like it's gonna be just fun to do. And you know what I'm saying? Yes, we could speak on the serious topics all day long. I love you, Kev. But you know what I'm saying? We need to, you know what I'm saying, like some happiness. Someone was gonna really put somebody like after your lives, you feel me? The serious talks and everything, and the debates and the arguments, you know what I'm saying? Bring people to the live to smile and have fun, and to like, you know what I'm saying, express pure happiness instead of always debating it and then on a debate that night. You feel me? Just like wake up and experience something completely different. You know what I'm saying? People smiling, people coming together,
Oh,
people
definitely.
putting aside ignorance, and you know what I'm saying, treating everybody how they supposed to be treated instead of treating how you want them to be treated. Nah, it's gonna be completely different. My lives is strictly no heated moments. If you are, I don't care if I'm your mod or you're my mod, you're getting kicked because it's there's no negativity going to be into to 2024. No negativity, no none of that. It's either you get along or you don't need to be here and you can go somewhere else. That's how I'm stepping from now to
You be
2020.
strict, man. Dog. You be bringing out the fattest belt ever. You said I'm not giving up. Hey, I feel you, my brother, though. But hey, in general, just even with me, right? I still give a little people little chances, man. Because like I said, everybody just I don't know how to put it, but a lot of people hurt. So it's like if I can get somebody to calm down and try to get back sane a little bit or whatever, I give chances a little bit. But then again, you don't want nobody to be so overboard to where it's going to get your live shut down or something like that. So I do want to try to give everybody a voice and stuff. So it is what it is. He said, right. He says zero chance. I'm like, now you got to give a little bit, but everybody run their stuff the way they want to, though. If it's what's best to fit your, because everybody can only handle so much. So everybody do have a different tolerance bar. That's something I had to learn. So it's like you got to do what fits you and make your situations run smoothly. I'll put it that way. But there I see my two peoples on the top, man. Don't be mad at me last night. I just wanted y'all to rock out. I just fell asleep, I know they both.
It's like about one something. I'm like, oh yeah, he done went to bed on us.
Yeah, I was. I couldn't
I was
hold it
like, he
up.
ain't come back. I was like, I told Jen, I'm like, he done went to bed.
Yeah, look, Jen mad at me. She'd have dropped out the box. That was the last person I heard talking on it. It's like that I'm talking to. But how you feeling, my brother, man? Yeah, we talking about basically true. You already know it's a method behind my questions, man. It ain't no fight and stuff. It's just, I'm big on the unity thing. So
Oh yeah, I understand like always. What makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in the world? Um, I don't think that mine is necessarily better than anybody else's. It's just the it's not necessarily about being better because then that's more or less about putting us where men tend to mess up where we're putting everything back in competition again. And it's not a competition. Um, but it's about truly saving someone's soul and then helping to people to feel better about themselves and to be able to get along with one another, to be able to have a place to make reconciliation and to work through issues. The problem is that people just don't follow it right.
mm,
And so that's what messes it up. And then because people don't follow it right, then they try to hold what people do to that the word must be messed up. When it's not the word that's messed up, it's just how people use it. And a lot of times what you end up having is that power goes to people's heads and they end up using that word to manipulate people. And I think that's in every religion. But
yeah, exactly.
but at the end of the day, if it brings you peace, if it brings peace, if it brings joy, if it brings cooperation, if it brings people getting along, I don't see a problem with it. And I don't see why other religions shouldn't be able to coincide with each other.
Mir,
You
how
know,
would you handle that in business?
in business,
Yeah. Because we utilize our religions to sell product and project what we believe as fact in order to sell.
honestly, I don't really think that we should be doing that. Honestly, it's because if it's not in the purpose of, if it's not to serve the gospel, if it's not to help people and save their souls, if you're not truly taking that money and using that money to help someone else or to build other people up, then I don't really think you should be doing it.
But
Mm,
like
Don't get me
make
wrong.
the
They talk
money.
about right. Don't get me wrong. God talked about kicking over. They talked about Jesus kicking over the tables in the church, and I don't think the problem was that they were doing business. The problem was where they were doing the business and when we're doing the business and what was the purpose of the business. What is your intentions? What is your heart?
That's
And at the
interesting.
end of the day, that's where we get in trouble because our intentions should truly be to help one another. And I'm talking from Christianity because that's what I follow. Um, One of the things that it consistently says over and over and over and over again is to love your brother as you love yourself.
exactly.
And 99.9% of us don't do that.
But
Dang.
99.9% of us don't love ourselves at the measure that the Bible is expecting us to love somebody else. So if I
True.
don't self-love myself, how do you expect me to self or to love my neighbor as myself if I hate
Right. But then,
myself?
right. But that's where I
So
think a
I got
lot
a
of
little
beliefs.
pushback with what you said, Mir.
Go
You
ahead.
said 99. I don't think it's that high. I don't think so. Because also I do
Hmm.
well, from what I learned is because I think I can feel you if we like talking about America or something like this because there's so much division and the way a
Yeah.
lot
Yeah.
of us think and stuff. But I
Yeah.
do
Because I
believe a lot
forget.
of some people do have more optimistic mentalities than we think. It might not be very high, but some people do have a love for everybody, like hippies and all that stuff. They really, even if they don't get on board, even though I'm trying to build like a more of a hippie lifestyle or mentality, because I don't think they don't dislike anybody. You know what I'm saying? They really big on peace, love, and happiness and all that. So I wouldn't say. I'm just saying in general, not probably not 99%, maybe a big amount though. I'll say that though.
Yeah. 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 I
Yeah,
would say, and like you said, probably more in America because you got where you look overseas, like in some of the African countries and stuff, they are serious about their religion and they don't play. You
true.
know, you could say probably the Amish, they're serious about it and they don't play.
Yeah.
But then there's the rest of us who try to figure out a way that we can have Christ, but then we want to live this fantasy island at the same time. And from the time I've spent in the church and from my walk in church, I don't necessarily talk about it too much because people like to take and put you on a pedestal that they're not willing to climb up with you on. And see, this is my thing. Like I said, I don't know if it was, yeah, it was. I don't know if you heard me, but like last night, that was one of the things I was talking about with Conscious, is that this religion, that this Bible is an instruction book for you. It's not an instruction book on how everybody else should act. It's an instruction book on how you are supposed to act. But what we
True.
do is so much we try to push everything external. Well, because he lied, then it's okay for me to lie too. No, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's between him and God. That's like,
Facts.
I'm with you. I'm
Facts.
with you about pro-abortion. I mean, I'm against abortion. But at the end of the day, it's not my right to say anything about what that woman does with her body. That's between her and God. That has nothing to do with me. Now, if it's my significant other, that's a whole different story. We gonna have some discussion, some talking, we gonna go through this before this choice and decision is made. But somebody else's life, I'm learning to try to not to dictate to them, but at the same time, we still have to be at a place that we're able to, like we were talking about last night, to be able to still hold one another accountable. And I think
True.
that that's one of the biggest problems in the church is the church doesn't hold those who do wrong accountable like they do people who do right. Somebody just trying to move and do something right in the church, you'll stand in their way, you'll get them pushback. We were trying to start a marriage counseling in the church that I just left. And the new pastor come in, and she came in and was like, "Oh, we can't do this because we'll get sued for this, we'll get sued for that, people this, that." You're trying to do something that's gonna help people, and you worried about lawsuits that ain't even happened yet?
So you feel
Mm.
like the church is an entity that should or should not be a house for everybody based off of what you just said?
Yes, it should. It's a hospital. It's a spiritual hospital. That's what the church is. The church is a spiritual hospital.
So it's a tool. We're back to it's still a tool.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's also an entity, because the church that we're talking about, for the most part, is a building. But if we actually want to recognize the church for what it is, each and every one of us is the church
Yeah, no, that's what I
Mm.
meant. I don't mean the church as a building, but I mean the church as a group
as a
collective of
unity.
people
Right.
that either allow you in or don't allow you in. But we create what's around us to help utilize the tool, the Bible, and our beliefs cohesively.
Well, it's giving us a rules and regulation on how to deal with things. We just don't follow it. When someone is not following what's in accordance, we are to judge one another. But it's what is the intentions of your heart when you are judging someone, because that is what's going to come back to you. So are you judging them out of love because you see what they're doing and you see that it's something that really could hurt them? It could hurt their family. So like, if I'm judging my brother for cheating on his wife, but at the same time, I have to acknowledge what I do and how I treat my wife as well. So I can't necessarily go to him and say, "Hey, you need to stop cheating on your wife," when I cuss mine out and dog her out and I mistreat her every chance I get. So it's what is the intention of my heart. But if I'm treating my wife right and I'm doing the best I can, not perfect,
But
and
why
I
do you
go
feel
to him,
like we have to judge it all if God says in the Bible a sin in his eyes is the same whether it be a lie or murder?
because he says he chastens those he loves. We have to do correction. If we don't have correction, then we'll continue down the path that we've been going and continue to do things the wrong way. There is a right and a wrong way, and it is clear.
Okay.
It's
And you're
only when
basing
you
the
start
right
to,
and wrong based off of moral or based off of biblical moral?
it will actually be both. Because even if you take the biblical away, a lot of that stuff, even morally, just humanly, is still wrong.
Do you consider something wrong that directly affects your physical flesh? Or do you consider it just as a spiritual entity, as if you prayed and God didn't give you the answer you wanted?
Could you rephrase that? That's a good question, but I want to make sure I'm understanding it right.
I don't know how to rephrase it.
I mean, like you're saying, if I commit a sin, is it something that just affects me? It affects me spiritually and morally, or is it something that affects me physically as well?
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to retract
So
the
many
question
things.
and I'll ask it again in a few minutes once it comes back to the top of my head. How's
I
that?
hear you. What was you finna say, Kev? 'Cause I think that kind of fits right there. So where you say, "So man, to think of thinks." I can't remember exactly how it goes.
I was about to say that.
I
I'm
know
letting
there's
y'all rock it out.
but
Well, you know
it's
me myself. I think right and wrong is subjective, though. So, some it is maybe a couple objective ones, but overall it's subjective. It just depends on the situation, and the environment, the timing. We could say unaliving is wrong, but it depends on the situation.
because if
Yeah,
you're
I
in
mean, if God says
self-defense,
every sin is the same, then again, we go down to his last bonus question, mistakes or choices. So God gives us the opportunity not to make mistakes, but to
Yeah,
make the choice,
it's the
and
same, but I
therefore
don't think that's our
forgives the
goal to
mistake,
sin.
but still allows us the freedom of choice,
Yeah. But
right?
yeah,
And I'm
but
going
every sin
completely off a
affects us some
Christian
type of way, though.
perspective
So
here. I'm going off a
yeah.
completely Christian perspective, so I want to know that I'm coming out at you as a Christian, born
right.
and raised Christian myself. I grew up in
Oh,
private
you're fine.
school. So I want to
Okay.
know that we're kind of on the same page, but I have
Yeah.
questions myself in the way I was taught and the way it negatively affects me in my life. And it causes me to question a lot of things, being that I pretty much would be the first to burn a church based off of the pain and suffering that I had to go through within the people that I thought were real for me. So
But
straight.
that's what actually caused me to learn it. It was the relationships I was dealing with. I'm dealing with women who are church women, and supposedly they know this word. But what they knew was they knew the parts of the word they needed to be manipulative to and to manipulate. So once I started to take a better understanding of the word, that's not what that said. That's not what that meant. We're unequally yoked. Do you even know what a yoke is while you talking about we unequally yoked? You just sitting here running scriptures off and you don't even know what they mean because they sound like they work to what you want to do. And so once I
Right.
actually got an understanding of it, then it got to that point where I had to
But,
fight with
but
hold on, let me say this one quick and I'll let you go. For the people out there that, for me, I got to a place where I fought as a black male. This is that white tea religion. I did my research. I did a background check and did history because I was thinking about becoming a Muslim. And I started to research the history on the Bible and on the religion and Christianity. And what you find out is, and well, actually do your own study. I'm not even gonna tell you. You need to, just like you need to read that word for yourself and understand it for yourself, you need to do this research for yourself. Because I can tell you, but then it's coming from my research. You need to do your own, and you may find something that I missed and may be able to come back and help me.
I'm willing to
All right.
listen.
But Kev's gonna say something.
Oh, okay.
oh yeah. No, I was about to say I was just adding on to what you were saying about the. I was trying to do the you real quick. We be slipping in real quick, but that ain't work. I can't beat you. I don't know why I thought I could beat you on that one. But so you was like saying about the unequally yoked. I said them be the same people that be unequally yoked with. They don't use that term. They only use it in a relationship when it don't work or something like that. But they don't use it with their family members. They don't use it with these
Exactly.
friends that they have and all that stuff. You know what
Or
I'm
with
saying?
the
It works
church.
wide.
Yeah, because I
They
ended up
funny.
leaving the church. That's how I ended up originally leaving the church that I was at. I came to the realization that I was unequally yoked with the church that I was at. It was
True.
a space and place where I was ready to grow, and they didn't want me to grow. They wanted to keep me in my space and place because me growing was not something they were ready for. So I had to leave and go to another church where I was able to grow, and then
Facts.
eventually come back to this church. And then people will say, "Oh, you just did what you wanted to do. You just did what you wanted to do." No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you for a fact, I got divorced. It was 2 years into that. I wanted to leave the church immediately after I got divorced because I felt like I was distracted because my ex-wife is a big part of that church too. So it was a distraction for me. It was 2 years before he allowed me to leave. And the transition was so smooth right into another church. The way he did it, I just went in teaching at another church. And then I thought that I was going to do certain things at this church, and that's what I thought was going to happen. But he was showing me things at this church. And then once he got through showing me things, then he sent me back to the church that I originally started at. And people have their say so, this and that and the other, and it's like, you don't understand. If you just could really see the journey and how it is, sometimes it's hard to express to people that don't want to believe. You're looking for a reason not to believe.
Do you
And I
believe?
think
I've
that's
been.
also,
I was
I
about to
think
say I
that's,
ran that. I just ran
yeah,
into that earlier.
yeah,
You
and
be
I think
finding
that's what
every
it
reason
is.
to
You
not
got,
believe instead of.
right, you got one or two people, you got
But
two people. You got the people that are doing everything they can to find a reason to believe, and then you got the people that are doing everything they can to find a reason not to believe.
not to believe. Yep, and they do that same energy with the stuff they believe in too. They like, oh yeah, well since I bashed this other stuff, let me find every reason to believe this and prove this right. Like that's why I be saying like we need to stop. It ain't even all about that. It's just stick to what you gonna believe in. If you feel like it's a little fishy or whatever, or if it's harming you, then change your beliefs after that. But if it ain't hurting nobody else and it's uplifting them, like we was just talking about the whole main thing earlier, we have a hammer, right? It can be used for multiple ways. You can't blame the hammer for the way it's being used. Just like you can't blame a certain religion for the way it's getting used. It's just about how you using it to benefit your life and uplift you. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's no harm or a creator gonna be like, yeah, no, what? You need to believe it this certain way. I highly believe that. You know what I'm saying? If we know, because even within our own religion, it's corruption in it. You know what I'm saying? They got people that do it the way they want to do and harming people and all that stuff. So who says what is right and wrong? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So it's
Yes.
like as long as it better you and your family and whatever, just stick to it. Stick to whatever it is and pass it along and create positiveness out of it. You know what I'm saying? All that, that's how. But um whoever was trying to go though, I think Mirror or something like that, or if y'all trying to go, then let kid go because she ain't said nothing in a while. And then let hashtag go. If they want to hit that topic, and I'm about to grab something real quick.
Okay, real quick, Mira, and I'll let everybody hit the topic. Do you feel like when God stated that, the law of the land, when he's mentioned in the Bible that after following his laws, that we were required to follow the laws of the land in order to judge? Do you feel like those were laws that we made up, or do you feel like God is talking about the natural law of earth, like our food, our nutrients, and all of that? Because if we didn't follow the law of the land, our bodies couldn't survive. But we take it into paper form when we realize in the beginning, when we were created, we didn't know that paper existed because we created paper many thousands of years ago in order to get that. Yes, we wrote on tablets and things like that, but everything that seems like we're relating to, we related only so far based off of our consciousness of modern time. And I'll end it with that. I just wanted to know your opinion on that.
Honestly, even though we don't want to admit it or acknowledge it, if you actually do the history of the laws in this land, a lot of them are actually based off of the Bible. They try to say that they're not. They're trying to get away from that. But I mean, if you even look at the money, in God we trust, it's right on our money. So he told us to follow the laws of the land as well, because you remember about the taxes when he was talking about taxes and they were talking about the money. Well, who should we give this money to? And the Lord says, whose picture's on it? He says Caesar's. So give Caesar's, do what's Caesar, and give to me what's mine. So he's telling us that yes, his law comes first and to follow his law. But like I said, when Jesus came, Jesus didn't come to remove the law. He came to I can't remember exactly how it's said, but it wasn't to enforce the law, but basically I can't remember. I don't want to quote it because I don't remember exactly how it goes. But he didn't come to remove the law. So basically what he was saying is that we are to follow the laws of the land as well. And a lot of times we try to say that we're not supposed to be a part of politics, but we are. And to be a part of politics is how we also, because that's how this land operates and move, but we bring it with the word, bring it with God. And that's how we're able to move things and make things to work for the people of God.
That makes sense. I appreciate that.
Okay, was it right above me? I can't, let me see what it is. Kid, kids, 57. Okay. Who would like to go next on the or who hasn't already spoken on the topic and would like to go? Go ahead, hashtag like you ready to go.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Drop down and then come back up.
Yeah, I can't hear you either.
Yeah, I just have spent a lot of time studying and really have spent time trying to get an understanding of it. Trying to know the word for myself, and I do understand what they say when it's the word, what it says about stuff like keeping it close to your heart. I can't tell you necessarily what the scriptures are, where the scriptures are, but I can tell you when I hear scripture that makes sense and when it doesn't. And now when I sit in churches, it's funny because like I'll hear certain stuff how people try to manipulate the word. Like there's this one pastor here who, what he does is he'll take half the scripture and then take a half another scripture and put those two scriptures together to make it say what he wants it to say.
That's crazy.
Because you're dividing it and now you're making it say what you want it to say instead of what it actually says. But we do it ourselves because I can't think of the exact scripture. It says that but it's the main part that everybody takes away from it is he'll make you a way out. Or he'll make it for, but they missed the part that it has a comma right there. It's not a period. And what it says after that, your way out is he'll make it so that you can endure it or that you can bear it. It doesn't mean that he'll make it so that you can escape it or get out of it. And they use that in marriages a lot. Well, God will make you a way out, but the way out ain't always to get out. Sometimes the way out is to be able to just bear it or to endure it because you've learned to give it over to him and stop stressing about it. A lot of times the problem is that we have in marriage and our relationships is because we take on so much and take so much personal that they didn't sin against us. They didn't hurt us. They hurt God. But because we got in the way, we took the hit that wasn't meant for us. So a lot of times, a lot of hurt that you've gotten from people are hurt that wasn't even yours. That's why we've gotten to this culture now where we got this cutoff culture and we so sensitive and we don't want nobody to get close to you. People are like, how are you able to? I got a coworker right now. I know this guy's a snake. And I deal with him. I smile with him. I laugh. I joke, but I know who he is. He told us to be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. So that tells us that you still, and he sends us out as sheep among wolves. So we are supposed to deal with difficult people. It's not supposed to be easy. But for some reason, we think that it's supposed to be this simplified, easy. Once I accept him, he just gonna cover me with this glory and he gonna protect me and ain't nothing gonna be able to touch me. And I'm gonna have this glorified woman, a man that he gonna bring to me and they gonna be perfected and everything just gonna be beautiful and it's gonna be, when that's the furthest thing from the truth.
Faith, hope, love, the greatest is love. So it seems like all of us fail in just walking in love, and we get technical about the other two, and he directly tells us walking in love tops and trumps everything.
Well, we like to pick up the worldly things like Tina Turner's What Love Got to Do with It. Well, in her case, it had to do with she was getting beat. But if you ain't getting beat, that ain't your story. What's love got to do with it? Well, if love is God and God is love, love got everything to do with it. Love is not the problem, just how we do it. Right. But I think also what I've had to come to the realization is we go out and we're so ready to receive love. When the problem is we should be ready to give love. So when we're not receiving, we get angry. But the problem is not because you're not receiving. The problem is that you're not giving.
I agree with
And
that.
I got a really good, the message today was really good. And what he talked about was, which I love this because I can tell you the message of what he actually talked about that I took from it, not come to you and say, oh, the word was so good for you. You should have been there. This is what he said about you. Now, I don't know what he said about you. But what I know he talked about his phone. And he talked about how, you know, when you get these cell phones and you get these new phones, and you know how once you keep using it, when you first get it and it's brand new and everything fast and quick and moving and popping, but then after you get to using it for about 2, 3, 4, 5 months, now all of a sudden everything slow down. So then you go take it to the shop and you're trying to figure out why my phone just keep loading, why it just keep loading, why is it? And it was because it's so full of memory. And then you go and look and it's full of memories and stuff that you don't even need no more. Junk that you just still hanging on to, that you need to let go of. Those text messages that people sent that you were like, well, if they lying say that they ain't gonna say that they said this, I got the text message. That you need to let go of now, but you still hanging on. The pictures, all the stuff the evidence, all kind of junk the apps that we don't even use anymore. But then when you cleanse all that stuff out, you push all that out, you make room for new. And it's kind of the same way. We have so much old hurt, pain, looking for to receive love inside of us, that same love that we're looking for, that we have in us to give, we're not giving it, so we don't have room to receive it. So we basically stopped up trying to get something from somebody and can't understand why we can't get something. You can't put something else in something that's already full.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to uncover. In my opinion, I think the way people interpret the Bible or their doctrines for themselves is figuratively, metaphorically, and literally. And figuratively would be sort of trying to make it compare to something else, you know? Metaphorically would be trying to, make it mean something else. And then literally would be applying it as it said, like, like it only works in this context. And I think that's what people have an issue with, is those three types of interpretations of the word.
I agree.
So you'll hear it all the time. People will say scriptures and some people will take them literally.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be directly, like they'll be like, see, that's what I'm talking about, the actual word, but they won't actually get the meaning. And then the other person is like, well, don't apply stuff to what it don't apply to, So I think that's what happens with a lot of people when it comes to like their religious beliefs and stuff like that. For me, I was raised very agape, and after settling in to who I was, or who I am, I became ominist, and that's for you guys to do your own research.
What does ominous mean?
Okay, so an ominist is someone that finds some truth in all things, right? And like most people can't even construct a lie, for example, without some truth. And there's some truth to be had in all things. And so what that allows me to do is to not invalidate anybody's connection or experience through my own. I just accept them as they come and feed them what I have. And so whatever they have that I want, through respect, they will feed me, but I will only eat what serves me, or what serves, the higher me, I'll say. So many people say, well, you can't do that. And then I say, well, have you ever had Chinese food? You know what I'm saying? Do you just eat noodles and spaghetti? So many things in life are that way. They move that way, they act that way. So it's a respect that I do, or that my faith does,
like my faith allows for respect. So I don't judge what anybody else is doing. It's not about good, bad, or any of that stuff. It's simply about respect and honoring and learning the perspective of people, and then offering them my perspective as well, and then giving them an opportunity to make their own decision, because it's not my place, nor anybody's place, to be honest, to actually judge people, rather than to have them to figure out whether they should be judged or not, or whether they want to accept what they haven't accepted. That's what it's really about for me. So
My question is, are you a parent?
yes.
How do you tell whether your children is doing something wrong or not? You have to
I
make a
asked,
judgment.
no, hold on, don't answer for me.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, but that's not my answer. So how I tell if my kids are doing something that's wrong or not is I ask them how it serves them, and I ask them how it serves us. Right? I don't typically have to scorn my kids. I teach my kids self-management and self-validation. So I give them a direction. I offer them my direction. Right? But I don't tell them that my direction is wrong or right. I just say that my direction works for me and is helping me to to work for you. This is my direction, right? And so what I noticed is that when we attach ourselves to the how, we're too stubborn to direct people with what. And I'll give you a case in point. I learned a lot of the characters, like my man characters, a lot of these things through tools in the garage with my uncle. Tools with my uncle, or work with my uncles, and a lot of things with my dad, right? And sports and stuff like that. Like, that's where I learned a lot of the characters. But my son is not into sports the way I was, nor is he into tools the way I was. So how do I teach him these things if he's not into what I was in? Right? So I had to find what he was into it and find a way to give him these exact same character traits inside of what he will receive it from. Right? Just like how the word says, because I know you understand the word, shillings can come from from a mouth of a frog or a fish. I think it said a fish, right? Gold can come from the mouth of a fish. So it's not about where it comes from. It's about whether or not it's delivered, right? Is it delivered is the question. And more people are worried about how it's delivered rather than what is delivered and whether or not it is delivered. When maturity hits us and when true growth hits us, and this is just my opinion, the starving people will eat from any plate. Right? Many times we'll be served things that we don't like in a very cold way. But if you are starving and you see substance in front of you, I guarantee you won't worry about how it's served.
Right.
You won't worry about how it's served. But that takes a level of maturity, a level sometimes of scarcity, and sometimes a level of growth, Like, I've learned to ask one question more than any other question. What is the intention? The minute I started asking that question more, not only did I allow people to hold themselves accountable without having to hold them accountable, right? But
Yes.
I began to accept things that had already been taught to me that I had not received. And I realized that the reason why I couldn't grow or change anymore was because I was waiting for the meal to be served to me on the plate that I wanted. When the meal had already been served to me. It had already been prepared for me. Everything, these characters, these things that I needed to learn, they were already served to me, but I was so stuck up, so bougie, so whatever the case may be, so particular about how it was served to me that I couldn't eat. I couldn't grow. I couldn't change. I couldn't be, right? So we need to ask ourselves, what is the intention? This is what, like, for me, it's about relationship, not about religion. Religion means practice. Relationship means relating. It means to build something with someone or something in which you two can communicate, sometimes even without words. It's intimacy, right? At its core, it's intimacy at its core. So many people are worried about religion when they should be worried about relationship. And I think that's the biggest issue. I'm not worried about religion. I'm worried about relationship, because relationship is what's going to get us from one level to the next, not whether or not we're practicing exactly the same thing. I definitely, and I'll close with this. I don't believe that God is concerned about our religion. I think honestly that religion is for those who are undisciplined. Because once religion is made for those who need to be told what to do to get to where, right? And I truly believe that we could subscribe however we subscribe and to whatever we subscribe, right? Most of these things will be culturally based. You know, they will tell us how to dress, how to look, how to be. But when we get to relationship, what ends up happening is it's not so much about how, it's more about, does it align with the what? And the minute we align with the what, I think we'll be okay.
What's on first? Who's on second? But yes, I really, yeah, I agree. I agree. The relation, I honestly believe that the same thing, that I think that that's really the goal that he has for us here. When we ask what are we here for, it's like to figure out just how to get along.
Like, is Kid back? Look like it. I thought she. But
That was good. Hashtag Diggs. That was an amazing explanation. Good job.
Well, one last thing I want to do was and thank you. I really appreciate that. I mean, it was genuine. So I hope that my genuine self was okay. It's I don't know. It's every time I talk to somebody about life and about religion and about love and all these types of things, just like how the brother was saying, like, I really love something he said earlier. He said many times people will cater messages just for them, right? And they'll read things halfway, and they'll take it out, like they'll frame it in the context that they want it to prove a point, right? Like one of the few scriptures that I ever heard being preached in church was the scripture about how love fails. But it's right there under what love is. And many people they don't go that far. They'll read Corinthians, 4th chapter, 1st chapter, 13, 4 through 8, and then they stop at 8. They stop at 8, right? They stop halfway, right? But what it tells you right after that is how love fails. After it tells you what love is, it tells you how love fails. And they never want to preach on how love fails, because it literally tells you how love fails right there. And then it says prophecy, false prophecy, gossiping, because it says the tongues, and then it says basically in a nutshell, it says stubbornness, which is knowledge, right? So it says it will, like, love will go away, it will cease, it will disappear if these things exist. Like, this is how love fails. And the reason
Oh, I didn't want to cut you off, but I just had to say, and the reason why I have to say it, because I want you to keep going, is that I've never, because I was waiting for you to finish, because I was going to cut, I had a pushback, and I was, love fails. How does love fail? They don't say that. And I was waiting, but I was picking up on what you were saying, and then you broke it down, and that's the thing. Sometimes that's the thing about learning the word for yourself and then getting your interpretation, because each person will read it, and that was an interpretation I've never heard or even thought of or saw.
But
so thank you for that.
Somebody doesn't have the opportunity to have the word. What if they were born in an abusive household and the Bible was never introduced to them and they died when they were 5 years old?
Well, okay, so for those who don't have an opportunity at this time to be shown the Bible or a doctrine or a faith, God will show it to you in so many different ways. This is why I was so open to being ominous, right? Because, like I said, many times we are too stubborn to receive it in on the plate that it's received. I mean, that it's served to us. And so I have friends who are, who basically kneel to trees every day, right? I have friends who go and kneel at 5 times a day. You know what I'm saying? I have friends who not necessarily like just who count numbers and things like that. I have friends who do all these things, right? And for a lack of better words, when I ask them their revelation, I'm like, I don't understand how that revelation came to you, but it is exactly the revelation that I grew up on. and I'm like, how did you come to that knowledge doing something completely different? And what I realize is that, to answer your question, I don't know, life is a heck of a teacher. I read a quote today because I'm writing a screenplay right now, and that's something I'm doing on my side time. But it was a quote about stoicism, and the quote said that what was the quote? It said something to the effect of, we don't know that we have it all because we don't reflect on what we had. In a nutshell, right? It said we don't know that we have it all because we rarely reflect on what we had. I invite everybody to write a journal. I invite everybody to revisit their moments, their lives, and to really be present with people at one at a time. I invite everybody to actually learn to listen and to hear, because they are very different and we use them so interchangeably. Listening is about the ideas, concepts, and stuff, the specifics, right? The details, the request. But hearing is what we do with our emotions. It's literally human emotions acknowledging and responding or reacting. It's just about sound, right? And the sound, the frequencies do something else that the words don't do. Sometimes they're inconsistent. The frequency says you don't love me, and the words say you do. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like I invite people to learn to do both of those things, to learn to do both, and to tell people along the lines of learning, tell people your translation of their actions and their words and their sounds, and you will have a much better communication with the world and everybody that's in it when you just simply tell them, hey, you said this, but my translation of what you were doing and the way you said it was this. Which one do you want me to get? Because I'm telling you, you will help people too. Because many people don't know that the reason why they're having such bad issues with communicating with people is because they are off center with their communication. 70+% of our communication is nonverbal, and even less of that is actually content.
Hashtag, can I get in a little bit?
Yeah. Please.
Since
Please take it away.
we're talking about sound, right? And with sound, we use our voices, right? Sound is a vibration, yes?
Yes.
Can sound affect mood?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if I'm yelling at you to deliver a message and my voice sounds full of anger, can that affect the way that you receive the message?
100%.
Okay, so when I hear folks say, it's not about the delivery, it's about the message that pushes back against my belief system. Because I know as a human being, if I'm in a foul mood and I put some music on, that sound uplifts my mood. If I put on, like, say, jazz, or if I put on something soothing, different types of tones have different effects on my body. So when we think we could speak to everyone the same way, that's where the problem comes in. So if I'm someone and I say to you, please don't yell at me, you're yelling at me, you're insulting me, can you just bring it down? And if people would be willing to yield to that, instead of saying, well, I have a message to tell and this is what it is, and if you can't get it, that's a you problem. You need to deal with your triggers. Well, I'm asking you, from one human being to the other, if you bring down your voice a little bit, I may be able to hear the message a little better. So that's where I push back on in terms of delivery.
No,
So,
I 100% agree
Because
with
if
you, Cheryl.
somebody yelled at me in a different language, I probably would not receive the message correct, but I would receive a message that he's or she was angry about something. So that
Right,
makes complete sense.
right,
But
right.
right.
then other
I mean, we're
other piece,
si-
real quick. But then there's the
oh,
other
that's cool.
piece.
That's cool.
You could talk to someone in the tone that you just talked to them in, and if
hmm
they're not in a place to receive it, it doesn't matter. They're not in a place to receive it.
And
So
that
it
can
doesn't
also
matter
be
what
true
tone that
too.
you bring it. Right. So it
Right.
doesn't matter what
So
tone or what message. Yes.
that goes to the saying two things can be true at once. So we just proved that right there, that two things could be true at once.
Yeah, this,
So
but this
trust
is
me,
why we ask.
I have been the worst communicator in the past, and I've learned to practice, like hashtag started to touch on, be stoic. So I learned, okay, this person's raising their voice. Is it affecting me to the point where I can't listen to hear the message? And what is their motive? Is their motive to teach me something, or is their motive to insult me? Let me keep listening. And so I've changed my mind about a few people on this app. Once I learned to deal with my trigger, okay, they're a little harsh. I have triggers about yelling, even though I've yelled myself, right? Hypocrite. Okay. So, I've learned to go past that trigger and say, okay, what is it that they're actually trying to say? But I can't do that all the time. So if I'm in a room, in a space where there's a lot of chaos, I just do my own mental health check-in. Am I able to receive the messages here based on my ability and my own vibration? Can I handle it? If not, I scroll. If I can, I stay. That's all.
Can I add
Yeah.
something to
Sure.
okay, so the first question says, what makes your beliefs better than everyone else's in the world? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay, just real quick, beliefs and I just came into the knowledge recently that beliefs.
Hey, real quick before you go too far, man. I mean, you doing your thing, but I just want to. It's 25 people in here, man.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary. Do it for me. You better than me.
Okay, so it's yeah. Hey,
hold on, real quick. We about to do a break real quick. Hold up, just 1 second.
Please tap, guys. Please tap.
Like you said, we got 25 people in here. We are 15K. We need to get up to 20K and then eventually get up to 25 and then to 30K. So we need to keep hitting that like button. I see the comments is flowing and everybody's up there chiming up in them comments. So don't make Kev have to embarrass you and start calling you out. We already know that we try getting to sing. Y'all ain't going to tap y'all because y'all want him to sing. So we don't want him to he don't never turn the comments off, but we don't want it to be a first time. So let's tap. And for us in the box, hit hashtag FYP, share the live, gift the host, and you can also gift the people in the box, especially if they like to just said something you like. And we just appreciate your time. And hey, this is Christmas Eve, so share the love, give some likes.
Absolutely. Yeah, beliefs like the information I came into recently, it kind of opened my eyes a little bit. It was something I thought about before, but I never went into depth. Just the difference between, well, I was creating some distinction between beliefs and believe, right? So the distinction that was given to me was that beliefs are like a box or a tank. You know, it's something that you're in that you can't get out of. And if you were to get out of them, you got to look at them on all sides and how they hurt other people and how they keep people out. Right? You got to look at them from the inside and from the outside. And then like what we believe or be living is what you're doing. Like what you're doing inside of that tank, how you swimming around that tank, and how that tank, like you never truly have you can't control the tank. Like for example, believing in Jesus or believing in the 10 Commandments, or the 10 Commandments or the 12 Commandments or the 66 laws or whatever belief system you have. Many times what they will do is they will supersede you. Many people's beliefs, they will never ever be able to actually do them. Our beliefs are much bigger than us, and they're that way for a reason. You know, a lot of times they're that way for a reason. There's only 12 commandments that are presented in the Bible, for example, and people can't even stay steadfast for 4. You know, a lot of
12. What are the other 2?
Jesus said in Matthew, I think it was Matthew 22, he said, love yourself as you love your neighbor, and with your whole heart, your spirit, I can't quote it, but it's in Matthew 22.
So actually what he did was he actually not necessarily dropped the 10 commandments, but it just became more or less about those 2 commandments. So it more or less went from 10 to giving us 2. But if you follow those 2 commandments, you will stay within the 10 commandments.
Exactly. That's what I be trying to tell people. It went down to 2.
I thought
go ahead.
I thought he said hang these above the rest, but maybe that's what he was saying too. I received that. And I definitely agree with you when you say that if you can do those 2, you definitely could do a lot more for sure, or you're covering the other ones for sure.
Yeah, and then the simple fact that everybody missed that one part. That's why I try to tell people. The reason why we would go to heaven wouldn't be because of us. It also says that we are no longer of work; we are of faith now. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole reason. It's a reason why Jesus died on the cross for us. So the fact that we can think we can pay a couple offerings or do a couple deeds on this earth, like, hey, you know, if I do this or whatever, no, we are not the reason. We're not off work. That's what that means. You know what I'm saying? It's all about just having faith and believing. That's what it's all about. Because it's obvious that we could not keep up with all 600 of them commandments. It's hard to not seeing every dang on day. You know what I'm saying? Every day we wake up, we got to fight that. We just naturally born sinners. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just like I was mentioning before at the beginning, we are evil people. We are bad people that's trying to be good. That's just what it is. We trying, but that's why I be trying to get on people's heads, be thinking like, oh, I know all this and you're sinning. They always want to say that, but then again, you just got done sinning probably about 2 minutes ago. So I don't know why people be acting like they better than the next. Just because they sin different from you, you know better than the next person. So you got to realize it's all about having faith. That's just what it is. That's the ultimate goal. And just like he said, them two things is really just, that's why right now I'm preaching on, no, not preaching, but I'm just getting the fact that we should all try to love one another, no matter what the difference is or not. I don't think God ever told us to hate somebody or anything. And then they use that same scripture. Well, he hated Esau. And he used it 2 times. He used hate in there, but it's obvious his hate is different because it also said that we should hate our family, all that other things in order to be one of his peoples and stuff. So it's obviously mean love less. He don't mean literally hate each other because he told us not to hate each other because it's the next closest thing to unaliving each other. So just because, that's huh?
No, I was just saying, right, and that they hate. He said he hate adultery, but they don't talk about that either.
Right. They hate he really hate the haughty eye, and that's what people be doing unintentionally, where they think they better than the next person.
And then
people look up the haughty eye.
Do you study a specific version of the Bible? Because when I talk about like the Quran to, others, they claim that is unaltered. Whereas I grew up on the King James Version Bible. We look at King James and he is not a great person in any way, shape, or form, but yet we follow that Bible. Now, the main Bible we understand is inspired by Scripture, but how far do we go back on that? Because if you really, really look at it, it's the inspiration, faith, hope, and love that we're on. So why are all of these specifics matter? Are we do we like King James, so we should follow his law, or do we realize that at that time things were trying to be manipulated even within God's word to coincide with specific laws in the land that he implemented at his time?
Again, he told some things in there you can take literally. It's like I said before, you have to consistently pray. And as you consistently pray, ask him to speak to you, ask him to reveal it. Not man, not, this pastor or that pastor or this person or that person or even me, but for him to reveal it to you, or for the Holy Spirit to reveal it to you. So you pray, as you pray and you read, he'll discern it to you and he'll give you clarity to you. And as it comes to you, then it'll be certain things that'll make you go, okay, that makes sense now. Where you've heard, it could be a scripture that you've heard a million times and everybody's had their version, their breakdown of it. But then you finally read it and you get a completely different breakdown, a completely different understanding. So that's why you have to know it for yourself. That's why you have to study it for yourself. But what I also do is, we've been blessed with with technology, and with technology, I like to use YouVersion. And because YouVersion gives me I think it's like 50 something different versions of the Bible in there, and I've downloaded them all. And as I read and study, I go through and as I'm reading scripture, especially when I come across that I may not understand or I'm struggling with, I'll go through multiple versions of it to get a better understanding of it. So I'm not limiting myself to that one Bible.
God, not the Bible. So the word is inspired, not the actual Bible, because the Bible is technically the word. It is inspiration. So if we're getting inspiration from the Bible, then technically we're looking to man who've had experience in which they state that they know God. And with this experience and these things that they have dealt with, happen over time, these were the results which seem more godly and biblical for the text.
I would say so. But then there's certain things in it too that, for me, that I see as predictions that, help me to see that how could these men at this time know what was going to be happening at this time?
So
how could men that were even
with hashtag, right? It doesn't come directly from the Bible. It can come from anywhere, whether it's the 35,000 versions of the Bible that you have on the internet, or it's a music video from Cardi B that inspired you. Because you got that message, God was able to go through something, a vessel, because that's his job in order to get that message to that person. Because I could be in the middle of a concert putting my hands up to what we'll call the devil, but God's going to be there because he loves every child, and he's going to open that message for me wherever I'm at. And I don't need a text or a church to help with that, because the church is God. God is one in the church. So he's going to bring the church to you, correct?
No, we the church.
Well, right.
We the church.
And the pushback I would have on that is,
God is good.
God is wherever you are, but it's also in a matter of you being in receptance of him. So saying that I'm going to a Cardi B concert and God gonna meet me there, if I'm not ready to receive him, he ain't gonna meet me there.
Right. That's my point. Whether you're
ain't about to be twerking with Cardi B.
I just use Cardi B because that's
hold on right quick.
But that's why I had but because you chose that, that's why I had to go back in, because I don't want somebody to hear this and think that, I can go to the Cardi B concert and be praising the Lord.
Right.
Not necessarily, no,
but you can
take that out of context.
Right.
You're not going to worship God at a Cardi B concert at all, as you would be as if you went to a church, but you're going as a human that's either lost, searching, or like the rest of us. So
Some
regardless of
people
your
following their
stance,
flesh too. They ain't
God will
lost. They
get
just
through
going
you,
on with their
right?
Right.
desires.
The
And
creator.
necessarily going to, and these days going to the church don't necessarily mean you going to worship the things that we do in the church nowadays. So you might be going to
Right.
church
No, but like
to see a
getting
The
twerking
church is
event.
just a building.
gathered,
It's just a
gathered in
building.
church,
The,
or like your
The
own.
church is just a building full of people.
I have
That's all
Well,
it
another
church
the
is
is.
church
It's
is
a
question.
actually
building.
the
not the
church is actually
building. The
you.
church is
You
not
are the
the building.
church.
We are the church. When two or more gather, that
What people
we are the
call a church
church.
is just a building.
Yeah, when two or more
I
Yeah,
have a
together,
this
it
is
says
church.
miracles can happen.
This is
Yeah, right.
church.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
But I
question.
believe that's with a person, a
Well,
friend,
hold on,
a lover, a
but you got me.
spouse,
I
two
got
or
one
more
question real
people.
quick too, because I wanted to ask hashtag and whoever else may have a chime in, because this is just a revelation that would have come to me, and this was just like I say, you pray about things, and sometimes he brings things to a different understanding. And in my first off, there's one thing that I love. People say that the Bible says that to forgive but not to forget, but it does tell you to forget because again, in love, it says love remembers no wrongs, no wrongdoings, which means you forget. But that's another argument for another day. My question was, he says he knew you in your womb before you were in your mother's womb.
Exactly.
And one of the things that people love to say to justify their disposition in life is nobody asked to be here. But if he knew you before you were in your mother's womb, could it be that he presented the life to you already and showed you what the life was going to be like or the possibilities, but it was still up to you and your choices, and you volunteered to go?
I mean, that's definitely a belief, but the Bible doesn't state that, right? Based off of
I know.
your religion and what you're preaching, the Bible definitely preaches off of that.
That is true.
Wait, so say that again, Mary. I missed it. Oh no, goodness.
So what I was saying is, he said he knew you before you were in your mother's womb.
Right.
And the worldly term that we love to use is no one asked to be here. And with that being said, that he knew you before you were in your mother's womb, could it be possible that you volunteered to come? Could it be possible that you asked to come? Could it be that when he said he knew you before you were in your mother's womb and you said, pick me, I'll go?
Nah. Well, I mean, it could. I don't know. I look at it. Like I said, I feel
Yeah,
like
I
we
know the
live in
Bible
God.
doesn't say anything like that, but I'm
Yeah, I
just
feel you. I
saying,
feel
could it
you.
be a possibility?
Yeah, I feel you, but I feel like we live in. I don't think we here for us. I don't think we not the ones to make this choice. I think this is God's will. At the end of the day, His will gonna be done no matter what. So I don't think like us want to be here or not. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna stop him from his mission of what he want to do, or he, she, whatever we want to call him. You're right, because I know everybody believes different. But this is part of. That's why I be telling people like that. Our life is not only just for us. That's why I be trying to get people. When all of us think it's always about us and Earth's for the. And I mean, I understand we live in our life though. I understand that though. But I just look at the bigger picture though. I just look at it
But
that
that's what
we playing a part. We play our certain
right.
part.
But that's
We impact. Huh?
Yeah, but that's my argument to it, because it's like this what you just saying. We're choosing to serve him, and then once we get here, now we're choosing him. We get the choice to choose him again. Because it's still your free will. It's still your choice. You get to,
Yeah, but God knows it though. He
right,
knows all.
right,
But this part of
right.
His plan. It's like people be thinking. I don't believe we could trick God. I don't think oh, dang, I didn't know you was gonna not make that choice or something, and I didn't know you gonna go left instead of right. I mean, I believe God knows from beginning to end, just like He knew us before we was out the womb. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, it's free will to us, but it's something He already knew. That's how I look at it.
I heard something, and I don't know whether it to be true or not, but like I say, you hear different people's different perspective, and someone else's message or the perspective that I heard in the message was that God works in reverse. He's already at the end. Like He's working from the end and He's going to the beginning. Yeah. Right. And we
already was.
Right. But actually you can say that because He said the battle's already won.
That's already this what made me think about this.
It's
Look,
already won, then we're fighting amongst ourselves and not following or walking in love, correct? Or having faith in what we are claiming we truly believe, because we can't coexist.
Yeah, I was about to also say that it made me think about which kind of made sense. I be trying to make sense out the Bible more and more. I keep understanding. That's why I love it. I love it so much. I don't see why people got a problem with it, but the more it started teaching me how to be more disciplined and all this stuff, I realized it's love all out of it and what I learned. But I realized like to me, I was wondering like, what is the book of life? You know what I'm saying? It said if you're not written in the book, it said basically you're not one of his, right? So it made me think about this. Since God is the beginning and the end, and he knows all, it's like I think about it's like a book to him. You see what I'm saying? This is like a book to him. Like this is already
Yeah, it's a
a written
story.
story already. It might be new to us, and just like they say, ain't nothing new under the sun. I be trying to tie all these sayings together and then just make more and more sense the more I keep thinking about it.
You
You know
remember
what
the
I'm saying?
movie The
So
Never Ending
we
Story?
already in the book already, huh?
You
Say it
remember
again.
you remember the movie The Never Ending Story?
I got to catch up on a lot of movies. Yeah, I'm horrible
That's
when it comes to
old,
movies.
man. That was
I
old.
know I'm horrible on movies, man. My friends be telling me they
But
gon'
basically, that's what it was. The kid went
Classic.
into the library. He was running from bullies. He ran into the library. He found this book. It was called The Never Ending Story. When he opened the book and started reading the story, he actually went to the world, and he basically was trying to help them save their world, which was helping him save the real world and stuff. But like you said, it's just reading the story. Or kind of like, remember the end of one of the what you call it? Dang, what's it? Men in Black movies where he went in the locker and it just was like it was like a whole other world inside the locker.
So you believe God wrote the story for us, not that we fill in the pages, the blank pages, as humans. You feel like he filled in those pages already, so regardless of what we do, it's all going to end? Or do you feel like the experience that we choose to have with each other, alone, creation and earth and things and whatever, that isn't where our freedom lies from God, to where we can coexist with each other, even though the beginning and the end is said, what we do in between that is the inspiration. And whether we act through God's plan based off of Mir's statement or not really shouldn't matter if we're walking in love and
wait. So
coinciding.
do you think we can? You say so. I heard you say something about work through God's plan. Do you believe we can go against God's plan?
I don't believe we can go against God's plan, because we all are promised one thing, and that's death. That is God's plan. We are going to die. Nobody knows anything else, but we all die. We just don't know what happens after,
Yeah, I don't think we
before.
really gonna
Because
ever know
because
truly
like a
God's
perfect
plan though.
question,
That's one
because
thing
a
we
perfect
don't. We are
question
not
to
gonna.
that,
Yeah, so we create. I
because a
don't think
perfect
God has
question
a
to that
plan
would
in
be,
between.
did you
I think
think
the
that
plan is just
did
beginning
Adam
and
go
end.
against God's plan, or
What's in
did Adam
between?
just fall right into what God expected, what God already knew was to
God
be?
already knew it. He knew it.
Right,
He
right.
knew it. He know all. Like I said, we gon' It only makes sense. I mean, if we can create all this stuff, okay. This is a prime example how I know God know all. Like think about even stuff like this. We be like, dang, he sent messengers. Some people be telling the future and all this other stuff. Where do y'all think they get these powers from? Like, where do these messengers get stuff from to know the future? Like even when
See,
Jesus, that's just a smidgen. When he told Peter that you were gonna lie to me 3 times, how do
hmm
you think he knew that? You see what I'm saying? That's just a little bit.
right.
So just imagine. You see what
Those
I'm
are
saying?
those are the prophecies that were already foretold. So if you read the Bible tells you a lot about the future. It told you about the wars. It told you about the plagues. And
And
it's
you don't feel like we're bringing that into existence just because we're reading it, as if we were to read Harry Potter and bring that into existence with toys and everything else that we love about it, because we had it. Not
You
everybody
talking about
has that
something else. You
option.
throwing me off now.
In order to believe it, we have to have it, which is the Bible. In order to have it, and we have to use it, and in order to use it, we have to bring it into existence to use it.
Yeah.
There's a step process.
Yeah,
well,
before
he
reading
knew
it though,
he
we was gonna be probably living it anyways, no matter whatever the book was. Anyways,
right.
the book was we already in a book before reading one. That's how that's what I believe, But
When we talk
That's
about
good.
there's nothing new under the sun, the nothing that's not new is good and evil. There's always going to be good and evil, and there's always
always.
going to be, quote unquote, good and bad choices. So
So you
that's
do
that's
believe in
And the two
duality, Cheryl?
commandments.
I absolutely believe in duality. That's Satan, and that's the duality and polarity would be Satan and God.
Okay.
Yeah, and our outcomes are based on which duality which part of that polarity we choose, right? So I wanted to ask hashtag a question. I've been dying to ask him because he said something very interesting. So he said, so we can get our revelations in the Bible. So he said, I don't, I can learn things from different sources. So I want to know, hashtag, which was a polarity that you learned a revelation from that was similar to the Bible, that had like the same outcome, but you used a different tool to get to that outcome.
Okay. So Revelation, there's so much in Revelation. Revelation is probably one of the scariest books in the Bible. um, there's so much in Revelation. It's like it's so much. There a lot of different faiths have a description end of times.
Ain't it scary when you a child of God?
Oh man, you said that. But no, I'm talking about just the story in itself. Like if I made a movie of it, everybody would be like it's a horror movie. You know what I'm saying? So
Mike,
the idea like so many different faiths have their own idea of what the judgment day or what the end of days or what the the reckoning will be, right? So the when I was looking at I actually learned which is actually very parallel to me. When I
Marie,
actually
what's
read the
up?
Quran, when I read the Quran, the Quran talks about it makes mentions of a lot of the same things that the Bible speaks of with Revelation. It makes mention of a lot of those things. So that was actually the first time I was exposed to it. I have a cousin who's a Jehovah's Witness who talks, like their faith is about the heaven, the paradise on earth, that people will basically be thrown off of earth or cast away from earth and will move from earth, and earth will be left to those who follow Christ, and do basically, like the idea is that basically people, like everything that's opposed to God's original plan will come back into play. Like that's the basic idea, right? They have some mentions also of a revelation kind of idea, and Revelation talks about people coming up missing and stuff like that. So it's there is a bunch of different faiths that talk about people coming up missing, people being tortured for thousands of years, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, those were a few of them, Cheryl. The Quran and Jehovah's Witness faiths. Those were a few of the parallel ideas. All I knew is that, like, I knew young that if I didn't have a relationship with God,
Mm-hmm.
that was the worst thing that I could. I needed to have a relationship with God. I knew that very young.
Do you believe we can have a spiritual death while being alive?
That's a great question. A spiritual death. Well, that's a great question. I do believe we can. I believe sometimes we're
What
watching
is
people
that?
who have no spirits in their
So I'll
bodies.
give you an example. So
Hey,
what I
please give me
thought.
an example.
Oh yeah. This is nothing, spooky ooky. So what I'm saying to that is I might have had a spirit of combativeness, right? But then I've done my work through the Bible to help me with my spirit of contention. So my old spirit of combativeness has now died to the spirit of acceptance, tolerance, forgiveness. So that's a type of spiritual death. So, in other words, the old self or the old spirit of the self has died, and now something has been in place of that while I'm alive.
Do you believe as if you were being an entity to receive different spirits? And do you believe the spirit is your soul? so that I could I could understand.
Dang, she took the question I was about to ask. I was about to say, what's the difference between
So the
spirit and soul? I
soul,
wanted to ask that.
What?
the soul based on the Bible is just simply consciousness. It's where we make our choices, good and bad. And so the spirit, my spirit wants to do good, but sometimes, I choose the opposite, right?
What is a spirit if it's not a soul? Because God doesn't say in the Bible we have a spirit.
Mm.
Well, that's a difficult question for me to understand.
Yeah.
So
I thought about
so I
this.
can
Don't
have
you
this.
use the term like Jezebel spirit and all that stuff? I be hearing a lot of people
Correct.
on this
So a
app say that.
Jezebel spirit, the way that we talk about it today, would be that 304 spirit, right?
Right.
Right.
So I like that
So
though.
But
right.
don't
So
forget
what
Oh, go
I
ahead, go
about,
would
ahead,
but
go,
then
because
say
I'm
don't
about to
forget
get somewhere
about
with
the
that.
Delilah spirit.
okay,
So
please
you
let
can
me
have a
land
spiritual
because
gift that
we're
would
very
make
harsh.
sense if it was an
On,
entity, right? So the spirit would be the entity, not your soul, meaning like a demon or somebody that would possess you or a spirit that possess
it's
you.
a
It would be
behavior.
individual
It's a
spirits.
pattern. It's a pattern of behavior. So if I'm a Jezebel, I might have a pattern of behavior to be promiscuous.
And
That's
that
a
pattern
Jezebel.
of behavior was based off of a spirit that you allowed in your entity that you're trying to kill and did kill with the spirit
Unalive, they
removed of
unalive.
God.
Yeah, and I unalive that spirit by practicing new
F1 in the
behavior.
chat. F1 in the chat.
Fair,
Right.
fair. That sounds good. Okay.
So that's what I'm. So the reason why I say this because I hear a lot on this app that 304s can never be redeemed, and I think that's a falsehood, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. No,
So
that's just
what I don't believe is if you see a behavior and it's a pattern of behavior, you call it what it is. A spade's a spade.
mm,
But I don't believe in telling a 304 she can never be a wife.
no.
That's my contention because the Bible does say we can repent, reconcile, and redeem ourselves. So
True.
when I see people saying, "Oh, because she's a single mother with kids, she'll never be a wife," that's not true. Anything is possible to me because I believe in faith, I believe in hope, and I believe as long as we have the breath of life, we can change and make other things happen with our behavior. Now, our
Mm.
probability could be a little bit less because, of course, no one wants to deal with no one else's children.
But would
But
the
I would not.
probability be love? Because faith, hope, love, but the greatest is love?
It should be.
Yeah, hold up real quick. I'm trying to let her finish so I can finish asking my question.
Yeah, so I believe a 304 can be redeemed because what makes a 304 is her behavior. You understand what I'm saying? So she can be redeemed. So she could be promiscuous. She could have been promiscuous for years, and now she says, "Okay, I want to change this behavior. Hopefully sooner than later." But she decides she wants to change. Who's to say she can't? And that's what really bothers me. That's not the spirit of God because he does say repent, go and sin no more. So you would stop that behavior and put in place a new behavior to get the outcome that you would want, which would be hopefully to be a wife or to be in a committed relationship and not be promiscuous again.
Yeah. Oh,
Hmm.
I feel you on that. I do feel you on that though. Like everybody, that's like saying you'll never be because you was a cheater. I don't know. Everybody do some type of sin and stuff. I don't get that one though. So that is crazy.
So the
So
thing,
okay.
so the thing about the Bible, and and then I'll land because I'm really really passionate about that. Um, when when we want to be forgiven and the person who's forgiven, both people have to do the work. So the person is choosing to let that transgression go, you have to bear new fruits. So if the person decides that they're going to forgive you for cheating, your job is to never cheat again, to regain that trust. You have to bear that fruit over time. Some people cannot get past that. They say, okay, I forgive you. I'm not going to hoard the anger, right? I'm going to forgive for myself to let that toxicity and anger out of my body so I can move forward, but I don't want to be with you anymore. That's okay too. No one says to forgive that you necessarily have to go back with that person, but you don't hold them in forever condemnation, or you don't hold yourself by harboring that anger because you're just going to take that into the next relationship. And this is why people, because we do this a lot of man-woman wars, and we talk about trauma. The trauma is the lack of forgiveness, because you take what you experienced in the past and you say, every man now since I was cheated on, or every woman since I've dealt with a 304 is going to be this. You have to forgive that transgression and move on and change the perception. Because if the perception is all women are 304s and all men ain't shit, then that's what you're going to meet, basically. So that's just my little.
A lack of forgiveness or just a
All
lack
right.
of understanding? Is trauma a lack of forgiveness or just a lack of understanding?
Before you go to that question, because I'm trying to ask you,
Yeah,
I've been trying to
I'm
ask you this
sorry,
question for the
Captain. Yeah,
longest.
you can
I've been
find
trying
me.
to ask you this question for the
Sure.
longest.
I'm
I,
sorry.
I was just trying to ask, because I never got that with the Jezebel thing, right? I was just going to ask, because I hear a lot of people say about that Jezebel spirit. So the reason why they come off a little, it just weirds me because I hear a lot of people say that, yo, she got that Jezebel spirit in her and all that stuff. I feel like that take away a lot of accountability, and that's like kind of a contradiction to like how my room is and how I believe people should be is accountable for this decision. So I believe I can't see how can somebody else's spirit like that's like taking away. Okay, I only act like this because this spirit came inside of me or something like that. I think whoever did it, like we want to say a Kevin spirit. I didn't become a 304 because of Jezebel. It was me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to say that, oh, it's a Jezebel spirit that went inside me. The reason why I started sleeping with all these girls and stuff. Like that junk is just, it's kind of crazy to me. I don't think it should work like that because that's like basically you could just say or tell God, like, that wasn't me. That spirit got inside of
Oh,
me. And now,
but
I
that
think
is
we all
a
got our own
choice,
spirits.
right? It's a choice to
Yeah.
choose the type of spirit that. So if I'm going to be a coward, and if I'm going to be fearful, then I'm choosing to be afraid all the time. But I can choose to have courage. I can choose to have faith, and I can do disciplined acts to help me, fulfill that pattern behavior to get the outcome that I want. So for me, I have fear of speaking sometimes. If I choose to stay quiet all the time, then I'm never going to overcome that fear of speaking. So in order to, let go of that fear of speaking, I have to click the request button, get in the panel, and share my thoughts. And the more that I practice this type of behavior, the more that I choose to be this way, that will be my outcome. So the spirit is based on our choices, and that's the
Well,
conscious.
I look at it like this, and how I see it is there's all kind of spirits that we deal with. The Word of God tells us it right off, in I can't remember the exact scripture title of the script. But it says we deal not in flesh and blood, but in principalities, the rulers of of high places, rulers of darkness and of high places. And it's not to give anybody a cop out. It's not to say that they're not still accountable, because when it's time to stand before God, they're still going to have to stand before God before the choices that they made. What I think what happens is that those spirits speak to all of us, but it's the ones that you choose again to be receptive to. And those ones that you choose to be receptive to will come in and not necessarily take over you, but will influence you. And again, it's still your free will. It's still your choice. So now, because you've decided that you're going to just randomly sleep with this woman and you don't really know her, and it's like you feel some guilt behind it, you feel bad about it, and then you go do it again and you do it again. And then it gets to a point where that spirit has a hold on you to the point that you no longer feel bad about what you're doing, or you're constantly finding ways to justify it, finding ways to make it okay. So it's still like it's a spirit that is taking over you, and you've allowed this spirit to have reign in your body and basically have more say so in what you choose to do. But it's not taking away any accountability away from the person at all, because it's still your choice. And just like you can choose to do it, you can choose to stop doing it, and to choose to walk away from it, to choose to I'm not going to live that way anymore. I'm not going to walk that way anymore. And that's what they say, and they think that Paul was talking about when he was talking about the thorn in his side that he wanted God to remove. But he asked him not to. He changed his mind and said that the thorn was fine, because it kept him humble, and it helped him to remember that he isn't perfect, and that he wasn't a good man. At one point in time, he crucified and killed Christians, and now he walks for God and speaks and preaches for God.
Yeah,
It's
you talking about
just
like Saul when he turned to Paul, right?
right. Correct.
Yeah. So I I mean, it
Go
ain't.
ahead.
I'm not the angle I'm coming. I guess I'm coming from a whole different angle on it though. So the thing is like, how do somebody own a spirit? That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, we don't got our own spirits and make our own choices, so we just say that somebody else is the reason. Or somebody else. It's like we be blaming the devil for everything. Well, the devil made me do it and all that stuff. Like, it just got to a point to where I look at it like that, like, damn, when we gonna start being accountable for the decisions we make instead of pointing the finger to somebody else? You know, it's no different from
Thank
people
you,
that be
Lord.
blaming their situations on signs. My
I'll give
sign
you a
made me
perfect
do it. The way
example.
these
I can
stars are
be.
aligned, the way these
I'll give you a
stars are
perfect.
aligned, I gotta be that way. I'm stubborn or something like I don't like when I'm big on that accountability thing. I can't blame something else or like I said, we do have choices and stuff, but then again, we make these choices. I do understand, like, okay, maybe sometimes we can be weak in certain situations. We can get influenced, right? Influenced by something else. And I can get where like a certain spirit can, could get to us a certain way for a weak spirit, right? But a weak, whatever we want to call it though. But my thing is, we can't say that this spirit jumped into or this spirit made me do this or somebody claimed this certain spirit like Jezebel and all this other stuff, right? Out of all the spirits, this person found me across the dang on world and said, okay, I'm about to pick you and I want you to, like what the freak, like this spirit is about as powerful as God. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what about our spirit? You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was my negative part of the spirit that I made these decisions. Maybe it was, maybe it was my spirit that want to do this. Like, when we gonna own up to what we did? Because I
I
don't
got it. I
think, like
got
I
it.
said,
Thank
when
you.
we go see
Look,
God,
look.
he's not gonna be like,
Right.
well, you did allow that Jezebel or that
Right.
Tyrone or
No, no.
Jerome spirit
But
to come inside you,
but
so I can't hold that against you. You
right.
was kind
No,
of
that
No,
weak
is
no,
there.
no, 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 no.
no. That ain't
Absolutely
how it works. That's what.
not.
That's the
Absolutely
thing. That's
not.
the
It
problem.
doesn't. Right.
That's how I
That's
hear
the
it getting
problem. He
used.
is first off. There's more. There's more than one spirit. And second of all, the again, like you said, it's still free will. From the very first story that we know, Adam and Eve. The, Eve was talking to a snake. The snake was the spirit. She listened to the snake. She made a choice. In that choice, she made
Right.
another choice. So at the end of the day, even though they turned and pointed to each other, Adam said it was her fault. She said it was the snake's fault, the spirit's fault. And God punished them all and threw them all out of the garden.
Facts.
So there
Right.
still was no unaccountability. So that's what we're saying. But then you also can
But
look at
no, I'm
stories.
saying, but
But
you got
hold
to
on,
hear
let me
what I'm
finish.
saying.
Let me finish. Hold on. But then there are also stories like the story of Legion. So there are people that do suffer under some kind of possession or manipulation, but that's not everybody. At the end of the day, again, like I say, we all hear different spirits and different things speaking to us, whether we want to admit it or not. But what it is the ones that you are open and receptive to get you in trouble, that you choose to listen to and choose to
Right.
follow.
Right.
What about somebody that doesn't choose like a
I
child?
guess what I'm saying is a little bit too further. I think I'm
You're gonna
too far
call
ahead. That's
someone
kind of,
a Jezebel
I don't know.
after they had a
But
hard
you're saying,
childhood
and
and
you
maybe
saying, how can
ended
they
bad.
justify it?
Yeah, they
Right? How
can't
can you
justify
justify
it
it and
because
blame
the
the
spirit
spirit?
was introduced to them unknowingly and unconsciously as a child. So therefore, that child didn't choose to be a Jezebel. They chose her life for her, and as she got older, that spirit she may have to choose to shake, but she didn't choose that spirit, or he didn't choose that spirit. It was chosen for him.
I'm about to make a Kevin spirit, so hopefully that'll work against some people then.
Also, Kevin, I definitely understand what you're saying, and I'm all for.
For me,
I'm all.
oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl.
No, you're fine. Hashtag. I'm all for accountability because without accountability, we become powerless, right? We are saying it's always something outside of us, and that's why I did what I did. That's a cowardly way out. That says I don't have a power of choice. That said God didn't give me free will to choose good or evil.
Right.
So once we pay attention to that's why I talk a lot about patterns. What are my pattern outcomes? And if my pattern outcomes are giving me unfavorable results, then I need to look at me. I'm the common denominator. So if I don't get along with anybody, if I go from live to live and I can't hold a conversation with anyone, that means something's lacking in me and my communication skills. And this is something that I had to work on. So that means I'm choosing either to not listen or I'm choosing to be combative. So what do I need to do to change that combative spirit? because that's not outside of me. Only I can do that. So someone can show it to me. I notice everywhere you go, you argue with everybody. It's always someone else's fault. What part do you play?
Right.
And then I could go, let me sit down and self-reflect and examine my patterns of communication. What are the results? Am I always screaming, yelling, cussing? Or do I walk away saying, wow, I learned something from someone today? And so that's what I had to do, sit and self-reflect and fix my own. No one could fix my spirit. The devil didn't do nothing. I chose the devil.
There we go.
Right.
I'm glad.
There
Yeah,
it
That's
is
and
right
that's my
there.
point. I'm
There it
glad
Only
you're
is.
used to work.
saying that.
But
Sometimes
hold
I
on,
Okay,
hold
feel
on,
so
hold on, hold on,
what
everybody.
I
Hold on, hold on, everybody.
hold on, man.
Hold on.
Let me
No,
just
no,
get
no, real
in
quick.
a little bit.
No, I'm finna do something. Listen, you can go after this. We got a problem. We need to straighten this out real quick. We are only at 22.5K. And I know we should be way past that. We should be up to 30K. Let's get to tapping that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Let's tap the screen. Let's share the live. We're having a really, really good conversation in here. And I know you're enjoying it. I can see that the comments is just flying. I can't even keep up with them. So while you putting in your comment, keep tapping that screen. Keep tapping that screen. While you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Share the live. Share the live. And let's keep on having this wonderful, great conversation, and let's keep learning and growing. Now it's all yours. The floor is all yours, sir.
All right. So I have one word, right? And that's hedonist or hedonism, right? Basically what this is I mean, it's the human selfish desires for its own pleasure, its own satisfaction, its own everything. And that's the root, like one of the roots to a lot of people's spirits, right? Whatever this thing is called spirit, or what some people would describe as spirits, is literally not allowing ourselves to align with the bigger spirit. You know, I think it comes down to us just wanting vacations from certain things. The human condition to me seems to be very curious. The human condition is extremely curious, man. It's like it's always childlike. It's always looking. It's always wanting. It's always desiring. Like that's the human condition. So that human condition, it's always in need of a safeguard, which is to me that's why God exists. God exists as our safeguard. He allows us, in a lot of instances. I know a lot. I mean, I've done some stupid stuff. I think he allows us a safeguard.
Blame it on that cold spirit.
Man, I blame it on the on the adrenaline rush spirit. Riding the motorcycles. I blame it on a lot of different. Like I could blame it on all the spirits I want.
Spirits
I could blame it on.
that you
I could blame it
get
on
in the
all the
bottle.
spirits I want, man. The horny spirit, whatever. I can blame it on all the spirits I want.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is that I was fine with the decision when it had no consequence. I was fine with my decision when it had no consequence. Whether it was a social consequence, like whether it was a social consequence, a physical consequence, a reputation consequence, whatever it was, I was fine with it when it had no consequence. But the minute it had a consequence, I didn't want to be. I didn't want to be a part of it. Some people, like for a lot of people, they don't think that anybody's looking. They don't think that anybody's anything. Like, I mean, I don't. Man, somebody take it away. Take it away. The
They don't.
consequences is.
I don't think.
Take it away.
No.
Consequential thinking is what
Yeah.
comes up for
Yeah.
me. Consequential thinking. So sometimes
The deal. Be in the building.
sometimes we're impulsive and we don't think our choices out. If I do this, what is going to be the outcome? We just feed the flesh. I'm going to do what I want because I know,
Leon,
this is going to make me
take
feel
them hard
good.
eyes away. The freak.
So then that kind of brings in your question, your bonus question. Do you believe in mistakes? No, it sounds like none of us believe in mistakes first. We all believe in choices, correct? And within those choices and impulsivity, we make
I like that
mistakes.
circle back. That was nice.
That was
I like
good.
that.
Me too. Absolutely. So our mistakes shouldn't become our patterns, right? So a lot of us look at problems, and instead of solving them, we repeat them. And we repeat them because we don't take accountability for that mistake. That mistake wasn't my fault. That was outside of me. If so and so didn't do this, I wouldn't have done that. So we justify our mistakes, hence resulting in more mistakes. So that accountability piece is important, but our mistakes, we can look at the potential of that mistake. That mistake happened to teach me a lesson. What do I now do with the lesson moving forward?
Yes, psychology says
You know, I got a question.
psychology says that learning is a permanent change in your behavior.
Yeah, but I got it. My question is, we make, it's always a mistake, or we looking for it to be a mistake when it went wrong. How come we don't look for it to be a mistake when it went right?
Ego.
Right. So if it appeases our
Me and my
ego,
friends
then
used to
it
shoot
wasn't a
trash
good
ball
choice.
in school,
How
and
come
and we would throw up
we
something
can
that was like,
mistakenly hurt somebody? We can mistakenly hate somebody, but we don't ever mistakenly love or mistakenly, help somebody.
Right.
no, I think we mistakenly love.
No,
I
I
think we do
don't know how you
mistakenly love.
mistakenly love if you make
I
the
think we
choice.
wrongly love. I don't think we mistakenly love. I think we wrongly love, but we don't
We
mistake.
hitting all these angles different.
Mistakenly love. I think some people. I think some people even mistake. They even mistake lust for love. You
Yeah.
know. So that's
That's
why I think.
facts.
That's why I think some people mistakenly love. I think
Well,
that. Huh?
I don't know about that. I think even if something didn't work though, it don't take the fact that we did love that person though. But I do I agree though that a lot of people do mistake lust
Lust
for
for love.
love though. That I do
Yes.
understand. I mean, I feel that though. But the way you feel, that's real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That really is. That love is love. Like is like. Sad is sad. You know all that stuff. That is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't work.
It just didn't work.
Do you think that maybe part of the problem too is that once you come to understand what love is and you begin to choose and to make up your mind to love somebody, that part of the problem that we have or have come across is that we forget to keep lusting for each other. Like you're saying, with the keep dating, keep courting, keep doing the things that kept us interested in one another.
Yeah, but I
And
mean,
then that's when that lust starts to get us in trouble.
that is a separate part of it because sex was put into place for specific reasons. All
Right.
that stuff was put in separately. So loving somebody doesn't mean sleeping with them. Loving nature doesn't mean you pluck nature to make a better medicine for this pharmacy. That's not, everybody can only love at their own level of what they're taught. And God says it specifically. He doesn't give a measure of his love ever. He says it's the greatest that we can walk in, but instead it looks like, as and me included, we're not choosing that love because it hurts the most. We're coinciding with faith and hope that that love will get back, or we won't hurt by giving that love or showing that love or walking in love. And somebody's love is different. What if my way to show love is at a low level because you were used to a high level of love, but I wasn't? That doesn't mean my love is wrong. That means our love connects. And whether our love continues to grow, that becomes a choice. And then after that, the mistakes come into play along with the consequences, good or bad, of the actions.
I
What's
don't think there's a such
push
thing as
back.
a low level of love.
I was just
I don't
about to
think
get
there's
to
a
that.
such
What is
thing.
high and low
Yeah.
level love?
Yeah, I don't think
And
there's
I
a
got
such thing as a
pushback.
low level of love.
And my pushback is this. First off, if you're going by the Bible, if you're going by the Bible, The God said that he so loved the world that he gave his only begotten
Only
son.
son, bro.
Then he told us how to love one another. He told men that we need to love our wives like Jesus loved the church. Then he said for wives to love your husband, to respect your husbands. And what has happened is we've decided that we're going to determine how love works and how we want to do it and what it is and what it isn't. But at the end of the day, when you really look at it, he told us exactly what love is. It is a sacrifice. It is, and a sacrifice is not something that you necessarily want to give of or want to do. So it's not about how you feel. It's about what you choose to do.
Mm.
Right.
Okay.
And that's where the problem that's where we get messed up. Right. And that's where we get messed up because we base it off of how I feel. Well, I don't
Mm-hmm.
feel like showing you love today because you didn't wash my socks the way I like them
Exactly.
washed, so I ain't gonna put gas in your car. And it's like, no, I'm still gonna show you love regardless because I'm sorry.
Exactly. I'm
Yeah, I'm
talking
still
about
gonna show
the level though in between of that. And I know you're showing love, but to me, that might be a different type of love because I've never experienced that love from you. So you may be coming at a higher level with experience and me not
What?
understanding that. Do you know what
it's
I
just
mean?
about
Do you
choices.
believe in
It's
that
just
me a
love
little
language
bit.
stuff?
Do I believe in
The-
what?
Love language.
Do I believe in the language of love?
That love language stuff, the 5 love language. Because this what this kind of sound like it's shifting off to. Because you
No,
saying it's like
I
different type
believe
of
in
loves and stuff.
that one verse. He says, "I give you gifts, faith, hope, love, but the greatest of these is love." That's in Corinthians, New
Yeah,
Testament.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I go off of. So if he's giving us faith, he's giving us hope. We're talking about all of this, but he's telling you no matter how much faith and hope you have, if you don't have love, that's the greatest. You can have all the faith and hope you want, but the greatest gift I'm giving you as a human being is love. We're
Can
not
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Is love obedience? Because
No,
that's also a part of love. Like obedience is a part of love.
yes and no, because it would just be
Yes and no. How could it be
Yeah,
yes and no?
I'll explain. It depends on who you're with. It depends on what you're talking about and what friend you're with. So if there's an obedience within a marriage and that's the love that you believe in which you practice within between each other, yes. And I don't believe that's not love. I believe it's a form of love that you and your spouse created, which should be special. And God allows love as an umbrella term. He says love. He
It
doesn't give it
it
any
literally
specific
said that obedience is better than sacrifice. The word says that.
Okay, but
So
love isn't
so if
sacrifice.
we talked about sacrifice being love, but
But it's
then
not.
obedience is better than sacrifice, then that's probably the most highest form of love.
But obedient to what though? Because that can be that's kind of too broad. Because you could be
Yeah.
obedient to
Obedience
the
to the
wrong
word.
things.
Yeah.
Obedience to the word.
But
Obedience to the word,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure you mean like obedient to God, right? And God, if God is
Yes.
Yeah.
love, so we going back
Yes.
to that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? So that's the
Yeah.
only way obedience can be more powerful than what you say, sacrifice, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Obedience is better than sacrifice. The reason I'm saying this is because this is why it's important, especially for the person who's the head of the household, right? This is why it's important that the person lines up with God, because
yeah.
that person will line up in such a way that love won't a person like a child or whoever, a wife, a child, whatever. A husband, whatever. That person will not be someone that you won't want to obey because it's gonna feel like you're obeying God.
Okay, but what if I
Because that
already
person's
love you?
never gonna ask you to do something that's not within within that confinement and safety of God.
So for
That's
me,
only
love
if they
is
follow God, right? That's what we're talking about. Only if they follow God, God
Yes,
of
only if,
this
only
Bible.
if.
Okay, got it.
all right. So love is obedient, right? So I'm going to be obedient to the union of marriage. So sometimes I'm going to do things in spite of how I feel because I love my husband and my children and
Please.
they need to eat in spite of me being tired, in spite of, oh gosh, I don't feel like it. I'm going to serve my family in spite of what I feel. I'd rather lay in this bed, but my family needs breakfast this morning. So in spite of that tiredness, I get up and I feed my family breakfast because I love them and they need their nourishment. So love is not always based on how someone feels. You know, love is an action word. And I look at
Right.
love as servitude. Love is not about always what I'm going to get, but what I'm going to give. And I had to
Mm-hmm.
learn, oh, did I have to learn that?
So
Amen.
isn't it First Corinthians 13 that talks about love is this, love is that, love is blind, love does not envy.
1
Love is
Corinthians 13,
kind.
4 through 8.
There you go. Can you tell me the full verse? I don't
1
gotta read it
Corinthians 4.
through 8. What love is?
Yeah, First Corinthians 13, 4 through 8. But
Yes.
it's actually, you can read it's actually 1 through 13, just read the whole thing. Because it talks about charity as well. And it talks about, basically, it starts off talking about how you can do everything that the Bible tells you that you're doing. You can do every single thing. I mean, follow every single commandment, except if you're doing it without love, it's meaningless. It's worthless.
Yeah.
So
Also, we have to recognize real fast. We have to recognize that the original love was actually charity. Man made love. Like we invented the word love. Charity was God's love. And the distinction is that charity does not look for anything in return.
I
It's
believe
not
creation was
transactional.
God's love, not charity. Creation was God's love, and that was us. And then again, we have
Well, no.
choices and
I'm
mistakes.
talking about in this scripture. In this scripture in particular, right? In this scripture in particular, initially it was charity, right? And the reason why it was literally charity was because charity, like if I'm giving somebody something in charity, I'm not looking for it in return. Like if I was donating something, I'm not looking for nothing back, right? Like that was the original love. But what we have done is we have created our own, like the French in the 10th century decided to say love, right? They
I
decided
can
to
see
say
that
no,
because in
love.
business we created charity, but you do expect something back. No, you may not expect back, hey, I gave this toy, so I expect a toy back for my kid. No, but you do expect that charity to do good on what you gave. You can't say you cannot hold a grudge against that. Like
Mm-mm.
you hope that
no.
giving
No.
does
No,
good.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no.
no.
Hold on,
It's
hold on,
like
hold
a
on, hold on, hold on,
garden.
hold on.
You have to
Hold on.
cultivate the garden.
If
You have
if
to
you're giving
cultivate it.
someone
Well, if you
if you're giving
cultivate it
someone
but
in
you step
charity,
it on
you're
the
giving
flowers, how do you keep
if you
moving?
It's like
if you're giving
a favorite story. The preacher. I've heard this story over and over, and you probably heard it about this couple going through a divorce, and the divorce lawyer tells the wife, "Well, I want you to really, love him up good, do everything for him, agree with him. We're going to make it really hurt when you walk out. We're going to really stick it to him and make it a big surprise." So she does all that, and the lawyer gets back in touch with her and says, "Well, are you ready to go?" "Well, no, we're fixing to redo our vows." She loved him up so much, she started loving her back. I don't know if anybody's heard that story.
Mm.
That's a good
I've
one.
heard that story, but the point of the matter is that if you love, right? Because we talk about okay, I'm gonna go to charity. I'm gonna go back to charity. If we are actually giving charity to something, you cannot have any expectations.
Hey,
You
Kev.
cannot have any expectations.
Of
You
anything
can
in return. Yes, that's an agape
no,
love.
you cannot have any expectations. The idea of having expectations makes it no more like it's at that point it's not genuine anymore,
Exactly. I feel you
right?
on that. It ain't
It's
genuine.
not
Right. We
genuine
talked about that
anymore.
earlier.
If you're giving love with expectations of receiving something in return, you didn't give it genuinely.
Nope.
Just say you had a transaction, right?
Now the
Mm-hmm.
hard one is loving the people that hate you and misuse you, and Jesus told you to do that.
Exactly.
I had to train myself for that though, and I feel that though, and that's like real love for real. That's when you truly, exactly. I
That's
love
when
how
you
you just said
truly
that.
give love.
Yep.
Like the
Loving your
idea
enemies.
the idea of loving anyone like this is why when I talk to people a lot of time I talk about my wife, right? I expect nothing from my wife. Zero. Because when I love her, I love her. Like, the only thing that my wife does for me, in all honesty, is she extends what she does for herself to me. But I don't even expect that. She makes enough dinner for me. She when she washes clothes of mine. Like, she does things when she does things, and that's enough for me. Right? Because I did not ask for my wife to bend over backwards for me. I asked to be an extension of
Yeah,
her, and
that
she
minute
asked to be
forward.
an extension of me. She asked to be an extension of me, right? So I'm not faithful to my wife because she's a good woman. I'm faithful to my wife because I'm a good man. Because I'm faithful to myself.
Hey man, I remember you talking about this before.
Right? So my wife receives the benefit of me being a faithful man to me. It's like I like that
That
blows
makes
my
sense.
mind when people
Hey,
when
real
people say
quick,
they
real quick,
love
real
for
quick.
reasons, like
Hold on, real
that blows
quick.
my mind.
Hold on, real quick. We're at good job, everybody. We're at 28K. So let's go on and hit that 30K. And once we hit that 30K, don't stop hitting the like. Let's keep hitting the like and hit the 35, and let's go and push this to 40K. We thank
Mm-hmm.
everybody for joining in with us. We ask that you continue to share the live. There's 23 people in here. For those of you in the box, hit hashtag FYP. We are talking about the word, and it's about, well, not necessarily about the word, about whatever you believe. So feel free to come in and voice your opinions. Please keep it
Mm-hmm.
respectful and keep it
Please.
loving up in here. And let's have a good time and keep sharing the word. And
Got an
before
hour for
we
you
keep going,
guys.
let's see if is it kids 57? She got
I don't
anything to
even know if
say?
she ever came back. She's been in the
Uh,
box. Is
yeah,
you
for
there,
a minute.
kid? Kids 57.
If I may, I don't want to turn this into a Bible study, but it kind of is. So I would like to read the scripture that speaks about love, and it does go by what hashtag says, and so I'll read it. So we'll see how. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. I'm going to read 4 through 7, but if you want, I could go to 8. It says, "Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not
Mm-hmm.
proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of rights or wrongs." Oops, sorry, I added that. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always preserves. Verse 8 says, "Love never fails, but where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away." So that was the KJV version.
So it's telling us then that if we interfere with love, then it goes away. That's what I got from that.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm in a nutshell, but when we dig deep into those words, right? It says prophecies, right? What is a prophecy? And it's not necessarily talking about the about the biblical prophecy. It's talking about all kinds of prophecies, right? So a
A prediction.
prophecy, a prophecy is a prediction. So when you let someone else speak over your relationship, that man's no good for you. That's never going to work. That woman's no good for you. That's never going to work.
Mm.
Relationship is going to go away. There will be no more love.
Or
When you let
or
someone
or
have
the
tongues, right?
hashtag.
But that's what
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, hold on. Never mind. I'm finna be quiet. I just heard what you finna say. You finna say it. Go ahead. With the
It
tongues.
said tongues, right? It's not talking about just spiritual tongues. It's talking about the other kinds of tongues, right? Literally, another translation of tongues is gossip, right? It's gossip.
Mm.
Right? So if you succumb to gossip, girl, I seen your man over there on the street over there. Hey man, hey dog, I seen your girl over there. She
Are
was
you
on
talking about
whatever. If you succumb to gossip, your relationship is gonna go away.
so that's the
Your
tongues
love is gonna go
like not
away.
speaking in tongues like the church speaks in tongues? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the tongues that the humans use, so the tongues of human not
There's
speaking
power
Yes.
in
words.
the. It says there's power in the tongue, and
Life
what he's
and
talking
death in
about
the
this.
tongue.
Right. Thank you. I couldn't remember the rest of that, but
Right.
thank you.
So,
But yes,
and then the
and
last thing it says knowledge, right?
we actually say it wrong. It's actually in reverse. And I don't know why that makes a difference, but it should. It says there's death and life in the power
Death
of the
and
tongue.
life. Right.
And
Sharper than
what
the
it's
And
saying
sword.
is
yeah,
Yeah, which is
that
speaking
what you
truth.
say,
Makes sense.
right. So if you say, "Oh, my marriage
what you
ain't gonna make
say,
it. My marriage ain't gonna make it. My marriage ain't gonna make it." Guess what? 9 times
your
out of
marriage
10,
ain't
your
gonna make
marriage
it.
ain't gonna make it because in your mind, you're going to effectively allow spirits, your spirit, the spirit that you are allowing to take over you, to
Yep.
That doesn't have to do with
basically
spirit.
work
That has
against your
to do with
marriage.
you building.
Yeah.
That has to
And
do
then
with
the
you
last
building
thing is
a
talking about
trust.
knowledge, right? Which is probably the biggest issue in most relationships. Like the etymology, okay, knowledge is actually 2 words. It's knowing the ledge. If you think you know the end of something, you are mistaken, right? If you think nobody else can tell you anything else, you are mistaken. That is stubbornness. It says your relationship is over. It will cease. It will fade away. It was going to go away. These are 3 things that unalive love. It tells you right then and there.
No, but it says the love would go away, not necessarily the relationship, because the relationship can
Come
stay
on. Do
intact
you have a
without love,
relationship without
correct?
love?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love somebody to chime in on that. Can we have relationships without love?
Do you want one?
It not.
I have plenty of them. They're just acquaintances.
It's still love. Love is like the center of everything, though. Even if we don't say we're in love or something like that, that don't make you not love a person. Just
I'm
to be in a
saying,
relationship is some
Do
type of
you
form of
love
love
me by
behind
not
it.
knowing me, or do you love me because of what you've heard of my
I
conversations
love
with me?
everybody. I love literally everybody. I've adjusted my mentality, my spirit, and my way of thinking to do that. Like I was mentioning in the comments, I've adjusted myself. Actually, when I started loving myself more, I started having a love for humans in general. So I do love everybody. I love my enemies. I love, what they say, love my neighbor, all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to be around you or connect with you to love you because I love you as a human, but I might not love your ways, but I love you. I love you as you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's possible. It's still some type of love. Even your haters got love for you.
And how would you show haters love if you can't connect with them?
It ain't about showing it. Love is for yourself. It ain't for everybody else to
Yeah,
know.
it's definitely
Everybody
for you.
expresses different ways and receive it different ways. So
Yeah,
it's not my job if you receive my love. I know what I got.
yeah, yeah.
So the
Love
whole
is your
point is
personal
to walk in love,
responsibility.
and it comes at every
It's
level
not.
again.
It's but love is your responsibility.
Right. That makes sense to me. And what we project as love may be at a different level that somebody else projects as love because they're able to
What is the
categorize.
level? I see you trying to bring that levels back. What is levels?
Yeah,
What is the
and
levels to
I mean
love?
level because like some people think that a certain amount of the time or person you give is not enough love because they've had more of that time and attention and they consider that love. So if they've not experienced each type of love, then there's no experience there. And
So
I'm
big
saying
love,
like
little
there's
love. So tell me what big love is and what is little love. Tell me what that is.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so more like if the girlfriend, the way she
'Cause
shows
I need
love
some big
is
piece,
is
some little
spending
piece.
a bunch of time with you with no electronics. We'll make it easy with no electronics, right? That's the way she shows love. But the way you show love is cleaning up the house, getting dinner ready so that you can sit down and, for the 6 hours that she's home, you already did your thing, but you showed her love because you cared that she came home to a
Is
clean house. She came home to dinner, but she's mad because guess what? You cared about all this other shit, but you didn't care to come home to give me a hug and show me love for 6 hours. You showed your game love for
creative,
6 hours. Does that make
Is
sense? That's kind of the level
that
of
big
love.
love or is that different love?
I'm saying more of a difference, the
Mm.
levels, different
Okay,
levels.
okay.
That's not right.
That's what it
I was
sounds
at
like to me. It
So
sounds
like
like
I
So
see,
that's
different,
that
but
not
goes.
big
love.
and
but
small.
that
So in
That's
order
love
to
but
language.
coincide as like the same love, we have to accept it as all one, right? It's a collective love, no matter what level it comes
I
through.
love people the way they tell me to. I don't love people the way that I want to love them.
That would be love language. So if you know my love
I
language is a hot cup of coffee at the start of the
yeah,
day, that's a love. Acts of love. So
yeah.
some
Active love,
people
that's a
use
good way to do it.
I
Okay, okay.
I
right.
just
wait, so
I just
you said
love
you
people the
love
way they tell
people?
me to.
Oh yeah, I'm burnt. Now you burnt me on that one. I like how you just said that. Now I gotta get you. So no, I'm talking to you. But
Not a way, but the way I love, like you say, I love people the way they tell me to too. But it's
I know
not
he
by the
heard me
words to
though.
come out of, but it's
It's
not
not
by the
about
words
the
to come out
words,
their
it's the
mouth.
actions. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you know, like if hashtag,
That's
I
what.
know I'm gonna use my own cup of coffee because I love coffee. If I know that you enjoy a cup of coffee at the start of every day, and I'm going to give you that because maybe your idea of love is acts of servitude, right?
Exactly.
You might know that I like physical touch. So that might not be your love language, but because you know that I like it, you maybe give me a massage at the end of the night. So
Oh yeah.
it's right. And people have different love languages.
Mm.
Some people like all of it. Some
I
people's
had to
love
bring it up.
language is buy me something. You gotta buy me. You have to buy me something. I'm not necessarily material.
Gotta
I
buy
You
me
think
know
something
what?
most.
cute,
I
I
have
baby.
to
think a lot
push.
of people's love language is money.
Hold up. I have to push back on that because see, I get where me and Kev, we've been not really necessarily going back and forth with the love languages, but I kind of get where his understanding of and coming from with the love language is. See, this is man's thing, and this is what man does, and this is how we mess things up because we like to keep putting new and new labels on things, try to think of the nuance. I'm the one that figured this out. I got the newest idea. And then if it's something that resonates with us, we'll jump all over it and take it and use it. But there's only one way to love. There's only one love, and it's a sacrifice. It's being obedient. There's really no love language. The love language is that I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do, regardless of how I feel. And it's not necessarily about everything that I'm doing. It's about making you feel good. Sometimes what I'm doing in my love language is, or as far as in love is, I'm going to work and making sure these bills get paid. Just like it may be you making sure that I have a lunch. Just doing what we're supposed to do. But we're trying to find these extra things to justify somebody else to make us happy.
Exactly.
And
I mean,
that's what we're looking
we
for.
can't be
We're looking for someone
codependent.
else
Like
to make
yeah,
us happy, and you
we
have
can't
to
be
be happy
codependent.
within. And happiness and just like you find joy within God, it's a choice. It's a choice that you make. Happiness is a choice. You choose whether you're going to be happy or not, and no one has control over that. Whether you, it's a feeling.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
feel happy.
Yeah,
Yep.
like your
After
happiness
you
should
go, Hash,
definitely
I got a
be.
whole thing to go. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
to get on y'all love
your
language heads.
your happiness should definitely be your choice. It shouldn't stop existing because somebody else didn't do something. It's your responsibility all the time, right? Now, a person can be an encourager and they can give you more of what you already got, and I get that, right? But I agree with Cheryl. It's definitely, but that's why I asked the question in the beginning: is love obedience? Right? When I asked that question, it circled back around. It was like we came to love languages, and now we're talking about simply being obedient to other people.
So you're saying a responsibility. It's not just because
Nah,
it
we not about to. No, hold up. Give me a chance. It's my turn to jump in. You ain't about to throw another question in. I gotta get this out now, man. So, cause I just wanted to go from back when hashtag first said about I love the way people want me to. I feel like according to that, I'm not like that. I had to realize that though. Because it becomes a job when you gotta love some way, however they want to receive it and stuff. I feel like it should be on the other end for everybody to find different ways to receive love than just one way. So let's get on the love language thing, because this one thing, and that's why I was asked earlier about what's my love language and stuff. But I say I learned to love. I learned how to love and receive love in all five of the ways. What I realize is that when we ask for certain love languages, it's because it's something that we lacked in from back then that we didn't get enough of, or we didn't why. And I always be like, no, why we gotta love one or two ways? Why is people so freaking ungrateful when it comes to love? Oh, now you gave me gifts, I can't see it that way. I need you to love me by touching me. Or I need you to love me by giving me acts of service. That's crazy. I think if once we learn how to be more receptive of all five of them, and learning more about ourselves, because we gotta find love within ourselves so we can be open to even seeing what really love is from other people. A lot of us don't even love ourselves so much. I'm saying it too fast, but a lot of us don't even love ourselves that much. That's the reason why we can't see it when we get it. That'd be the whole problem. That we want everybody else to give it to us, and we can't even do it for ourselves. If you need to learn how to touch, that don't sound right though, but learn the physical touch yourself. Learn how people good at that at nighttime though. And you know what I'm saying? Even though that's lust, but I'm saying learn how to do that. Give yourself a gift. Give yourself the time or whatever the other two is. We know there's words of affirmation. That's one of my biggest one. I make people mad when I talk about that. I feel like words of affirmation should be for kids. You know what I'm saying? Because like if we say actions speak louder than words, that's something we need to we got to live up to. Why should it be? Somebody got to tell me that they love me for me to know that I love them. I mean, they love me. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like that. Off their actions, you should be able to tell. It's a bonus when somebody tell you. It's a bonus when somebody give you a gift. It's a bonus when somebody touch you. It's a bonus on all that stuff. But love is love, and that's what it is. But it's different ways of how you can receive it, but it's still the same thing. That's the thing. It's the same exact thing. So if you find yourself only loving one or two ways, and everybody, that's why when I be on them dating apps, if I see something about my love language is this, I automatic X. That means you still ain't find time with yourself, and you ain't having learned how to be accepting and grateful. And that's one of my biggest things. I need somebody that's grateful. You know what I'm saying? Not picky, like I must receive it that way. And I don't need all that. I ain't got time for no picky person. You know what I'm saying? If you grateful for the littlest things, being grateful just for waking up and stuff. That's why I be telling people like I'm just grateful for waking up. You know what I'm saying? When you grateful for the little things and the big things, that's just a super plus. You see what I'm saying? So overall, what I'm saying this stuff is like if you only find yourself in this love language thing, only loving one or two ways, then it's time to go look in that mirror or take more time with yourself so you can be able to learn and be accepting of the other three ways and stop being so dang on picky.
Can I give you a scenario really fast?
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with you, but then I also disagree. Right?
Okay.
I agree with you that everybody should learn to love themselves so that they can receive love however is given. Right? I agree with that. But then I also disagree in not necessarily a person loving you in your particular way, but a person showing a level of understanding you, right? So I'll give you a point, all right? Right here. Okay, so last Father's Day, me and my wife got into one, right? And this is how it went. She typically, when she goes to people's baby showers, birthday parties, wherever she goes, she will stop at the store, get bags, get gifts, get tissue paper, get cards, along with their gifts and everything. And that's how she shows up. She shows up very present to everybody's stuff. And they get all the presentation for the gift is just as beautiful as the damn gift, right? And then comes Father's Day. And she walks in the house and she drops a box on the floor. Now, this box ain't heavy. It's a box. And it's got something for me in it. And as a matter of fact, no. Let me back up. It wasn't a box. It was a bag from the store that she got it from, right? The same store she got it from. She had the gift in that same bag. And I didn't see her when she brought it in. She just came and she said, your gift is downstairs in the living room. And I went downstairs. I'm expecting to see, well, not expecting, but I'm looking to see. I didn't know where the hell the gift was, because all I see is this bag from this store that we shop at. And I'm like, I'm looking for the bag that's got the nice, a decorative bag with some tissue papers hanging out of it. You feel me? Like how she does. Right. And I said, hold on. Yeah, sure. I know I said expect. I was like, hold on. So I'm looking around. And I go back upstairs. I'm like, hey, I didn't see no bag with no gift in it downstairs. She said it was the Burlington bag. It's the bag, right? So I said, oh, okay. So I go to the bag and I see the gift. Now I'm happy with the gift. I go upstairs and I say, hey, I really appreciate the gift. But I said, can I ask you a question? She said, what? I said, I'm just asking a question. I don't want you to take, I love the gift, okay? I think it's a great gift, right? Got me a new drill. I said, I think it's a gay, like, a great gift, I said, but
A gay
hey,
gift.
I said, I think it's a great gift, right? I said, I said to her, I said, but why didn't you put it in one of those nice bags with the tissue papers and the card and all that stuff? And she's like, and she instantly got mad. And I was like, hey, and she was like, well, nothing's enough for you. Nothing was enough for you. I said, no, I love the gift. I'm just asking, why didn't you put it in there? I was like, in all honesty, it don't seem like you did the same thing with the effort. And she got more mad. And I said, no, I'm just asking why you didn't put it in the bag. So to me, it was, I was in my feelings a little bit because I said, damn, where's my effort? The effort you put into these baby shower gifts and these other people's birthday parties and all this stuff, where was the effort, just the presentation effort for me? And I really was like tripping on that for a second, but I wasn't so tripping to where I was like, hey, this is a terrible thing. I can't believe you did that. I just brought it up to her. Now y'all can go in on me. Go ahead. I'm listening now.
Oh, that's all. You gonna leave it like that? Why would you make it that easy? That ungrateful sign and stuff. What the freak?
I'm not even gonna lie. It did sound.
But you know what?
It sounded ungrateful to me. It did, and I'm gonna say that because the fact that she even put in the thought to make it a choice, to want to even sit up here and put a smile on your face. That's what you should be grateful for. The fact that she even thought about you. A lot of people, they don't even get thought about on holidays. A lot of people don't. All they do is have a hope or a thought that they wish that they could give their mom or their kids or their woman. So it's like, really be grateful for the effort that she did give, because honestly, some people don't even have that. Some people don't even
No, but
get
I
that.
was grateful, right? I was grateful. It's just that I know I couldn't show up that way for her. I know it. I know without a shadow of a doubt. I know I couldn't show up that way.
Did she know it? Did she know it?
She wouldn't let me show up that way. No way.
So I understand
No.
what you're saying, hashtag. So you had an expectation based on your
That hurt him.
observation of her giving gifts to other people, that she would go out of her way, go to the Dollar Tree, get the gift bag, get the gift wrap, put it in there, put a little bow, a little gift card. And so you expected your present to show up like that. And then when it didn't, you felt disappointed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just at the effort. I was like, damn, you could just show up and just drop it off. Like, you could be like the postman. That's how I was like, damn, did the postman deliver this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
so
what it
instead of her hearing your disappointment, she got defensive. Instead of hearing, oh, my baby's disappointed, damn.
She got defensive, exactly.
Right.
Like she couldn't hear me. She couldn't hear me. And literally, like, okay, so the next situation or whatever, right? The next situation after that, she never did that again, because she actually came, like when I brought her up to her and I told her, I said, hey, look, I'm just asking you, can I show up like that for you? Would you be okay with me showing up like that for you? I'm not saying that was a bad gift. It wasn't bogus. I love it. I still use it to this day. I said it wasn't. I just want you to understand that when you look for particulars, I am particular for you. So just, I looked at her and that, like, it took a day. But when we actually sat down, she was like, I get it. Like, she actually just got it. And then I was like, like we was in, but I understand all the parts, but it wasn't the at least for us. Like, I understand what Laugh is saying. Laugh is saying at least. I don't live in at least world. Like the at least is like far from me. If the at least only existed in my relationship, or if the at least only existed for a person that's not in my life every day, then I would be at least. But this person is not an at least person.
Could
Now, what is that?
At
Just like that
Oh,
sound like
so
that big love, little love stuff.
she
right? Could it
she
be at
he
best?
sound no, he sound like he just saying like, you know, just the same amount of thought that you put in towards everybody else gift, I
Right.
want that for me.
And I like
So
how
it's
you
like,
did that though.
cause
Beautiful.
it's more like, damn, how important am I? If you go out your way to impress these people, how really important am I? So I do
I,
understand that.
yeah,
I do get that.
yeah,
But
I
my
feel that
flip
though, but
side,
that's where you mess up at,
but
and that's why a
yeah,
lot of people,
yeah, that's I
huh?
think me and Kev is on the same page.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to say that's
Go
where
ahead.
people mess up at because they looking at the other hand. That's like them double dates and stuff, and that's probably why she got mad because you over here worried about. Dang, you didn't do that for me. That's that competition stuff that's what be damaging to a lot of these relationships already. You do it for them, why you can't do it for me and stuff. And then we overthink it, and it don't even be the way we think it is. You know what I'm saying? It's just simply just asking them. You could ask them instead of really complaining about it. Like, dang, I mean, it's just the way you do it though. You can say I
Oh,
appreciate it and
I
stuff, but
do.
then again, it's like the way you come at somebody. You don't know what's going through their mind. You don't know. That's all I'm about to say. How do you know who put what effort in what? We just go off our own personal judgments and then think that's what it is what it is because my observation and then I know this is what you're thinking. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand why she probably got mad at her end. Like, no, you don't know what I did or what it took for me to do this. Maybe it was easier at that time to do that for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You don't know. That might have been my last to do this for you. We would not know. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reason why I be trying to say, like, you saying that I wanted to be more, you said at least. But that's what I'm saying. But if you getting hurt about not being at least, you might have to just
He saying
adjust
at least.
your approach and maybe have to, you know what I'm saying, to be a little bit more grateful in certain situations so you don't lose nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like, some of that stuff just be petty sometimes.
Then love needs to be all. Then that's where love is 100%. Is by not judging those individual things. Then we as humans are putting love on levels because of our
No, that's just you.
expectations. Correct?
You
No,
don't put love on
it's
big
both
love, little
sides.
love. It's like, no, I'm
I
talking
get
shit.
I get both sides, and what I kind of got out of it is what he was saying is just give me the same love that you expect from me. Give me the same level, not level, but give me the same, but give me that same expectation of love that you expect from me. And,
Yeah,
and I
but
get
we
what he's
can't.
saying, but that's
Yeah,
what he's saying about learning to love yourself. It's about learning to love yourself. But I'm finding out that I feel like it's kind of like the same thing with if I go and clean, and it was an example I think someone used earlier. But it's like if I go clean the whole entire house, and then you come home and it's like you gonna complain because I cleaned the whole house, I cleaned the whole kitchen, but I left one dish in the sink, and you complaining about the one dish in the sink. So now I don't love you,
I
and
just.
that's what, yeah.
Oh, I thought you was. But I was just saying, yeah, I do. I totally feel that, right? But it's just like my overall thing is like we can't make assumptions. You know what I'm saying? We just assume because we feel like, dang, we seen it with this other thing. We gotta really like. I'm trying to see how to think about it. Like if you feel a certain way because of somebody got it and they didn't, that's just like no different from like how the kids. Well, he got it and I didn't, but it's it's just we never know. It is two sides to every story though. And I do feel it, but it's just like you gotta. I guess it's just about understanding your partner and stuff. If you felt like that they was doing it out of spite or something, well, you are nobody, or I'm used to you. So I don't know. At the end of the day, they still love you. They still went out there. They didn't have to give you anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
I mean,
they still did it.
I
Huh?
literally I mean, see the thing was, and I think this is important too. Timing is so key, right? Timing is so key because I don't think that I could have said it any better than what I've said it. Than the way that I said it. I literally I almost gave you verbatim what I said. I
Mm-hmm.
was like, hey, I love the gift. This is exactly what I needed. You seen the battery constantly tripping on the other one. It was going out. Tired of charging it. You know what I'm saying? I bigged up it because I really wanted it, to be honest, because it was an
Mm-hmm.
expensive ass drill, right? So, DeWalt ain't no walk in the park. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, thank you so much. Thank you so much, right? And then she was like, I was like, but let me just ask you a question. You know what I'm saying? I was like, let me ask you a question. Hey, and I had a smile on my face. I wasn't coming at her sideways. And she
Hmm.
went in, man. She got hot, bro. You know, she
See,
got
I can
hot.
see if it was a consecutive thing, right? Because I mean, if you could, I mean, through like repetitive type actions and stuff, then you probably be able to make that judgment a little bit better. Like, dang, it seemed like you don't care anymore, or something like that. But if it's like a one time thing, it ain't that big enough to I'm about to say to be. Well, can we say that on here? Bitch about it ain't that big to bitch about. You know what I'm saying? Basically, so it's just like basically we just it's like if just you got to give it time. We just don't know what the reasons is why people might not did it this time or something like that. And it's like basically like nitpicking when somebody mess up one time or something like that. So I can see if it was a consecutive thing and it seemed like somebody falling off and don't seem like they in love with you anymore or something like that. Then you might have to question it like, dang, why it don't seem like you give me the same exact energy you used to, you know what I'm saying? But this a one time thing because somebody got a wrapped up gift and you didn't. I mean, that's just a little petty to me. You know what I'm saying?
What
I
is
wouldn't
love to
say
you,
that it's
host?
petty,
Father's
and
Day
I
on.
wouldn't say that it's
What
petty,
is
and
love to you, host? What is it, all of it encompass? What is love to you?
okay, so I wouldn't say it was petty, right? But I would say, being the person that's receiving the message, I could see it two ways. So in this case, I believe it was the ego, right? And the ego sometimes is fragile, and the ego will measure things one up against the other. And so scripture told us we shouldn't do that, right? But because we're human and we err, his ego felt unloved. Now, the ego doesn't always tell the truth. So in this case, the wife could have said, I know he doesn't feel he's not loved because I came with a present. I didn't wrap it up this way and that way. So rather than get defensive, I know his ego is lying. He knows he's loved. I just didn't show up in the way that he expected. So now that he shared this with me, what I would do, based on a book that I read, and I understand the ego is speaking, I would hold space for that ego. And I would say, okay, I hear you. You would appreciate if your presence were given the same attention that you see me give others, but you know that I still love you. And I know that you know that I love you. But right now, you want it to show up in a different way. So that's holding space for people's ego. Now, I know that sounds like, oh, that's coddling, blah, blah, blah. But it's not. It's just understanding who's speaking at that time. And our egos, they tell lies. So
Yeah.
he may felt unloved, but he knows when he sits in self-reflection, my wife loves me because she came with something. She didn't forget about me altogether. She just
Yeah.
didn't do it in the way that I expected.
Hey, hey,
Man,
hey, hey, Carp. I'm gonna tell you, bro. For a minute, in all honesty, I did feel fragile, bro. I felt fragile. I was like, man. I
exactly.
was like, man, what kind of gift is this, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, first of all, because I mean, and I didn't even put two and two together, right? Burlington and Harbor Freight are right next door in my town, right? I didn't even put two and two together. I wasn't expecting that I would get anything from Burlington, so that's why I never even looked in that bag. You know what I'm saying? I know she was trying to hide it or whatever. So I never even looked in there. So even the fact that I don't know, it was a lot of factors going on for me too. But once we hashed it out, she heard me out or whatever. She did pamper my little insecurities or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So she pampered me up. But it was the whole point. So I got a question. Um, is it important to have that level? Like, should we have a level of sort of like what Cheryl said, that space for the ego of others? Like, do we have like is it important to have that space for the ego of others?
Well, based on the that I read,
The ego always dies, and we choose our ego death, whether it through medication, through spirituality, through whatever the case may be. So if we love somebody, then it doesn't necessarily mean we love their doings, which is their ego, something they developed over time. It's we love what we see internally in them and who they truly are. So if you don't hold that space, then you're never going to forgive mistakes. And by not holding that space, you're making that choice for those mistakes to come through.
I like how y'all talking about all this now though, because this literally it's so funny though. This is all the stuff I'm kind of be against, not against, but in my just in my room though. I speak about putting. That's one of the main things I speak about. Putting your ego to the side,
Mm-hmm.
emotional control.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other one? Emotional control, ego to the side. Accountability, right? That's the other one. And then the extra one, which I've been hearing, is this entitlement mentality. That was like the other one I realized is kind of damaging to us being so expect. Even though we need expectations to move forward, though, but it gets so bad to where it start harming us sometimes that we get hurt about our own expectations and stuff. And it's really, I wanted to change our expectations to more gratefulness, and I think that to make bigger changes in our life once we start being more grateful. Then that's why I had a live about that. I said less expectations and more appreciation. That was a live I did because I realized that we just expect more than what we appreciate nowadays, and that be our problem. Why we so hurt and all of that though. But with the I think that deserve thing. I deserve this or whatever. Nobody don't deserve anything. That's just reality. And that's something I had to notice. Like, you got to be thankful that you even was born. You know what I'm saying? Because you could say, I deserve to have a kid and all that stuff, but the kid is not guaranteed to live. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I wake up every day being thankful that I got a chance to wake up. Everybody got this entitled mentality or this thing where, oh, I know that I got this next day. And it makes sense more why my mom used to be like, if it's God's will, we gonna go to this party. She said that to this day. She still say that if it's God's will, because she don't just say flat out just put a stamp on it like it's going to happen. She just say if it's in God's will, we'll meet up and have a family gathering. If it's in God, I'm saying, not to just to think that life is gonna go the way I wanted to go. Like I said, it's so many people that's in the grave now. There's so many people in the grave now that had a plan. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, we got to be thankful and grateful every moment we take. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I wanted to mention too about the ego thing. I'm gonna get back to the ego thing, right? That ego what I learned is I used to say double-edged sword, but it's a duality thing, right? So it's like that's another thing you need balance on. Ego can help you. It can help you, move some things. It can make some stuff happen. It can help you be consistent on certain things, but it also can block a lot of your blessings, which people nowadays be using ego, and it's hurting them more than anything. Their ego is what make them want to, punch somebody in their jaw, that make them feel bad. Their ego is like, because they don't know how to be humble nowadays. Their ego make them, they use it all the wrong ways. They don't use their ego to be like, to talk to themselves like, hey, you a punk if you do punch somebody, or you a punk if you do snap. We use it the whole entire way. Let me prove that I'm tough. Why about prove you can walk away? You know what I'm saying? It's so backwards now. We use our ego the whole weird type of way and stuff. So that's the reason why I'm always going to speak on it. Like, we got to learn how to put our ego to the side, because we so prideful and ego driven. That's more damaging than anything. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Kev,
Hey,
wouldn't you say that ego that you're talking about is kind of like a childlike spirit?
Yes,
yeah.
I say so.
Yeah.
So what I say, when we know we're in a childlike space, right, we also can't expect people to always hold space. So sometimes when we come into, like, to someone, especially someone that we love, with a complaint, because when we love people, we don't want to hurt people. We're not purposely, our intent is not to hurt. So sometimes when people come to us with a complaint, we can't hold that space. So it's always important to say, would it be okay if you hold space for an event? I have a complaint about something, right? And my complaint doesn't make what I think about you or feel about you right now is necessarily true. Can I express that to you? A lot of times we just go in on people. And to the person that comes out of left field, we're like, damn, well, where did that come from?
Right.
I do love you. My intent wasn't to hurt you. Why are you upset with me?
Right. I
So
like that.
right. So it's important to ask the person, can you hold space for me right now? I'm
That's
upset
good.
about, yeah.
That's good.
That's
So
love.
this
That's
doesn't
a
come from
sacrifice.
me.
That's
This
good.
it doesn't come from me.
can I-
It comes
But
from
hold on real quick. But on both ends, we also got to be flexible enough to accept that we have hurt people too, and to be
exactly.
able to be big enough to apologize. But before anybody else goes, I want to tell everybody do a real good job on the tapping. But let's keep it up. Let's get up to 40K. We up to 35K right now, so let's push it to 40K. So keep tapping the
And y'all
screen.
got 26 minutes with me. I got to go spend time with family.
All right, so let's get him to 40K before the time's up, and
I got a
hashtag
question.
FYP in the box,
Got
and
you.
let's keep it going. All right.
I got a question. Do you think that we have a addiction? Like, does the culture of today, right, the modern culture we live in right now, does it have an addiction to manifestation?
Yes. If we can manifest in our presence, can we live our reality, whether that be good or bad? And if we can't manifest, or we feel like we can't, which we know we can because God told us we can, but some don't because they haven't studied that, nor do they know they're conscious of it, we create products in order to do so that we can make your comfort move towards your spirituality of whatever that may be. And that's
I
more
would
so
say,
kind of what I do in my job.
The freak is
I
that?
work with plants
Good
and
looks.
nature, and we work at the herb store, right? So what's at the herb store? Everything spiritual, from the Bible to Satanism to witchcraft to everything. Everything. That's what's at the herb store, because it's got to be the roots of what the people are, regardless of choice. So that's when I kind of merge business and saying, because in business, I'm forced to make a choice. I either make a living because I
Not really.
follow those rules, or I don't because I follow my religious rules. And if I follow those religious rules, then I have an opportunity to create a business based off of those religious rules, when then in fact that I create that thinking I'm doing good, but I'm hurting somebody else because they don't believe in the way I do or have not received it in the proper way. Which brings me back to his question on, if somebody believes something other than yours and it's not hurting them, how does it affect you? But in reality, it's a chain reaction, a domino effect,
got a shorter
regardless
answer.
of the base choice.
Yo, John, breaking up. Yeah, you got
Breaking
one
up real
bar,
Can
yeah,
y'all
bad.
yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, you got that one
Yeah.
bar. You gotta get close
Okay,
to that Wi-Fi
you
box,
got it
man.
now. You got it.
So that manifestation thing you was talking about earlier, right? I think people, I don't know about being addicted to it. I think people unintentionally do it though, because that manifestation is like basically is speaking of something, and then it'll be speaking something to existence, right? From what I learned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a
Yeah.
lot of
So
times
people
Like
it's
do that
without any work.
unintentionally.
it's like you
Yeah,
Any
people.
work.
basically, it's like people who dream it, they imagine it, and then they speak it. Like you said, they just manifest it all the way, whether it's sitting down writing it down every day and you reading it every day 9, 10, 11, 12 times out of the day, just to sit up here and basically give you hope that one day it's gonna happen. But I think people, when they manifest, they not manifesting on the genuine. No, I
So was
don't.
the
Mm.
Bible manifested in the spirit of
It's like
God?
they expect God to be like a genie to their life or some shit. Like, you get what I'm saying?
What
So
it
that would
is, we
go
have
into
gotten into
faith.
a space and place where people are living in fantasy, and you will even hear these people use this word. And it's people who claim to be Christians, and just like Kev said, and I'm guilty as charged as well, and believing in the what is it, your zodiacs and all these
Astrology,
other
yeah.
things. Yes, the astrology. And what it is that you get caught up in the things. A fantasy, the definition of fantasy is something that's impossible or improbable. So when you start to try to bring a fantasy to reality, that means you're trying to bring a lie to reality. And that's what
I,
So
I, I
so
like. I mean,
Go ahead, hashtag. Go ahead, babe.
I don't know if he know he glitching, but
okay, yeah. The reason why I was saying that was because you know, I don't know. Like, the more I listen to people, um, I hear people saying they want things, or they need change, and then a lot of times you'll ask them, what are they, like, how are they taking or using their power to create that, and they'll be like, nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people are addicted to manifestation nowadays more than anything. Like, it's and it's It's almost obsessive, like to a point where it's obsessive. And it's almost abusive in a way. Like I've seen our youth do that, be addicted to manifestation. That's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know about being. I don't know about the being addicted to it because I just think they unintentionally don't know what they're doing. That's how I look at it. Because it's like if people was really addicted to it, they probably be manifesting the good things if they really knew what they was doing and stuff. A lot of people talk down on their own selves and stuff and just don't even realize like I'm a bad person. I'm all this stuff, but that's just they really don't know what they're doing though. So I don't know to say that. Cause to be addicted, this would be like it's something you probably want to do or something like that. But people like they stuff don't match up with what they want to do. You see what I'm saying? Like if they saying I want to be a good person, but you keep saying bad stuff about yourself, like can you really call that an addiction or it's just unawareness?
A lot of people that manifest also don't realize, like, when you in manifestation, like Mom said, like you cannot be sitting up here drinking like alcohol or any of those things because people don't realize when you drink alcohol, you sitting up here doing a ritual on yourself. It's like you ever seen a Douce bottle? The Douce bottle got a cross on it, right?
Yep.
And it's like people don't realize, like, why is that cross there? And it's like the same thing that's in alcohol that they're putting in their body. Like it's like it's
Call
something
it
in
spirit.
gas.
It
They got a
invites in the
chemical.
spirit.
It's a
Yeah.
chemical in gas
hmm
that they put in alcohol. So it's like when they drink this alcohol, that's what gets them drunk. The same thing that you put in your car is the same thing that you put in your body.
That's what
So
it sounds like to me. From what you're saying, it's the consumerism because we're choosing
ethanol,
to consume, right?
ethanol. Thundercat said it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
I
I
can hear
have
that.
I have been privy to many different practices, right? And so what I use, if we want to say manifestation, or if I want things to become my reality, I use the words of the Bible. I don't do no altar work anymore. I don't light no candles. I don't have a green crystal that's going to manifest me money, right? That's not going to start my business, right? So faith without works is dead. So no matter what belief system you believe in, and I don't condone any of that spirituality, and I'm not judging anyone who uses that form of belief system. I just choose not to anymore because I know what that can conjure up, right? And it also goes against my belief, which is the Bible, right? To not put any false gods before God, right? No astrology, not worshiping the sun and the moon and the stars and things of this nature. That's idolatry, right? So that's my belief system. But
Sure.
I can
Would
pray.
you?
Let me finish, sister. I
Sorry,
can,
man.
no, you're fine. I could pray all day long, right? But if I don't get up and do that action that it takes to get that thing, my prayer is dead. I have to put the works in, right?
So do you believe without
Preach.
intention, the manifestation can't come to life? Because the example I would use would be music. Growing up in a Christian household, you repeat what you say. So if you're singing Snoop Dogg every day, I'm going to roll up and die. I live the fast life and die. I fucking die. Excuse my language. My bad.
Yeah, you gotta really watch that. It ain't me. It's TikTok. You gotta worry about.
We're going to the concert and we do what at the concert? We raise our hands to celebrate the feeling and receive the energy that we feel. Whether we feel it's good or bad is irrelevant. We're still open to that receive. So technically, we're putting into effect manifesting. We're manifesting what that person wants on stage.
You're
Well, you
right.
do reap what you sow.
She right.
That's
She
one
right.
thing to
Because at
say
the
on
end of
there.
the day, when you do go to a concert, when you sitting up here at that concert, what are you doing? You sitting up here praising the celebrity, right?
Right.
Meaning you're
Ooh,
praising their ego. You sitting up here feeding their ego. You feeding that whoever that is that's performing.
And you're
And
continuing to pay them on
main thing
and
be
wait,
doing her thing.
right?
people don't realize when, like, you ever seen somebody who told a crowd to quiet down or raise your hands, sway your hands, and everybody start doing it?
Yep.
That is almost like them being hypnotized. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, cause it's like you're in a trance mind, like a trance, because you're following. It's like almost like Simon Says, like you're doing what Simon Says wants you to do. You get what I'm saying? So I think some celebrities do play God, like they do play on to those people lies, because they I don't know, I believe in that demonic, like
If
So
we
how can we
perceive, if
enjoy
we
how can
perceive
we enjoy
them,
something, or if it's by intent, could we go to that concert and say, "Hey, I'm not going to manifest for myself, but I'm going to participate in the manifestation of the party," and then you're clean? Is that the way you're kind of seeing it? Or do you feel like that if you're in that environment, you are building that person, that business, and that celebrity up regardless of what they portray
Brother,
to you,
we're
just
going.
because you chose to be there and manifest within the arena? How's
okay, I'll
that?
give you an example. So nothing against Beyonce, nothing against Nicki Minaj, but because I say I'm a woman of the Bible, I'm not going to go to her concert, take my money, which some look at as energy and manifestation, and invest my money, my time, and my energy into something that I may see is not biblically correct. That's a little bit rigid, but some people actually believe that way, right? So I'm not going to list, there is some rap music that is good, right? And it gives good messages, right? But I'm not going to listen to messages that are saying, curse this, curse that, calling people bees and, 304s. And I'm not listening to that music because after a while, my mentality gets programmed into what I'm listening to. Anything we repeat becomes a part of our spirit, I believe. It becomes habit forming, right? So, yeah. So it's also, people may look at it as well in moderation, right? But, it's a matter of how far you are into your belief system, right? So for me, I can't watch murder mysteries, right? Or the ID channel, because it's one crime story after the next. I notice if I do that, although the stories are interesting, right? It changes my mood. I start to feel anxiety. I don't feel good things because that thing that I was watching programmed a mood into me. So
So I wanted to say this real quick.
That's why your mind is like a camera. So anything that you do view, that's why they say be careful what you see, what you speak, what you hear, and all these things, because honestly, these are things that can affect your your system, to where when you watch, like you seen how people was telling people to watch that Jerry Dahmer or whatever his name was, that doing all that weird shit. People don't realize when people was watching that shit, it was making them it almost like build a hate. It's like when you ever see these when they promote racism, it's like it's supposed to make you riled up. It make you want to go out there and do something crazy to somebody else, because it's supposed to affect you. It's like, that's why people listen to music. When people listen to music, why do you listen to the music that you listen to? Because it's something that you
Hey,
can relate to. It's something. Oh, you said what,
hey,
man?
y'all, if I don't catch anything, y'all, I said, I'll catch y'all later. I got to drop. If I don't catch y'all
For
later,
sure.
y'all have a happy holiday.
For sure. You too, brother.
Later.
Appreciate you, man.
thank you.
Uh, I guess, well, I wanted to say this real quick. I think Avia had put down about the being the hippie life or something like that. Hold on, let me read that over again. He said that I'm spiritual, but I don't do the hippie stuff. So I actually, the way I adjust my mentality now, I actually feel like hippie life is kind of goals now, man. And I know we used to laugh at them and all that stuff though, but they was getting somewhere. I think that they because like they main three things is peace, love, and happiness or something like that. Peace, love, and happiness, something like that.
Look,
And I think while we made so many jokes about it, and somebody's junk is shaking. Whose stuff is shaking like that? I can't even hear myself. Everybody muted. Uh, I'm saying like that it's like I think that's the ultimate goal for real. Like, cause like peace, I love that more than freaking dang near money, sex, and all that stuff. Like that junk is it's a good thing though. That's probably why a lot of us so traumatized and mad at the world because we don't have peace within ourselves. You know, we don't have, you know, we can't be happy with none of that stuff. So I think a hippie life is it. You know what I'm saying? We think it's a funny thing and think something wrong with it. They, you know, we look at them with the little joint and all that stuff. But hey, they living a way better life than we is. You know what I'm saying?
And they have peace
So
with
if
themselves.
we
That's
got,
the most important.
huh?
They have peace with themselves. That's the most important thing. But it does look
We
weird when
can't
you see
be.
them practice. Like my mom did a spiritual cleanse of the house, right? She used some type of special potion this witch doctor lady gave her. She was smashing a coconut, kicking it all across the house. She was burning something. I'm like, yo, what is you doing? I'm looking at her like she on some witchcraft type of time. She's like, I'm cleaning the house. I'm cleaning the house. You gotta get the evil spirits out. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So yeah, that was kind of weird to experience and watch that. I thought my
Wait,
mom
you
was
said,
really
was
going through
you
it.
said she was a hippie?
Hey, she's something. She did a
Yeah, I
spiritual
don't think
cleanse.
that's it. Cause from the little bit I know about them, and I do probably want to look into what they do though. But they seem like them one of the most like they
It
literally
was the
go.
Not
old
if
I'm gonna
I'm a
say,
hippie. A
you know
hippie
how,
gave
the
her the
old
stuff to
home
use.
remedies. That's
uh,
what those are. Like it's like
huh?
when people it's like I said she do them old school remedies where, you
Mm,
know, it's like I used to have my grandma tell me, you know, when you feel like your mouth is getting crazy, like you start talking to people disrespectful a lot, put some honey in your tongue to make your words come off a little sweeter. Go put some
mm,
cayenne pepper in front of your house because that means you got some type of demons in there that's end up here disrupting your spirit because you sitting up here, you watching certain things, you listening to certain things. That's why you see or you might be eating something that's bad because people don't realize when you eat certain type of meats, it will sit up here. That animal that you just ate, that animal, it was in fear, it was scared, it was like mad. You know, it was all these things. So when you consume something, it that energy that it had comes on to you. That's why when you that's why people be out here be stressed, they be depressed, they be scared because they done consume so much bullshit that that energy that they're consuming is going into their bodies and it's coming out like it's coming out their spirit, if you know what I mean. Like
yeah.
if that makes sense.
But yeah, for sure. But overall, what I was getting to about that is just that the hippie life that is the life. You know what I'm saying? Peace, love, and happiness. That's something all of us look for. And like I said, we continue we be laughing about them and joking about them and stuff, but they literally living a life that we want to. It's just that we pick and choose these free things and video games to give us peace. Sex got to give us peace. Another person got to give us peace and all that stuff. But they learn how to find peace within themselves, love theyself, you know, and all that stuff. And I think that's something I really would advocate for because they been had it. You know what I'm saying? We living in a free world and all that stuff and more miserable than them. You see what I'm saying? So that's one group I really would take up for. They had it already. They already had the mentality and I'm just trying to get there. You know what I'm saying?
There's
So
there's a quote that says it's not the person that has the most who is the richest, but the person who needs the least. And that that quote right there teaches you to have peace and gratitude. Like probably I say like close to the end of I say like the last summer, I started stepping into more gratitude. I started reaching into more gratitude. I started even seeing gratitude in or levels of endearment. Like I read another quote that said, there's a smite of endearment in every complaint." And suddenly I could smile at my wife when she complained about something the kids left out or a bowl I left on the couch in the living room or something. You know what I'm saying? I could smile because the truth of the matter is, if like she loves us and we love her, right? And there would be no bowl on the refrigerator. I mean, no bowl on the couch if we weren't there. The truth of the matter is that there wouldn't be no baseball cleats at the front door. There wouldn't be no track and field uniform on the couch, or no backpack on like if we weren't there. So there is a smite of endearment in all of her complaints because she knows that if these things did not exist at all in her life, that would mean that we weren't there. So with that idea, one day I came home, right? And you know, I just immediately walked in the house, put my stuff down, and she was in the back washing or whatever. And I just walked in the house and just started washing dishes. And she was like, "Oh no, you don't have to wash dishes." I said, "No, please, I want to wash dishes because these dishes mean that my family is here. These dishes mean that somebody else is here to love me. These dishes mean that," you know what I'm saying? Ironically, that day, it was probably one of the craziest days because you know, I'm a truck driver and it was extremely dangerous on the road that day. I seen literally 3 accidents that day. I avoided one, right? I only avoided one, but I seen 3 of them, and 2 of them, and all 3 of them were with trucks. I'm talking about upside down. I'm talking about one on fire, and then the one that I avoided was like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, "Whoo!" I could have rolled that day, which can be really terrible, right? 80% of truck driver accidents are mortalities. 80%, right? So it gave me a new gratitude. It gave me a way to think of it, and we gotta start thinking more along that lines. That while you're complaining about stuff, while we're complaining about stuff, realize, like, ask yourself, with, like, if you didn't have that to complain about, wouldn't that also mean that that person wouldn't be in your life?
Right.
You know what
And
I'm saying?
complaining get
Like,
us nowhere.
yeah, I mean, make, like, I tell people, make more requests and less complaints. Just make
Facts.
requests.
Facts.
Make more requests and less complaints. So my wife, like I literally left that posted on the mirror in our bathroom, and I said, "I need you to do more of this. I need you to make more requests. But I do hear the endearment inside of your complaints. But I need you. I really need you to make more requests and less complaints to all of us."
All right, I gotta make a quick request before you get too deep. I'm gonna get everybody to do their closing because I gotta get out. I gotta make movement. So I'll probably catch y'all later if I get on later or whatever. Otherwise, I'll be in somebody's room and then I'll be back on tomorrow. Well,
Real
what's
quick,
tomorrow?
guys,
Monday?
I want to let the panel know that I appreciate all of you for bringing me up for so many hours. I love the debates. I love everything that's good, and I will be back. But
For sure.
for the hippie side of it, I have to say, guys, my kiddo is the only kid in the state of New Mexico to get Social Security disability for allergies. That means everything he consumed from formula or whatever he was allergic to. So I had to go to the land and grow. We're fortunate that we're legal here for cannabis recreationally and all of that. That did come into play. But as far as growing my own food, I'm very, very fortunate and blessed. And I would love to send you all seeds of any sort, whether it be tomatoes, crops. We are native out here. That's what we do. And if I could tell you anything, I can tell you ADHD symptoms disappeared. A lot of things disappeared. As soon as I give that kid a bag of his favorite hot Cheetos, oh my God, hell breaks loose. But if I'm consistent, dude, I'm 375 pounds right now. I don't have diabetes. I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have high triglycerides. There's nothing physically wrong with me other than sometimes it hurts being fat because we're just fat. It's just the reality of it. Our body is 10 times bigger than the average. And so getting back to that natural state, I believe that's what the hippies were titled to do. And when business took over, it was the petroleum industry creating, I mean, they have synthetic THC for cancer patients. It's synthetic though, it was created. Opiates, did you know it takes 1 acre of poppy to take over the entire federal government? 1 acre. That's why they're so strict about it. But it all comes from a natural source. It all comes from farming. It's that we're choosing to do business and distribute within a culture community because we're creating the American culture. We're not seeing as America as a culture. We're seeing individual
Oh yeah.
people with
Hey, you going
culture.
too far? You going too far? I gotta watch that time. I'm sorry. I don't want to break you. I don't
I
want to break
love
your
you
time.
guys. Hit my
I got
DMs
2
and I'll
minutes.
send you guys seeds. And I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, I
I'm gone.
appreciate
Merry
you.
Christmas. Happy
Merry
holidays.
Christmas.
Be safe, guys.
All right, for sure. You too, man. I appreciate you.
Peace.
All right, VO and hashtag and Kevin and I don't know what she doing.
So regarding religion, right? I want to create my own religion, call it VOism. Why not? Y'all let everybody else do it. So y'all let everybody else do it just because they did it thousands
Hey,
of
as
years
long as
ago.
it's
Why I
uplifting,
can't
that's all that
create a new
matters.
one in 2023? Why VOism can't be created? In VOism, the belief is going to be two creators, a female creator and a male creator. We're not going to
Cool.
do a masculine God controls everything. We're not going to do that. And we're not going to say,
Yeah,
oh, it's both. It's God and woman, and together they created all of us. That's what I'm
cool.
believing in.
And
That's
as
the
long
belief.
as it help people better their life, that's all that matters. You know what
What
I'm
makes
saying?
my beliefs better than other people? Ain't no war had to be created for people to believe my shit. I mean, they wars was created, people was unalive, burned alive to believe a certain religion. That's messed up.
Yeah.
I would never do that for VOism. So come slide with me. I'm gonna write a book about
Hey,
that
there
shit.
you go.
VOism.
Go ahead and get it going, man. As long as it uplift and help everybody else, that's all that matters. Hashtag what you got for us.
Oh man, great live, bro. I appreciate you for opening the space and keeping the dialogue organized, man. I appreciate that. Everybody stay peaceful, stay grateful. That's all I got. That's all I got.
All right, appreciate you. Merry Christmas, man. All right, Cheryl, what's up?
Yeah,
What you got?
I got I would just encourage everybody to have a little more tolerance and understanding of people who don't think the way that we think. It's okay for them not to. It doesn't make it right or wrong in my eyes. It just makes it different. That's all.
Okay, all right. Appreciate you, man. Y'all had some good words and stuff, and I'll catch y'all later if I can. You know, I'm gonna see, or I might be in somebody's room later today. But let's get it though. Appreciate y'all, and I'll probably be on. I got time now.
All right. Thank
But
you.
all right, y'all.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.